Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Kwe. I'm just announcing that we'll start pretty soon. Just wanting you to know that you can have a seat. So be seated. Bonjour. J'espère que vous avez eu une belle soirée, que vous êtes bien reposés d'attaque. On a une grosse journée encore devant nous, beaucoup de travail, beaucoup d'importantes discussions. Aujourd'hui, on va pouvoir passer à travers un peu l'ordre du jour qu'on vous propose pour aujourd'hui, avec les ajustements en tenant compte de ce qui était prévu hier, qui ont été reportés aujourd'hui. On passera un peu à travers. Mais l'important, c'est de savoir qu'il faut prendre j'allais dire en anglais, le headset, translation headset. Donc, si vous avez besoin de traduction simultanée, c'est important de prendre, c'est comment on pourrait dire un headset, je ne sais plus. Votre moniteur, en fait, de prendre le moniteur de traduction à l'arrière. So, I invite you to take the translation device or headset if you need it, because as it was yesterday, and as it's going to be today, we'll use some French. We'll introduce or make sure that French is also covered and taken into account, because it's a respectful mark for our chiefs and proxies and delegates that speak French. Alors, good morning. Moi, c'est Wina Siwi et je suis la coprésidente pour ceux et celles qui n'étaient pas avec nous hier. Et je copréside avec mon collègue Cédric qui va s'introduire, qui va se présenter aussi rapidement. Et c'est notre deuxième journée de ce 3 jours d'Assemblée générale annuelle sur le territoire des Premières Nations Musqueam, Squamish et Tsleil-Waututh. Et nous sommes très honorés et nous les remercions de nous accueillir sur leur magnifique territoire. Alors, quelques instants, Cédric pourra faire quelques... It is now 8:38 a.m. PDT, and we're going to start the meeting in 2 minutes. So at 8:40, we'll start with housekeeping notes. Il est maintenant 8h38. Dans 2 minutes, nous allons commencer la rencontre ou recommencer ou poursuivre la rencontre là où on s'était laissé hier en fin de journée. Alors, Cédric va commencer dans quelques instants. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. I've just been informed by our technical staff that we're having a little issue with Zoom, so we're going to give them another 2-3 minutes before we start the assembly. We'll come back for housekeeping and to start this day off in the right way. So thank you. Good morning, bon matin, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the Assembly of First Nations Annual General Assembly for 2022. My name is Cedric Gray-Lehoux. I'm Mi'kmaq from the community of Listigouge, and it's fun to be here as one of your co-chairs. My co-chair, Wina Siwi, is on her way. She just had to step out for a few minutes. I want to take the time, as people are coming in slowly, hopefully the sound of our voice and these speakers brings you in, to go through a few housekeeping issues. With yesterday's topics, we decided to put the emphasis on that. But today it's time to look what's happening around us at the same time. So the first one is the trade show. The trade show is open every day. Exit these doors, head right. You've got a big banner. It's hard to miss to go see the expositions from our brothers and sisters who are here to show you their art, their services, etc. So if ever you want to take the time, the trade show is available. We also have, due to the current sanitary conditions, COVID testing and COVID-related services in room 108. So once you go out the front doors, head down the hallway to room 108. We have a registered nurse there who can help you with administering your own COVID tests, as well as having equipment available. We have masks, we have sanitizer, etc., available for anyone at all times. The other housekeeping issue we want to talk about is late resolutions. As mentioned in the rules and procedures, late resolutions are the deadline to submit a late resolution is 12 p.m. noon local time. So 12 p.m. Pacific is when late resolutions will be closed. And the microphone off to my colleague, Wina.
Good morning. Koe, bonjour. Wina Siwi, co-chair. Et donc, coprésidente, on m'a demandé d'assurer une présence francophone à l'Assemblée. Alors, si vous me voyez, pensez que ça se peut que vous ayez besoin de votre mobile de traduction ou le mot en anglais, c'est headset, translation headset. Alors, je vous encourage à aller en prendre un si vous en avez besoin. Et bien d'abord, un grand merci aux Premières Nations hôtes qui nous accueillent sur leur territoire, Musqueam, Squamish et Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Premières Nations, merci. On est honorés d'être sur leur magnifique territoire. Et nous allons maintenant présenter... Est-ce que tu as présenté un peu ce qu'on va faire aujourd'hui? J'aimerais vous donner une idée de ce que nous allons faire aujourd'hui, en prenant pour raconte ce qui n'a pas pu être discuté hier ou présenté. Alors, la façon que l'heure du jour pourra être organisée aujourd'hui, on vous présentera, mais on ne peut pas vous donner d'heure exacte. Évidemment, vous comprendrez, tout dépend de la durée des discussions. Alors, cet avant-midi, nous allons commencer par une présentation, comme on l'a fait hier, par l'équipe formidable des langages des signes qui vont venir vous présenter, un peu comme hier, un aperçu des langages des signes. Nous allons avoir une présentation aussi des conseils. Hier, on a eu la présentation du Conseil des aînés, mais on aura aussi celui des vétérans, des femmes et des jeunes. Nous aurons aussi, évidemment, le test vote. Vous comprendrez que le quorum de la journée 2 et de la journée 3 n'est pas établi de la même façon que cela est établi la première journée. La première journée, c'est par the registration, donc par... j'allais dire les enregistrements. J'intègre tellement d'anglais que je deviens moi aussi qui intègre des mots anglais dans mes phrases. Il va falloir que j'arrête de faire ça. Alors, aujourd'hui, le quorum est établi par les représentants inscrits, présents dans la salle, en ligne, donc au téléphone et en ligne sur Zoom, à une certaine heure, au moment que nous allons faire le test du vote. Et on pourra passer aussi il y aura une présentation, la présentation n'aura pas lieu, mais on aura la résolution 13 de 2020. Alors, une présentation par les personnes impliquées. On va aussi pouvoir discuter des projets de résolution d'urgence 1 et 2. Mais on a aussi toute l'équipe qui est ici, toute la délégation, en fait, pour l'hommage qui sera rendu concernant le dossier du principe de Jordan, le dossier de compensation. Alors, on pourra adresser cette question-là aussi. Alors, c'est un peu ce que je voulais vous dire. Nous allons maintenant d'abord commencer par la présentation avec le langage des signes. Et je vais changer en anglais pour l'introduction. Alors, many were not here yesterday, maybe, probably. And yesterday we had an opportunity to learn a unique world view of our deaf First Nations. And we continue today, tomorrow, and into the future. So I think the presentation yesterday was so appreciated. We learned a lot, and I think it touched us. That's what I felt when I talked to some of you and when I saw the reactions in the room. So thank you so much for this grateful idea to introduce this part in our meetings. I think it's amazing to have the chance to learn a bit of the world of our First Nation, of our deaf First Nation. So on that, I invite Dominique Ireland and her team to make this presentation. Thank you. So Dominique is not in the room right now. And does she need to be in the room, or we're just showing a presentation on the screen? Ah, j'avais compris qu'elle n'était pas là. It is my understanding that she was not to be present in the room, but we were showing a presentation on the screen. So if it's not this, if she should be here, just let me know. But otherwise, please put the presentation on the screen. Okay. Okay. Good morning, National Chief. Thank you. We'll come back. It's so important. We'll come back. Sorry. So for our technicians, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be the first thing, but we'll wait for this important matter. I now turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, again. In order to allow as many chiefs to enter the room in the next few minutes, we're going to start with the Tri-Council presentations that are missing, that we didn't see. We already had our presentation from Dr. Gwen Point yesterday as co-chair of the Elders or Knowledge Keepers Council. But we're going to start with our veterans, our youth, and our women's councils to come present to you. We'll then go into the test vote, making sure that we have the people in the room. We'll set our quorum, as mentioned by Weena, and then we'll go on to emergency resolutions 1 and 2, as requested by the chiefs yesterday. So is Chief Connie Big Eagle in the room? I do not see her. Are the co-chairs of National Youth Council, Rosalie Labila and Haley Rose, in the room? I do not see them either. And is Percy Joe, co-chair of the Veterans Council, in the room? Please come to the stage.
Greetings to all chiefs, proxies, technicians, other Grand Council members, the First Nations, and other First Nations representatives. My name is Percy Joe, National Spokesperson for the Assembly of First Nations Veterans Council. I'd like to also acknowledge the unceded territory of Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. We are very proud to be able to have our meetings held within your unceded territory, Kukshamu. It is my pleasure to welcome the new portfolio holder of the First Nations Veterans Council, AFN Northwest Territories Regional Chief Gerald Antoine. I'd just like to thank you. We look forward to working together with him. After listening to a lot of the discussions yesterday, I'd just like to also mention the history of the First Nations Veterans Council. The First Nations veterans had a long history with the Assembly of First Nations, going back to the League of Nations. We had been part of the Assembly since this development. The Council itself is comprised of First Nations veterans, some who have fought in the international wars and conflicts, which includes peacetime through peacetime missions. As a council, it is our goal to assist and provide help to our First Nations veterans, families, and communities. The intent of the First Nations Veterans Council is to provide voice to the concerns raised by many veterans who are suffering from the trauma of service or the war and the participations that they've had, and also to their families over the generations. The key activities that we've been involved in 2021, the First Nations Veteran Council met with the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, Federal Minister of Veterans Affairs, to address the common concerns of the First Nations Veterans Council members and allied organizations. This meeting has resulted in the concept of a proposed letter of understanding between the Veterans Affairs of Canada and the First Nations Veterans Council. The letter of understanding would establish 4 main pillars discussed and would be the foundation moving forward with the overhauling of the outreach activities that Veterans Affairs Canada provides the First Nations veterans, families, and communities. The 4 main pillars for discussion and consideration will include the following. 1, the establishment of a record of all First Nation soldiers and those that served in the Allied forces from our communities here in Canada. 2, the establishment of a current outreach activities to place within the Veterans Affairs Canada. The creation and a resource position within the Veterans Affairs of Canada. And 4, communication activities. In the March of this year, it was confirmed that our proposed to secure funding has been approved. This funding will allow us to start working around our objectives. The goal of this is to ensure that the start of the process of reviewing the existing items of service delivered and the outreach to our First Nations veterans. The 4 pillars remain the priority, and now we can start some of the important research and the need to advance our goals and causes. Despite ongoing challenges and the coming of the pandemic, we have continued to meet using the virtual tools, continue our advocacy and important work in 2021. The Council successfully hosted 7 conference call meetings. In 2022, we hope to focus on planning on identifying and coordinating the First Nations veterans' participation in international ceremonies, while we also ensure that the key priorities and activities are achieved through working sessions. Proposed meeting for the 2022 will include exploring working relationship with the National Veterans Ombudsman, the Dominion Command of the Legion Group, Veterans Emergency Transition Services, and the Veterans Affairs Canada. In conclusion, The AFN will continue to support the efforts of our council while ensuring the input and participation of the First Nations Veterans Council in assemblies, such as this one. We will continue to work and provide guidance to the AFN exclusive committee and AFN staff. We will continue to partner with the Knowledge Keepers, the women's group, and the 2LS, LGBTQIA and councils while maintaining the collaborative efforts of the full Quint Council and focusing on the advancement of their collective strategic plans. Going forward, we will be working to voice our concerns and our council, and we'll use this to unite the voice and keep contributing to the planning and development of policies that will have a positive impact on the veterans and families community at large. At this point, I'd just like to ask the fellow veterans to please stand. This is our family, our brothers and sisters. Please stand. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. In closing, I wish everyone, their loved ones, a good health and safety. My
name is Tim Olon. I am Dene from the Northwest Territories. I am a fellow veteran, albeit I think I'm the youngest. Very humbled to share the stage. I just want to acknowledge, I too want to acknowledge my fellow veteran colleagues. I feel humbled to be on this council. I'm often reminded that I really do stand amongst heroes. So I want to acknowledge my veteran friends. I'm here to announce the veteran golf fundraiser that has existed on Monday. I want to thank all of the golf participants, sponsors, leaders that attended this year's Assembly of First Nations annual golf fundraiser. With your support, the Assembly of First Nations Veterans Council will benefit from this fundraiser by receiving funding for our council activities. This year we had some outstanding golf players at the University Golf Club, and I'm very excited to provide you with the winners of the fundraiser this year. I want to say congratulations to Will Windigo, Peter Luce, Derek McCorrister, and Ovid Mercury. They scored the lowest of the day with a somewhat of a questionable score of 61. But I'm not here to question their scores. So congratulations, you were the first winners of the AFN Luggage Roller. In addition to this group, we would like to recognize the individuals' efforts for the following players, and we'll ask you to pick up your prizes at the AFN office. Cliff Freeland, you got closest to the pin. Ren Baskin was the longest drive winner. Jolene Forrester, closest to the pin winner. And Robin Uhl, longest drive winner. And I want to announce that the winning 50-50 ticket number is 750-8165. 750-8165. Please show your winning ticket number to the AFN registration desk as well. All golf winners will be contacted or have been contacted for their prizes. And so I want to say congratulations. If we can give them a hand for their contributions to the Veterans Council. Lastly, I would like the Veterans Council to propose and seek unanimous consent of this organization that this tournament be renamed to be the AFN Memorial Golf Tournament in remembrances of First Nation veterans, but in particular for those that have given their ultimate sacrifice. And it's a commitment to continue supporting the Veterans Council activities through this event. I want to say thank you. Masi Cho.
Wally, to Percy, Joe, and Tim. Thank you for your presentation, and I would look also to the floor if anyone wants to propose a motion to update the name of the tournament as requested. Our next presentation, I'd like to see if Chief Connie Big Eagle is in the room. Did we find Chief Big Eagle? I'm looking around. She's not online, is she? Saw her yesterday. So without Chief Big Eagle in the room, another delegate? So I've been informed that Chief Big Eagle had to send to her regrets, but we do have a presentation from the BC Women's Council here.
Good morning. My traditional name is Mklex. My English name is Louisa Housty Jones. I come from the Helsik Nation. I am the BCFN Women's Representative. We have all been on a long and uncertain road these past 2 years while leading First Nations through this COVID pandemic. We have faced unprecedented challenges and have adapted and found new ways to make sure that important advocacy will continue. Yesterday, the AFN Women's Council held a press conference to raise awareness and show support for the family of Chantel Moore. On June 4th, 2019, Chantel Moore, a mother, a member of the, excuse me if I say this wrong, Clackowit First Nation here in British Columbia was shot by the police in Edmonton, New Brunswick during a wellness check. On May 19th, 2022, the New Brunswick coroner inquest ruled Chantel's death a homicide and issued recommendations relating to the police training and equipment. No charges have been brought forth against the officer who shot Chantel Moore, and he was allowed to return to duty 2 weeks after the incident. The AFN Women's Council strongly recommend any acts of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit, gender-diverse people, and will continue to advocate for greater police accountability and justice for the family of Chantel Moore. To date, we have not yet to see any real change or action on the road of change to end violence against First Nations women, girls, and gender-diverse people. Survivors' families have waited long enough. It's time to stop making recommendations without accountability to make sure the meaningful change is happening. We need to find solutions, and we need to be included in these solutions. Afn Resolution 46/2021 was passed by consensus of First Nations in Assembly at the last Special Chiefs Assembly, reaffirming the mandate the AFN Women's Council to continue to advocate for all First Nations women's issues. From our last update, we also welcomed new AFN Women's Council representatives from the region of Manitoba, Northwest Territories, and Quebec. We are looking forward to working together to advocate for a future where First Nations women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people are safe, protected, and respected. The AFN supports the families first. Principles in all the work we do on the MMIWG plus 2S plus files, we believe that it is important that the implementation of the 231 calls for justice from the National Inquiry's final report and the National Action Plan to End Violence Against Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people reflect the voices of those who for many years have been advocating for health and safety for our girls, women and girls. Afn Resolution 08-2021 was passed by the Executive Committee following last year's AGA. It calls upon the federal government to ensure that activities with respect to the National Action Plan to End Violence Against Indigenous Girls and Two-Spirit and gender-diverse people be carried out using a families first and distinction-based approach. The resolution also provides the mandate to carry out activities that support implementing the National Action Plan to Ending Violence Against Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Last year, the AFN Women's Council carried out a national engagement process in all 10 AFN regions for the development of the First Nations Action Plan. The AFN Women's Council strongly believes in listening to survivors and families on what is needed to ending violence against First Nations girls, women, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people. The AFN Women's Council worked with the regions to host 85 virtual sessions from coast to coast to coast with 1,144 participants through virtual meetings, surveys, written and video submissions. These sessions were designated to be inclusive and in different geographic regions, ages, gender, and perspectives. This input from First Nation survivors of gender-based violence and families of missing and murdered loved ones has led to the development of the first National Action Plan entitled Breathing Life into the Calls for Justice. The First Nations Action Plan provides a framework to immediately address the needs raised by survivors, families, during our engagement sessions. These frameworks are national in the scope and are meant to work together to end violence against First Nations women, girls, and gender-diverse people. The key action is to increase support and wraparound service for survivors and families when they are in crisis, and as aftercare support provided by First Nations. These services are to support needs to be provided regardless of jurisdictional realities. As we've heard of many situations where a loved one went missing or experienced violence under the jurisdiction. Prevention activities also need to be supported to address the root cause of violence within First Nations while reassuring that programs designed driven by strategies that First Nation know will work. Too often, First Nation government and organizations serving First Nations individuals are trapped in a funding cycle and reporting and applying for for projects, specific grants. A national prevention strategy should be developed to streamline this work and to guarantee long-term sustainable funding for First Nations so those on the ground can focus on providing services. We recognize in having these conversations that there is a lot of work ahead of us for healing as individuals, as families, as First Nations. We know that the impact of the colonial policies and genocide experienced by First Nations have left a legacy of intergenerational trauma. What we've heard from survivors and families is that our First Nations need to collectively acknowledge that violence is happening so we can work on finding a way to heal and address the root causes. An area that was brought up in our region, we've met with finding a place for First Nations men and boys. We recognize that some may need help healing themselves. We also heard many mothers say that they are raising their sons to be respectful and protect women and girls. All First Nations citizens need to be a part of creating a world where we can walk freely without fear or shame. The First Nations Action Plan incorporates the region's report to respect and reflect the work that has been ongoing in each region. The First Nations Action Plan also includes action raised during the engagement sessions that have a national scope and are grouped into 4 themes as for the 231 calls for justice, including justice, human security, health and wellness, and culture and safety. The AFN Women's Council continues to advocate that the voice of the families be heard and be included in the process of implementing the National Action Plan. It has been over 3 years since the national inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women girls released their final report and the 231 calls for justice. The AFN Women's Council supports the many survivors and family members who demand greater action of implementing the National Action Plan and the 231 calls for justice. The levels of violence our people experience is unacceptable. It is time that First Nations women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people see real, on-the-ground change with respect to ending violence against Indigenous girls, women, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Healing generations of First Nations people who have experienced centuries of systemic racism, violence, and intergenerational trauma is the key to this. The root cause of domestic and intimate partner violence are complex and span from multiple generations. For real change to happen, it will take commitment to meaningful action for all levels of government and institutions like police, the justice system, the healthcare providers, education institutions, as well as the willingness to be held accountable to First Nations people and communities they serve. It is time for the federal government to act and implement this National Action Plan and the 231 calls for justice. I hope you all have a safe and healthy assembly, and I encourage each and every one of you sitting here today to start getting educated on the missing and murdered women. Thank you.
Well, Alan, to our BC rep from the Women's Councils for your words. It is now time to move on to our National Youth Council's remarks, so I would invite the co-chairs, Haley Rose and Rosalie Labila, to the microphone.
Good morning. Nitsi waganak ke gawa ni wagamaganak get that dumbscot dinawao. Haley Rose Nitsiga son, Nia Oche Mosquito Grizzly Bearhead Lean Man First Nation, Igwa Red Pheasant First Nation, Treaty 4 and 6 territory. Hello, my friends and relations. I greet you all today. My name is Haley Rose, and I am from Mosquito and Red Pheasant First Nation, Treaty 4 and 6 territory in Saskatchewan. Recently, I was elected as the FSIN Youth Representative for Saskatchewan alongside Brock McLeod Wadidika. And before we begin, I would like to invite our fellow National Youth Council members to join us at the front of the stage. And at this time, before we begin, I would like to ask our brother from Saskatchewan, the FSIN Youth Representative, to sing a song before we start. Brock. Yeah, can everyone please rise?
Can you mention the songs for the veterans?
The song? Okay. Do you want to say it?
I'm Brock McLeod, and the song that I'll be singing is for our veterans. And if you guys want to know the translations to it, just don't be shy to walk up to me.
Thank you, Brock, for that really heartwarming song to start us off in a good way. I would also like to acknowledge the land that we are on, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. I would like to greet our national chief, our regional chiefs, our chiefs in the crowd, and our technicians. That we acknowledge our portfolio holders, our regional chief Adamek, and our regional chief Picard, and thank you for all of their hard work and dedication to the youth portfolio. We recognize the dedication and hard work of the AFN National Youth Council, who continue to show up to the best of their ability and represent the voices of emerging leaders. To show youth that their voice matters, that we matter, that you matter, and that it's important to our youth council that our leaders are listening to our voices, that before you make decisions, you ask yourselves, is it going to benefit the children of the future? Is it going to help our next generations and the 7 generations to come? That we have leaders who guide a path for us, who lead the way for us, who show us how to be there, who show us how to be leaders, and who show us how we can create positive change for the future. I would also like to pass it off to Co-Chair Rosalie to say some words for the National Youth Council.
Gwe, inchajak mercelusi wabeg misibidiajak ahodnok eleganayak and dodom nagunig gaspegawaj wigiokbi ganchek. Hello everybody, my name is Rosalie Labila. I know I've been a familiar face around this arena the past couple of years. My name is, I don't know if I did this, but I think I already did, but Rosalie Labila, and I'm Mi'kmaq, and I come from Ile-Verbar, New Brunswick, and Listigouche, Quebec. I come from the 7th District in Mi'kmaq, and I'm very proud to be here to represent my people, and I've been a part of our National Youth Council for the past 6 years, and I've currently just got re-elected on my 4th term. And my job in this position has been to provide advisory to the AFN executive according to the AFN charter. And I want the chiefs and everybody in this room for one moment to reflect on the youth in your communities who are struggling to live in a world where the government has done everything in their power to assimilate and destroy our families, from the Indian residential schools to the 60 scoop, and all the way to the children that are now torn away from their parents and placed within non-Indigenous families, and now make up the child welfare industry that we see today. Reflect for one moment about Frank Young, the young boy from Saskatchewan who was never even provided with the chance to live and breathe in this world before he was taken away by violent settler colonialism. As the co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council, I was to express my deepest concerns and love for each and every one of our children who the AFN had walked out on yesterday, when a resolution was put forward that didn't pertain to the drama of the day and refused to stay for the issues that continue to plague each and every one of our communities in this room. Each and every one of you had the opportunity to support the family of a child that has gone missing. And when our youth council had seen a room of empty chairs to support him, our hearts were broken. For every time our chiefs had used our children and our youth as an election platform, the AFN National Youth had to witness you walk out of a room to support the finding of a missing child who the government of Canada had given up on. Today I plead to you, the chiefs in assembly, and I plead to you, the people of all of our nations across this country, to remember Frank Young, and remember all of the other missing First Nations children out there who are waiting to come home. Every time you decide to squabble amongst yourselves, you forget the children and the young people that you once swore to protect. My late elder, Elmer Cushane, who is the former chair of the AFN National Youth Council and the Elders Council, had taught me a lot while he was still walking this earth. And one thing that his name will echo into this world, that he would listen to our young people, and that he would always protect us and stand behind us. Because he knew that without our children and without our youth, what would our rights really mean? What do our treaty and inherent rights mean if we do not have any children here to enjoy them? We need to take a cold, hard look at each and every one of our communities and realize what is happening to our children. When the majority of our children are taken away by the provincial ministries of social services, we are detrimentally underfunded in every sector of the government. Thank you. And we have the highest suicide rates in the world, especially within our northern communities. For the love of our Creator and for the love of our future as a people, I plead each and every one of you to think about these things. What is our world going to look like without our children? Without Elder Albert Cashane, our youth council has been left to defend ourselves. Within an uncertain time, we have to be brave in this assembly. For every young First Nations child who has been forgotten, for every chief who has gotten away with capturing the attention of this assembly, while our children are once again put aside to the sake of political ambitions that have taken the attention away from the matters which we proclaim to matter the most to us and our children. Make no mistake, in this very moment, there's a First Nations child out there crying for their mother, wanting to be brought back home to their family. I plead for this assembly to think one more moment about all of our children out there who need a voice in this world to defend themselves. I plead for this assembly to ask yourselves what you could do for them in this moment besides feed into the drama that has been being created by poor leadership and displayed across the country and media. The wellness of our people must always be at the forefront of our decision-making. And if you want to gauge the outcomes of your leadership, then you should look to our children, their quality of life, to gauge that the ability to make things better for our people. Our children are our future, and we are nothing without them. Every time we address this assembly without first addressing the best interests of our children, we're allowing the politics to get in the way of the destiny as nations. And as I wrap up, I want to leave you with this quote from Gordon Tutusis. Leadership is about the submission to duty and not the elevation to power. And with love, I am calling upon the chiefs in assembly and the AFN National Executive to please lead accordingly, and to please do not ever forget where you have come from and the people who have entrusted you with their futures. Pave the way for our future generations and ask yourselves upon the decisions that will benefit the children of our future. So, Walalio, Kimsid Nogman.
Can I ask him again?
Wally, Rosalie, and Haley for those words. I've been a member of the National Youth Council for 4 years now, and I'm continue to be inspired every time by the knowledge, the wisdom, and just the deepness to the words that you give. So thank you for sharing this with the Assembly, and words that I think resonate strongly with each and every one of us here. I'd like to take the time also to recognize our veterans that are here. Thank you for your words, as well as our women's and the Women's Council representatives who came to talk to us today. This will bring an end to this item in the agenda, and now I will hand the microphone off to my colleague Weena.
Merci Cédric et merci à vous qui êtes venus présenter les rapports pour le Conseil des vétérans, le Conseil des gardiens du savoir, c'était hier, le Conseil des femmes et le Conseil des jeunes. Merci, c'est inspirant de commencer la journée avec des enseignements aussi empreints de sagesse. Merci. Maintenant, comme on vous l'avait annoncé un peu plus tôt, on va avoir la chance, tout comme on l'a eu hier, d'avoir une présentation sur, ou une introduction sur les langages des signes des Premières Nations, Deaf First Nations. J'ai dit en anglais parce que je ne suis pas certaine d'avoir le bon terme en français, puis je voudrais ne pas faire ne pas utiliser un terme qui ne doit pas être employé. Je voulais être certaine, alors j'y suis allée avec l'anglais. Alors maintenant, j'aimerais inviter à venir sur scène, sur le podium, Dominic Ireland pour la présentation pour le langage des signes. Merci. Nous accueillons Dominic Ireland. Please join me. If we can please put the presentation, thank you so much. We will first start with, if you can put on the screen, first the slide 4 of 8. Thank you.
Before we begin the instruction for today, I just want to acknowledge how touched I am to be here. And I also want to speak to yesterday, my presentation to all of you. Many of you came up to me and told me you were inspired, and that you enjoyed what I was able to share with all of you. And I just want to let you know that I'm very grateful to each and every one of you who did come to me and speak to me. And I'm glad that this information is resonating with all of you. I do want to share with you that there is an Accessible Canada Act that describes policy and process. But here at AFN, here we're demonstrating accessibility and what it means for our people. And here we have the opportunity to be leaders and to not only consider accessibility, but consider our culture within our accessibility, to be able to show our voice, to show what we cherish and love and respect and honor. And I think that it's a privilege that we have that we're able to share this in this moment together. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here with each and every one of you today. I also want to acknowledge the accessibility team, also known as the A team, which includes Marie Farley-Henry, Jessica Quinn, Leila Kasuri, and Curtis Gower, who have all been excellent champions and advocates. And I also want to acknowledge the people who have, the chiefs who have motioned and seconded the accessibility resolution that will be coming to the floor in the previous resolution in 2018. Yonko. Okay. So you can see the PowerPoint up on the screen. You also had this in your package that you received, but I'll give you a live demonstration of each of these signs. So hello, I'm sure all of us know this one. Hello. Yes. Goodbye. Very similar, you can just give a wave, bend the fingers. And I have been very honored that many of you have come up to me and signed, "Nice to meet you." So I just want to clarify that it's nice to meet, so that your fingers are like the people, like they're walking together. Meet. So nice to meet you. Yes. Just a nod of your hand. No. You can do no, or you can just shake your head no. Either or. Please. And thank you. Here in this kind of forum, we would use two hands for thank you. If it was just us in a conversation together, it would just be one hand, thank you. So different times would use the appropriate sign. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity and for lending your time to me to share with you sign language. Yonko.
So I want to start off by saying thank you from the mouth, eh? And I was told yesterday to keep the thumb up. I imagine without a thumb is another thing, so. We were just informed that the mover and seconder for Emergency Resolution 1 are still working on those updates that were requested yesterday that they informed us about. So we'll continue on with the agenda, and as soon as we have the information that ER1 is ready to be shared with the Assembly, we will get to that stage once we get there. For now, however, we can still start the process and look towards our test vote and obtaining our quorum. They say it's supposed to be around 9:30 as a time chosen by the chair, so here we are, close to 9:30, and a time chosen by the chair. So, as we did yesterday, we have the distribution team here with us to help us in the count. You'll see them walking around the room, taking account of eligible voters, as well as on our Zoom call, since we are on a hybrid mode, as we like to remind you. We also have chiefs and proxies who are joining us by the Zoom platform that I have access to here. So if I could have the technical team put up the test resolution that we have, same one as yesterday. We'll see if your minds have changed. The way we'll proceed as we go towards a test vote, to explain the process once first, we read the title of the resolution for the record. We'd read our mover and seconder, present them, have them come up to the mics and be ready. We would then summarize the whereas if we have time, read all the therefore be it resolved, open the discussion period where the first person that can address the assembly is the mover. They have 5 minutes total. The seconder then has 3 minutes, and any subsequent representative that wants to address the assembly would also have 3 minutes. To do this, we have microphone 1 on the left, microphone 2 on my right, and we also have the raise hand function within the Zoom chat. I'll look towards the staff to see if anyone is on the phone lines, if you can send me a message with regards to that. The speakers list will be as yesterday, microphone 1, 2, Zoom, and continue that round-robin rotation to ensure that chiefs from all across Turtle Island have access to the assembly floor. We will ask that you guys do present your name, your community, whether you're a chief or a proxy, just for the record and to ensure that those in assembly are aware of who you are in your position. So, if we want to pretend, for test vote DR00, 2022, titled Pineapple on Pizza, we would present the mover, the seconder, and then read the therefore be it resolved. So therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. We would open the microphones to discussion, 1, 2, Zoom. And once discussion was finalized, once question was called and the chairs decided that we should go towards a vote, we would open the voting process. The voting process occurs for the Zoom platform through a Zoom poll, which is monitored by the technicians and staff. So I would ask our technical team to open the Zoom poll, please. For the assembly floor, we would also look towards consensus. The rules and procedures ask that we always try to go towards consensus. So we would ask if there's any opposition. If there is opposition, we then proceed to a vote. The vote proceeds as you're used to now. We would ask those that oppose to raise their red lanyards. So for test resolution 00, pineapple on pizza, I would ask all those opposed, please raise your lanyards. And as a reminder, we are opposed to chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. We would then ask you to maintain your lanyards in the air as our team goes through the count. Once I get the sign from the distribution team that they have finished count, we have the final, I would ask members to lower their lanyards. We would then go on to abstentions. So I would ask, are there any abstentions? Raise your red lanyards as a chief or proxy. How many times can I vote? A single time. And finally, we would go to all those in favor to raise your red lanyards, maintain them in the air until our team has finished the count, look towards distribution, and move on from there. At this point, we would also ask, once we are finished the count on the floor, to close the Zoom vote so that the voting results all arrive at the same time. Our distribution team would work together to compile the results from Zoom, from our phone lines if they're there, as well as the floor, and we would announce either on the spot or a bit later like we did with Emergency Resolution 3 yesterday, to have the final results be put into the record. So I'm looking towards my distribution team. Are we good with the count for quorum? Need a bit more time? Just as also a reminder of process, for a vote to pass, we do need 60% of members that voted to vote for a resolution. It is really those who have voted who are going to be counted, as long as we have quorum to make the vote eligible. Perfect. I will look towards our staff to see if we're still not ready for Emergency Resolution 1, so as we wait for the compilation of quorum, I'd be looking towards our update on Resolution 13. I believe the members are joining us, or the presenters are joining us through the Zoom platform. So if we could have them pulled up and brought to the stage. We have 3 presenters with us today to give an update on Resolution 13, 2020, Becoming a Role Model in Ending Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination within the Assembly of First Nations. It is my pleasure to introduce Amanda Barnaby, Debbie Hoffman, and Dr. Gwendolyn Point. The stage is yours. If we could have our 3 speakers unmuted, please.
Elatif, I'm going to start, and then we're going to start with introductions. Elatif, good morning. My traditional name is Shaishkalwet, and I'm from Scowlitz and Sta'alis in the Stalo Nation territory here in British Columbia. Currently, I'm the knowledge keeper for BC, and I was appointed by the AFN Knowledge Keepers to this panel, to the Resolution 13 panel. I'll turn to Amanda.
Good morning. Actually, before we move on to me, we're going to do the introduction for our colleague, Debbie Hoffman.
Good morning. I am Debbie Hoffman. I am the Women's Network appointee to the Resolution 13 panel. And I am Ontario Woodland Métis of Algonquin descent from the Pigwagnagan First Nation in Golden Lake, Ontario. Before moving back to Southern Ontario 6 years ago, I lived in Whitehorse, Yukon for 22 years, and I am a practicing lawyer in both the Yukon and in Ontario. It is my privilege to be here this morning. Miigwech.
Wally Exifo, good morning. I'm Amanda Barnaby Lahu. I'm a Mi'kmaq of the First Nation of Listugush in Gaspé-Gawagi in the province of Quebec. I'm a former lawyer, and I was appointed to the Resolution 13 panel by the Youth Council. I'd first like to begin with a brief background on Resolution 13. In December of 2020, by passing Resolution 13, the AFN Chiefs and Assembly ordered an independent, fair, and impartial investigative review of the AFN to assist in gauging levels of systemic sexual orientation, gender-based discrimination experienced by people involved with the AFN with the aim to end sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination and all other forms of violence. This review aims to consider and review applicable laws, the AFN policy and code of conduct, to be carried out by individuals with the appropriate expertise, critically examine processes for addressing allegations and complaints, include an open process for past, present leaders, members, and staff to contribute their perspective and experiences, develop a report including recommendations. A final report was initially due in September of 2021, 9 months after the resolution's passing. However, due to two of the original panel members stepping down due to other work commitments, this process was delayed. It wasn't until February of 2022 that the panel as it is today was formed. Our final hurdle has been to secure funding in order to carry on with the investigation and to complete our report and its recommendations. Our final panelist was appointed in February of this year. Once she was appointed, we began our work with bi-weekly meetings. We met in person for a 2-day session in Vancouver. During this 2-day in-person session, we created a work plan, drafted terms of reference, created a bank of research, developed forms, surveys, and interview questions. In May of 2022, we received word from Gina Wilson at WAGE, Women and Gender Equality Canada, that we would be receiving communication regarding our funding proposal in the summer of 2022. We're still waiting to hear back on the funding proposal, but we've done everything that we can to hit the ground running once we receive the funding. We are working on our larger items on our work plan, such as the large-scale surveys and interviews. In anticipation of the funding, we're also working on developing our website, designing posters for public announcements, refining and working on our budget spreadsheet, as well as sifting through the copious amounts of research material. The next steps are going to be quite costly, given the large scale nature of the surveys and the interviews that are going to be both virtual and in person. For those interviews, we are also going to be providing emotional and cultural supports to the participants, which is going to add to the costs. Additionally, we have scheduled a tentative in-person meeting in September so that we can move things along a bit quicker. Our goal is to have our report and its recommendations completed by March 2023. This concludes our brief update. Wally.
Thank you to Amanda Barnaby, Debbie Hoffman, and Gwendolyn Point. I'm looking towards Debbie and Gwendolyn. Do you have any other comments to make, or is this the end of the presentation?
Thank you, Cedric. No, we decided that Amanda would present our work to date.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Point. Thank you, Dr. Point, and thank you to our three presenters for undertaking this challenge. As you said, 2 people have stepped down, so I raise you up in the work that you do. And now, as we move on to our next presentation, I will hand the stage over to Wina.
Merci beaucoup pour la présentation. Très intéressant. Alors, next item on the agenda, le prochain point à l'ordre du jour. Nous allons, simplement aussi d'abord pour vous mentionner que le proposeur et coproposeur pour la résolution d'urgence, le projet de résolution d'urgence 1 est toujours en train d'être travaillé. Alors, on ne pourra pas l'adresser maintenant, mais comme Cédric l'a mentionné plus tôt, dès que cela sera possible, nous le ferons. Alors, c'est la raison pour laquelle je vais maintenant inviter Chief Jeff Copenacci, Ojibways of Oginaming First Nation, to the stage to introduce Trinity Prince, Savannah Prince, and Autumn Sandy for presentation by youth from his community on the state of emergency for suicides and mental wellness. So is Chief Copenacci present in the room? Yes, okay, thank you. So you have the floor, and it is my understanding that you will manage the presentation. Okay, thank you to you.
Manin. I think there's going to be a PowerPoint or a slide presentation put up as well. There we go. Buju, Mishgrab Indijnikaz, Makwanan Dodam, Minishina Bayandao. Kichimigwach Kijimanadu. You know Kijigad. Kichimigwach Assembly of First Nations. I think 22 years ago, I was hired as a summer student at the Assembly of First Nations. I've always looked up to our leaders. I never believed that I would be chief. Certainly what I'm about to talk about, this presentation is dedicated to many, many family members that have lost their lives to suicide. I've got 2 young women. I'm going to introduce them. They're from the Ojibways of Oginaming with me, traveling all the way from Northern Ontario. It's their first time attending an AFN assembly. Just before we get started, just to warm them up, maybe a big round of applause for these 2 young women and their bravery here today. I just want to add, I want to commend the veterans presentations, the Women's Council presentation, particularly the youth presentation. We feel the same way as the youth. We feel like we really need to focus on the issues, and we not just ask, we beg for your help. We've also lost a number of young girls in my family, missing and murdered young women, 3 in particular. The last one only 6 years ago. I believe the first suicide in my life was about the age of 3, and I think it's been nonstop ever since in the Ojibways of Onegaming. The state of emergency that we're about to speak to began in 2014, and there was a suicide pact amongst 9 young people in our family, 9 youth. I believe almost all of them in foster care. And the result was that one young teenager took his life, my cousin. It not only began the state of emergency at home, which truthfully should have began much earlier, it's disrupted many lives, many families. And as I mentioned yesterday briefly, it turned my life upside down. And by the next year, I was homeless and drinking in the streets and suicidal myself. We've remained in the state of emergency since, and just since I've been chief, we've lost 9 family members, at least half of them completely preventable. But the good news is we've got a plan. We've begun engaging our young people. We've begun engaging our elders, our women. We created an on-call crisis response team for the first time in some years. We applied through Jordan's principle to get a crisis counselor, and we thank the government for that funding. But it's just a small step in the right direction. Our plan is focused on our Anishinaabe teachings on crisis response, a holistic model that is all hands on deck. That includes mental wellness and addiction strategies and life promotion strategies. And again, we ask for your help. Also in the past year, our medical building burnt down. We've been struggling without a medical building. We do our counseling services right in our administration office. We do our blood work right in our administration office. We desperately need help. I just wanted to quickly just ask to be able to scroll through the slide deck just really quickly. I'm not sure of the ability to. Oh, I've got them.
Here, so if you click on this, it'll go the green button. If you want to go back to the red one.
Okay. Big green button. Sorry, green button.
Yeah, there it is.
For about 7 years now, we've begun to put together a proposal for a multi-use complex, specifically for our youth and young people, and we'll be meeting with Minister Miller's staff. It used to have legs and a tail, but it got too expensive. But it's still our turtle and still our multiplex center. We currently have our funerals in our school. We were in co-management up until 2017. We've got a massive, massive infrastructure deficit as well as operational deficit. But we believe this is a reality, a place for our young people to thrive, a place for our young people to practice arts, to practice their culture, to work out, to gym, to learn their languages, to learn pride in what it means to be Anishinaabe. But most importantly, we need a youth crisis center. We're an hour away from Fort Frances and about an hour and a half away from Kenora. But when you call 911, you're lucky if the cops show up in 40 minutes. In fact, quite often they show up the next day. And there are police. They're the Treaty 3 police. And until this year, they were so chronically underfunded that this is the reality of our communities. It's a minimum wait for 45 minutes for an ambulance. In my own experience as chief, the paramedics, 75% of the time, try to talk our people out of getting help and saying, you're fine, you don't need help. You ask every time if they're drinking. We just had a lady pass away, one of the 9 deaths that I talked about in the past year. It was my father's partner. And I was there when she called 911. And they told her she was fine. And 2 days later, she passed away. So we fight for these beds. And this is our crisis center that we hope. We've just gotten Jordan's Principal funding for it. Miigwech, thank you for it. We are so desperate for space. It'll have 2 detox beds, crisis beds, a homeless bed. And we do this and we fight for our people to build pride for these young women so there's a hopeful future. And for me, they're the reason I truly believe we've got a hopeful future. So on a more positive note, these young women are going to come. We had a back-to-school gathering last year. It was amazingly attended. Future Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, was there to inspire us and speak to us. We all love Wab Kinew, right? Most of us. He's also Onigaming's pride. I've heard about Elder Bobby Joseph talk about building dreamers for the future. And that's what we want here in Onigaming. We want to build dreamers for our people, but we desperately need your help. So with that said, I will just move on quickly to introduce our young women, and they're going to talk a little bit about the results of the vision that they have for our community. Again, please welcome Autumn Sandy and Savannah Prince.
Buju Anangus Indigu Atekandu Tam Onigaming and Dunchi. Hello everyone, my English name is Autumn Sandy. I come from the Caribou clan and I am from Onigaming First Nation located in Treaty 3 territory. I'm the youth worker in my community. I also work with the crisis on-call team. I wanted to acknowledge Trinity Prince. She was supposed to be here with us today, but she was unable to come because she was running the last day of the powwow back home. She is always a helping hand to others, and I just want to say that it is such an honor being here, and I'm very thankful for this wonderful experience. Miigwech.
Sorry. Buju na nakwanasik dishnikaz mokadu tam onigaming dunji nij mateo. My name is Savannah Prince. I'm from the Bear Clan, and I'm from Ojibways of Onigaming First Nation in the Treaty 3 territory. I'm in my second doorway of Medewin. I'm the family well-being worker in my community, and I also work on the crisis on-call and first response team. I just wanted to say thank you, and it's such an honor being here. And thank you for our chief for inviting us. I'm so nervous. And I just want to say miigwech to our community members back home who are watching us and supporting us. And thank you. Miigwech.
Just really quickly, and in conclusion, I just ask everyone here, and again, our citizens from Grand Council Treaty 3, Our young people and our family members from the Ojibways of Onigaming are back home. They're watching. They were watching yesterday. They're watching today. We thank the National Chief as well as all of the regional chiefs for their support in coming together to unite behind us. And in conclusion, I ask everyone here to please just stand and repeat after me. Those who can stand, please stand. And for all of you back home watching, our young people, this is for you. Your lives mean everything to us. We want you to have a bright future. We're going to fight, and no one's going to stop us from fighting for you, our youth, our children, so that no one else has to die unnecessarily, so that our people can thrive in good health, in sobriety, and that we can find a better path and truly see the resurgence of the seventh generation that's been prophesied for so long, and I see it happening right here. I ask for everyone here to put your fist in the air and repeat after me. The Assembly of First Nations stands united with the children and youth of Onigaming. Chimigwich. Thank you very much.
Merci énormément à cette présentation, Jeff Kopanichi et son équipe pour nous avoir informés de la situation urgente qui sévit présentement. Alors, quelques informations. Nous venons tout juste de recevoir une copie du projet de présentation d'urgence numéro 1 qui a été modifié. Alors, on l'a reçu en anglais et c'est en ce moment en train d'être traduit. Donc, c'est en voie d'être traduit en français. Alors, lorsque le processus aura suivi son cours et que l'on aura les deux versions modifiées du projet de résolution d'urgence 1, nous pourrons l'adresser, ce qui n'est pas le cas en ce moment, mais on y arrive. Autre annonce. Premièrement, sachez que le projet de résolution 3, donc on time, qui a suivi le processus régulier de projet de résolution, donc le numéro 3 et le numéro 36, donc DR3, DR36, ont été retirés par le ou la proposeur et le ou la coproposeur, ce qui signifie donc qu'on n'aura pas à les adresser dans l'Assemblée. Alors, just to quickly say in English, DR3 and DR36 are withdrawn. Maintenant, troisième chose importante, le quorum. On a fait un test pour le vote, ce qui a permis d'établir le nombre de représentants inscrits. Yes, we have pardon. On a une autre annonce on va mentionner. Je termine pour le quorum et on va le dire, c'est pour une collecte de fonds. Et je vais vous donner cette annonce immédiatement après que je termine l'annonce pour le quorum. Alors, comme je le mentionnais, le vote, on a fait un test. Et pendant ce test, on a pu établir le nombre de représentants inscrits présents dans la salle, dans Zoom et au téléphone. Ce nombre nous amène à 210, 210, 210, donc 210. ce qui établit le quorum à 106 pour la journée 2 de l'Assemblée générale annuelle. Alors, voici le résultat. Maintenant, pour l'annonce, je vais demander au chef national de simplement le mentionner parce que je n'ai pas les informations. If you could please announce it because you have the information. Thank you, National Chief.
While we were on the stage, Chief Wally Burns came up and made a $300 donation to the Onigaming project. And so he's challenged other chiefs to match or beat his pledge. Chief Burns, if you can just maybe go to microphone number 2 and just explain why you were inspired to do that.
Good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the elders and also the prayers that happened this morning. The reason why I pledged this $300 is because we all have a crisis back at home. And it's when they spoke about the youth, it really hit home because we do have a lot of young people that intend to do the same thing, copycats. And we had one individual take his own life in regards to being depressed, especially with this 2 years of not doing nothing due to COVID. And the reason why I pledged this $300 is because, you know, I like seeing things that happen, especially motivation from the youth. And this is why I ask each and every chief in this assembly to meet or beat that pledge. With that, thank you.
If you want to donate, you can go to Chief Kopanechi to have more details on that. You can follow up with him. But thank you so much for this announce. Thank you, National Chief, as well, for taking the time to mention this. Okay, where are we in our agenda of day 2? I'm just going to remove things that are not mine. I don't know whose stuff is this, but let's now deal with DR Draft Resolution number 4. Nous allons tenter de présenter ce projet de résolution en français. Et la première chose que je vais faire, parce que je sais que ce n'est vraiment pas évident, avec l'ordre des projets de résolution, c'est très difficile, je comprends, pour les proposeurs et les coproposeurs et tous ceux qui aimeraient s'adresser sur les projets de résolution, d'être dans la salle au moment qu'on adresse. Alors, j'aimerais savoir, avant de commencer, là, en fait, première chose, je vais demander de mettre sur l'écran le projet de résolution numéro 4. If you can please put up on the screen draft resolution number 4, please. Thank you so much. And if you can also put up on the screen the French version for me, if possible, since we have 2 screens here, one for English, the other one for French. But if it's not possible, no problem. We always can adapt. I will now turn in French. Le titre du projet de résolution numéro 4, présenté dans le processus régulier de projet de résolution, est intitulé « Un cadre renouvelé fournissant une orientation stratégique et des mesures en vue d'un changement évolutif et positif ». Alors, l'objet de cette résolution, c'est les relations intergouvernementales Canada-APN et le proposeur est le chef Bruce Archibald de la Première Nation Tewa-Tagamu en Ontario et le coproposeur est Marcus Hardy, le chef Marcus Hardy, bande indienne de Red Rock. Est-ce que le proposeur et le coproposeur sont présents dans la salle en ce moment? Microphone number one, if you can just for the moment, just mention if you're the mover or the seconder. Microphone number one, please.
Mover.
Thank you, mover. Thank you, Chief. Do you know if a seconder is present on the floor? We're looking for our seconder for draft resolution number 4. We're looking for Chief Marcus Hardy, Ontario, Red Rock. Are you present on the floor? If you're not, I will ask the mover if he wishes, if he needs to wait for the seconder, because we can ask to replace him right now to find another seconder for draft resolution number 4. Do you have something to say? Microphone number 1, please, mover.
Hi there, yeah.
Pardon me?
I'm just trying to figure out if someone's going to
Okay, so I'm now looking to a seconder for draft resolution number 4. Would anyone agree to a second? A seconder is needed not to support, not to go against. It's just because to open the door, the floor for discussion, we need a mover and a seconder, not a second door. I say seconder. So that is just to support and say, yes, I think we can discuss this. So we need 2 persons to agree to discuss this. I see someone behind you, mover, Chief. I'm not sure if it is someone that wants to second. Not sure. No. Oh, microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. What Jameson Hannigan back. I'm from Fort Albany First Nation, and my name is Chief Robert Nakaji, and I'll second that motion.
Thank you very much, Chief. I will now ask the Chief Mover, if you can stay there maybe, just to make sure that you're not far. I now turn in French to read draft resolution number 4. Maintenant que le projet de résolution numéro 4 a été proposé, coproposé, je vais lire en français la portion de la décision du projet de résolution numéro 4. Alors, on va le lire ensemble en français. Est-ce que vous l'avez à l'écran en français? We don't have French up on the screen. Just telling the technicians, but maybe there's something, a reason why. I'm sure, because we have the most famous and extraordinary technician team behind, so I'm sure there is a reason, and we'll deal with it later. Pour ces motifs, les chefs en assemblée, 1. Appuient la mise en œuvre du cadre renouvelé du PBP-PE, et je vais aller chercher la définition ici. Alors, le PBP-PE signifie le cadre du processus bilatéral permanent. Intitulé « L'accord sur le chemin de la guérison », l'accord, qui comprend les commentaires et les réactions de chaque région. Numéro 2, appuie la création et la mise en œuvre d'un plan de travail qui comprend un échéancier régulier et qui assure une approche inclusive et informative avant de le présenter aux négociations. Certaines des étapes sont énumérées ci-dessous. A. Les chefs régionaux ramènent l'accord dans leurs régions respectives dans le but de récolter des commentaires. B. Le secrétariat de l'APN effectuera des recherches supplémentaires, évaluera les considérations et les aspects techniques et compilera les informations afin de commencer l'élaboration officielle de l'accord. C. Une fois la deuxième ébauche élaborée et approuvée par le comité exécutif, une motion sera adoptée qui aboutira à la signature de l'accord sur le chemin de la guérison. 3. Appuie l'établissement d'un comité consultatif technique ad hoc, composé d'un spécialiste de la gouvernance, de chef de chaque région et d'un conseiller juridique pour soutenir le travail mentionné ci-dessus et qui, à son tour, fera rapport au comité exécutif. 4. Demande au comité exécutif de publier un rapport final sur l'accord et une série de changements structurels recommandés pour s'assurer que l'accord comprend des processus politiques axés sur l'action, qui continueront à faire progresser les priorités nationales tout en respectant la diversité régionale et en favorisant les processus dirigés par les Premières Nations au niveau régional. 5. Appuie la chef nationale en poste pour qu'elle fasse pression sur le premier ministre et son cabinet afin qu'ils acceptent de renouveler le PBP et le protocole d'entente tel que décrit dans la version définitive de l'accord sur le chemin de la guérison. La partie du projet de résolution qui concerne la décision a maintenant été lue, appuyée, co-appuyée, coproposée. Je vais maintenant ouvrir la période de discussion s'il y a un besoin et je vais offrir la priorité au proposeur. Il a 5 minutes s'il veut présenter son projet à l'Assemblée. I will now ask for mover to present his draft resolution if he wishes to do so. Microphone number 1, you have max 5 minutes. To you, Chief. Sorry, microphone number 1, please.
Bonjour. Hey, yeah, my name is Dwight Sutherland. I'm a proxy for Chief Bruce Archibald from Teguetagabao Nation. We're the same community that Roseanne belongs to our band, actually. Yes. Hello, Roseanne, nice to see you. Okay, what I wanted to do was to we want to make sure that we can, bring this resolution forward and to find out what's working, I guess, and what's not working. And it's good to have meetings, but I guess when you have people not showing up for these meetings and just kind of have a look at how we can move ahead positively on this new accord that they're proposing. I just think it gives a chance for us to work together positively and to move AFN forward positively, with a working relationship. And I think it's important that these topics are important to our community and to every First Nation here. And I think it's really important that we all support this resolution on what we're trying to do. And thank you.
Thank you, Proxy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, now my microphone is on. Thank you, Proxy. I acknowledge someone at the microphone number 1. The floor is now open for discussion. If you can please state your name, community, First Nation, and if you're a proxy or a chief. Microphone number 1, please.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Cardinal. I am proxy chief for Keeter Corson, Chapleau Cree First Nation. And with no disrespect to the resolution that's on the floor, and I want to kind of circle back to the things that were occurring yesterday and the fact that there's no Confederacy of Nations to oversee issues. Many First Nations have a lot of these bilateral processes that they're involved in, and recognizing that some don't. And I just want to make sure that this will not compromise those discussions that those First Nations have. And I just want to highlight the fact that AFN is not a rights holder. AFN is a corporation and a corporate body that exists through the Corporations Act under Canada. So when you're starting to talk about treaty rights, inherent rights, and you're negotiating those at a national level through a corporation, it could compromise some rights of the rights-holding nations. So I just wanted to point that out, and I don't know if maybe we could table this and kind of work through some issues and reword some of this, because we see that even one area, Alberta, doesn't have representation at the national level. So I don't want to speak for Alberta. Maybe they can share some of their own history here with what's gone on at the AFN, but we cannot compromise those discussions that First Nations have at those tables, because they are the rights holders, not the AFN. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. And Thank you very much. And now I want to invite National Chief Archibald. Since it is her portfolio, she's responsible of this matter, so she wishes to address the Assembly to give some comments on that. And I will ask the 3 minutes to put just to follow procedures, but National Chief, to you. If we can, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Doreen, for your question. And thank you, Dwight, for your comments, former chief of our community for many years. This resolution is actually under my portfolio, and it's the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed in 2017 between the former national chief and the Prime Minister. And that we found has done a number of legislative pieces, but there hasn't been any meetings for a few years. There hasn't been any further action. So this resolution is about updating that process and making it more regionally based so that each region can actually put forward their own priorities. And if those are really community-based bilateral processes, as you mentioned, Doreen, then that's a possibility. I think that Regional Chief Glenn Hare would be working with the 133 First Nations in Ontario, 134 First Nations in Ontario, on what that evolutionary document would be. We are calling it the Healing Path Forward Accord. It was presented to the Prime Minister in October of 2021. And it has sat in draft form for a number of months. We've been asking regional chiefs to comment on it, and this resolution just really solidifies the path forward. And I'm in 100% agreement with you that AFN is not a title holder, a rights holder, and that the work under this particular Healing Path Forward Accord actually has to be more politically based and not necessarily through the corporation. So the work that's going to be done on the Confederacy, the two resolutions that are coming together, is going to have a real impact on the Healing Path Forward Accord in terms of the political process. So we want to make it more politically based, and there's some moving pieces to this resolution. I am asking chiefs to support it so that we can start to evolve that MOU, which is no longer really effective for us. And we need something that really addresses things like clean drinking water, better housing. We have to look at all of the different issues that are on our table, like basic community infrastructure, human rights, and then balance that with inherent and treaty rights. But those kinds of discussions around inherent and treaty rights belong in the community. It's the community that must drive those processes, and they're driving those processes on behalf of the rights holders. So AFN becomes a space holder. We become a space creator for those discussions, but the discussions and the negotiations are very much driven by First Nation communities. So I hope that that answers your question, Doreen.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay. And just for your, I don't think you all know that we have a timer here in front of us, chairs, and anyone here on the floor can see it. So we are the only one, but we can see that the timer and the decount. So that is why sometimes we say 1 minute. This is the reason why we see that there. It's not like we decided for a second that it has to end. No, we're really following and keeping good care and good track of the timer. And just wanted to tell you that National Chief just ended exactly after 3 minutes, so it was like perfect. It's not often that we see that, so thank you. I will now go to microphone number 2, and then we'll go on the Zoom after microphone number 2, and then on the phone line, and then microphone number 1. So microphone number 2, please.
Okay. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the elders for the prayers this morning.
I'm sorry, if you can state your name.
Just give me a chance, okay?
I'm sorry, thank you.
My name is Gina Crowchild. I'm proxy for Chief Roy Whitney from Tsuut'ina Nation.
Thank you.
In Alberta. Okay, we don't have a regional chief.
Okay.
So I have a problem. I have a real problem, and I don't trust anybody. How they're going to deal with our issues. My chief and council sent a resolution to the national chief and to the prime minister telling them, AFN is not a rights holder, and we keep saying that. But then you look at other processes that are implicated or impacting our inherent and treaty rights. I know AFN, with this bilateral mechanism, accepts monies from the feds to supposedly dialogue with us. But it doesn't happen all the time. So you speak, and so we are, some of our nations in Alberta, and who have pulled out of AFN because of the impacts on our inherent and treaty rights, our treaty and our treaty rights. You know, they're the rights holders, and they don't like what's going on, so they pulled out. But we're still considered as part of the whole assembly. You know, we're all apples and oranges in here, all mixed in one. We have international treaties. We don't have domestic treaties with Canada. Canada is only in our territory because of our international treaties. But that doesn't seem to be understood or instilled in when people get money and they start talking to set out these bilateral processes. They forget. And you know what they used today? They spoke. It's our children yet unborn, that we make these decisions. So let's wake up. And I totally agree with them. Because when we make decisions, it affects our future generations. And right now, those bilateral processes that are within our territory, they might be impacted because AFN and Canada is the mechanism or the bilateral process that is only recognized. And AFN is not helping. AFN is not helping us to bring the rights holders to the government of Canada to address our issues. So how is that going to be done? You just grab money and then you set out these processes. You have all those committees, women's committees. How many of them have monies?
Time is up. If you can please conclude.
Well, you know what? That's another thing. You look, how do you expect us to have a good dialogue when you cut us off? That's colonialism. So I think in order for you to say you've had dialogue with the chiefs or the proxies, you give them the time to speak so we can find a solution. We're not white people.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
So,
thank you. We're now.
And you got to remember, the national chief talks about our sovereignty, yet they make agreements with the feds to co-develop legislations that take away our power and authority. That's been happening for years. The Confederacy of Nations, who is the watchdog of AFN, is there. AFN executive have not utilized that body, so now they do whatever, anything they want to do. That's why we're in this chaos. So we need to really look at this organization who is not the rights holder. Thank you.
Thank you. We noted your comments. It's been heard. Thank you. I'm now looking at the participant list. Pourquoi je continue en anglais? Je ne sais pas, je voulais le faire en français. Alors, je regarde maintenant sur la liste des participants de Zoom et il n'y a personne. On me dit qu'il n'y a personne en ligne. J'ai eu la confirmation. Je vois personne qui me confirme là, mais Cédric, oui, merci. Microphone numéro 1, s'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez indiquer votre nom, communauté et si vous êtes un chef ou proxy. To you, microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Naskamatin. Tatamis doat no kino to gimaganak. Manino gimaganak ukima kaya guta. Agon what's kaya mianis ta pikiskiana pisis. Tinimaka pe mista moik. Pe menchikaman tu chinina. O egute isto mistais paringa genegone. O nistani geniganis kenoma ta motangion. Ay senteni megayak. Ay shoot negayak. David Munoz, Tisnigasun, Ogibao, Pemitzigmagot. Greetings to every one of you. I greet all the nations here because you are nations, and to the chiefs, all of you. I bring greetings to my community, called Pemitzigmak. We are a sovereign nation. I'm a chief of the nation. I'm elected under our sovereign nation's election code, and not an Indian Act chief. We are sovereign and we have treaties with the crown. I must remind National Chief that we are the rights holders. We speak when it comes to our treaties and our land entitlements and anything that relates to that. It is your job to facilitate that meeting between me and Prime Minister and other ministers. I speak for my nation, I speak for my people, I speak for my territory, what happens there. And I need to be at those tables. So with respect to this, with all due respect with this resolution, I think it should be tabled for more discussions. There's too much of the tail wagging the dog happening here. This healing path forward was already presented to the Prime Minister in draft form, and that's what never happened. You take direction from us, you come to us first, you consult with us in a meaningful way, not in 3 minutes, not in 2 minutes, not in 1 minute. You must ensure that we are heard. Our people are heard. We continue to be faced with we're acting like white people here. Too much as I'm stay. We talked about all the problems that are having in AFN and took up all the business that we need to discuss. We're falling behind and we're still discussing those things. You must act in a good way, and same thing with you. I am a chief of the nation, of a sovereign nation that puts you guys there. I voted for you, I trusted you, and you must ensure that process that my voice get heard on behalf of my people. And you must do all these consultations and accommodations in a meaningful way. So for me, I'm not opposed to the healing path forward, but you must give us time to discuss it in our region. You must give us time to talk about it in our caucuses and so forth. And you must give everyone here the respect that they have. Give them respect. These are chiefs. Not many times we come forward. We've been silenced for 2 years by the pandemic. We have a lot of issues that we have to talk about. We have a lot of issues and concerns that we have to present to you, and a lot of solutions that we need to come up with, because we're falling behind because of that pandemic. So please give us respect for that. I agree with everything that lady said from Alberta.
Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just two quick comments. First one, we adopted the rules of procedures yesterday, and I'm just following what you all agreed upon. It is my job to do so. It is my job to make sure that your rules that you approved are followed, are respected for the majority here, for everyone here in the Assembly. So my job is to make sure that 46 of the rules is respected also, and 47 is 5 minutes for the mover and 3 minutes for the seconder. If you wish us to change this, it's not for me to decide, it's just for you to decide when we'll adopt the next rules of assemblies. So thank you for this. And the other thing I wanted to share now, I will go right to the microphone number 2 and close the speakers list as we are now. So no one on Zoom, and we have 3 person at microphone number 2 and 2 person at microphone number 1. Thank you. And movers there. So microphone number 2, please. To you, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Weena. Doug Kelly, proxy for Chief Randy Leon, Coquacapilt in British Columbia. Wanted to start off by expressing a point of view that's different. Rather than saying, I don't agree with you, although I don't agree with you. You know, sometimes we get so serious, we lose sight of the people that we're serving. How do we trust a government that signs a relationship document with our national chief of the day, and we don't implement the work that's set out in the agreement? It's not our executive's responsibility to do the work of the Prime Minister and his government. It's theirs. Now, I get the frustration. I do. I really do. We have a similar dynamic in British Columbia. We have the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. My good friend, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, is the president. He's sitting right here. We also have Terry TG. He was up front. The regional chief for the BC Assembly of First Nations. And we have the First Nations Summit, Cheryl Casimir, Robert Phillips, and Huey Breaker. We've got 7 and 3 organizations, 7 leaders, 3 organizations. And our chiefs are always telling them they're not rights holders. And they don't claim to be. But you know what? The province of British Columbia says, well, the First Nations Leadership Council said it's okay, so it's okay. It's not our national leaders or our provincial leaders that are saying they're the rights holders. It's government officials that are. So I agree with the action taken by that Alberta First Nation that made it clear in writing and submitted it to the Prime Minister that only they speak for themselves when it comes to their rights. It's the way it should be. And you should all do that. Now, yesterday I said that the federal law to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is the new way and the best way, good morning, Terry,
seconds.
Is the best way to fill Section 35 in Canada's Constitution. Canada always tells us it's an empty box until you go to court and you win in court. And then if you win in court, they might put a little bit in the box. That's not my experience. That's not my reality of the last 40 years. We need to come together. That relationship document has to be renewed, but it's not on us. You've got ministers coming later in this meeting. Call them on it. Where's their action? We have a Liberal government that loves making promises.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I'm not done yet. So you're wasting more time when you keep reminding us about the rules.
I'm sorry, but
I love you, Weena, but enough.
I
Just
will
let
ask
me
you
finish.
to please conclude,
Let
Chief.
me finish, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Weena.
Thank you.
So we have a Prime Minister who does 2 things. He apologizes and he makes promises. There's very little done on the 3rd thing, action. So we have to compel them by being united, by being together, by working together and to give our national voice strength. We do not give our national voice strength when we're nagging at them, when we're blaming them for things that are not their responsibility. If you want to distrust someone, and I get that, then distrust federal officials. Make them prove it. Distrust provincial officials. Make them prove it. Let's give ourselves a chance to work together. If we're going to tear someone down and hold someone accountable, well, we got some feds that are coming later. Let's do it then.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. So, le temps passe très rapidement ici, peut-être plus qu'ailleurs. Alors, et on a toujours 2 personnes à chaque micro, alors 4 personnes. C'est la raison pour laquelle je vous demanderai, s'il vous plaît, d'être bref et concis et de respecter la durée limite de 3 minutes par orateurs par personne qui vient au micro. Numéro 1, s'il vous plaît, microphone number 1, please.
Hello. Yeah, Dwight Sutherland, proxy for Chief Bruce Archibald, Teguetagamaw Nation. Okay, well, I'm here to discuss the permanent bilateral mechanism known as the AFN Canada MOU that was signed between AFN and Canada. This resolution speaks to the current ineffectiveness of this MOU and how we can move forward in a better way that better reflects our regional differences and holds the party signers to account, as not all commitments are currently being honored. This resolution is very important because the MOU needs to be updated, and the current priorities given our current political circumstances. It requires an update that includes a formal process for including each of our region's input in order to advance our own national priorities to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and most importantly, hold them accountable outside their current one-size-fits-all approach. Chiefs, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder that Chief was proxy was the mover. Microphone number 2, please. Please state your name.
Good morning. Thank you. My name's Darcy Dixon. I'm the chief of the Bearspaw First Nation, part of the Nakota Sioux tribe in southern Alberta. I just wanted to mention what my colleague has stated from the Alberta region. We don't have a regional chief at the table on any of the executives. We continue to maintain our own process. That's been going on for the last 7 or 8 months. We don't have a say in any of the resolutions that are being pushed forward. You know, we had my colleague from Treaty 6, the Grand Chief, made his way to Ottawa a few days ago to meet with the National Chief to discuss some of our issues. And I think at 11 p.m. at night when he got to Ottawa, the meeting was canceled. So there needs to be some sort of an apology, I believe, to that chief. You know, we in Alberta, especially the Nakota tribe, has never given up our fight for our treaties. We've never extinguished those, our titles, our Aboriginal rights. And that needs to be recognized, I think, at this table. But when these resolutions are being passed through forward, then it puts a hamper on us. When we're in court, when we're dealing with the federal government, when we talk on a treaty relationship process with the Crown. So, you know, for the tribes in Alberta, I think there needs to be a better process put in place. There needs to be, you know, the executive or the regional chiefs or the FN chief need to listen to the chiefs of Alberta. We're all treaty nations there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Les deux dernières personnes, microphone numéro 1 et après on ira au microphone numéro 2. Alors, microphone numéro 1, à vous.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gisukukit Kapiniskith. Cheryl Casmer, proxy for Nasukin Louis from Yakanuki. I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. And I just want to start off by saying that it was unfortunate that we spent most of our day yesterday speaking specifically to one issue, and it took up a lot of time. And what we find ourselves in now is trying to address all of the other important issues that are priorities to each and every one of us, but we have a limited amount of time. I think that one way to address this resolution and the comments that have been made is to make sure that this MOU is reflective of the United Nations Declaration, which recognizes every nation's right to self-determination and their own decision-making processes and your own governing structures. So if we can make sure that that happens, then we can make sure that the executive and the national chief are directed to do this work in that manner. I think it's also important to note that in the resolution, it speaks about the regional chiefs, and I understand that Alberta doesn't have one, but I think that the national chief would be responsible for engaging directly with Alberta if that's the case. but every regional chief is tasked with taking this draft back to their regions and doing a thorough review and providing feedback and input. So I think that some of the concerns that have been raised can be captured by that process. My last comment is about the fact that we have so many resolutions that are left to cover in the next day and next 2 days. So I know that people are frustrated with the time issue for speaking, but we have a responsibility to be politically disciplined as well. We have regional caucuses where you can review these resolutions and have a conversation in advance. We don't have time to be arguing with each other about how much time one has to speak. Let's be more disciplined. Our people are counting on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We'll have the microphone number 2, and then National Chief will address some of the issues that have been discussed and presented on the floor. And then I will invite an elder, Dr. Point, sorry, not Dr. Point, another elder, I'm sorry. She will address, and she wants to come on the stage to speak on the quorum here. So microphone number 2 to you.
Good morning. I am Mary T.G., proxy for Takla Nation Chief John French. I am a Gixen carrier, but my hereditary chief's name is Mausham Gabu White Wolf. I am the rights holder. So I think the conversation that we have here, there's a bit of confusion here. We're talking about governance and rights holders. We're talking about elected systems. We're talking about a non-Indigenous system right now, the AFN. And what they are just simply trying to do is to ensure that each region has a say and a voice, and whatever that looks like comes back into this document. This document before, if you recall, was the joint priorities. What are the priorities of each nation? So I support the resolution in total, and I just want to say this. I don't want to waste any more time. We did what we did yesterday, because we have more important things to discuss, and we must make sure that we put our mind to protecting our most important resource, and that's our children. The only women's issue that we are talking about today, not yesterday, but for the rest of 3 days, the only women's issue is about the children. And we have no time. I'm looking at this agenda. I'm looking at the resolutions. We have resolutions that are coming that talks about that, addresses that. So I want to make sure that all of these process pieces that have already been agreed to, that we're not going to spend 6 speakers and convoluting the issue. We just need to establish a work plan and a joint priority document that's renewed to reflect each region. And we elected our vice chiefs, and we must put trust in them because they are good people. And so there has to be a process where we recognize that. Masai, thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you. Juste pour vous rappeler que nous sommes toujours à l'étape de la discussion sur le projet de résolution 4. Si jamais on avait perdu le fil, voici la situation. J'aimerais maintenant donner 3 minutes au chef national pour adresser certaines préoccupations qui ont été partagées dans l'Assemblée. National Chief, to you, please. If you can please open our microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Weena. Thank you for all the speakers. Wanting to clarify, and thank you, Mary TG, for also clarifying what this is about. It is about, just to back it up, the MOU that exists is a relationship document between the AFN and the federal government. That document was actually developed without your input, and it was signed without your input. It was then brought to the Assembly to be approved sort of on the tail end, so it was brought afterward. So what I'm trying to do is to do what Chief David Monias said, which is to bring it to you now and say, let's build this together. This resolution is not a complete process. The resolution is to make sure that regions and all of the regional chiefs will be talking to you and your regions about what this evolution of the next document will look like. We want a document called the Healing Path Forward Accord, but it could change. Maybe there's going to be another name for it. We have ideas around what needs to be discussed in a new accord, a new relationship with the federal government. We need it to be community-based. We need it to be regionally based. But those pieces have yet to be formed. And so this resolution is really about empowering you as chiefs and saying, hey, your regional chief is going to bring this document to you and you're going to build it and then we're going to sign it. Not the other way around, which is us building it and then signing it. And you're right, Chief Monias. I saw an opportunity to tell the Prime Minister, your MOU is not working. And here is a first draft. And that did cause some problems. At the same time, it was an opportunity to let the Prime Minister know that the MOU is not working and we need it to evolve. And so that document is not, it's just sitting there. It's not doing anything. So it's up to the regional chiefs to now bring you that draft document or create a whole brand new document with you in your regions and bring that forward as a regional priority for the MOU. So for this new accord. Because the MOU, we have to let it go. It's done some of its work. Legislative pieces on language, legislative pieces on UN DRIP, legislative pieces on child welfare. These were joint priorities identified under the MOU. And this co-development issue is a hot button issue. We don't want to co-develop necessarily. We want our rights and title, our inherent and treaty rights to be respected by this country, by this government, by these settler governments. And the sovereignty and jurisdiction of First Nations has to be upheld. And so how do you do that and make sure that it's by the rights holders and it's happening in the communities and it's happening in the regions? And that's what this resolution is. It's just the path of developing these ideas and bringing it back to you. We're not going to sign anything and develop anything further until we get your input. So this resolution is very much empowering you as chiefs. And I said this yesterday, that you need to take back the AFN. And every resolution that I'm presenting to you is about you taking back your power and authority to drive these processes of the AFN and not to have, as you said, Chief Monias, the tail wagging the dog. Those days are over. Miigwech.
Merci, chef national, pour ces mots de rappel concernant le projet de résolution numéro 4 et c'est ce qui nous amène maintenant à la portion du vote. Alors, on va ouvrir le vote. Sur the speaker's list has been closed some time ago. Thank you. Merci pour votre compréhension, votre patience. C'est maintenant la période du vote. Alors, on ouvre le vote et après le vote, nous allons entendre notre aîné qui souhaite s'adresser à vous. Alors, on va terminer cette résolution-là et l'aîné est d'accord avec ce que je propose en ce moment. Donc, si on peut maintenant ouvrir, s'il vous plaît. Juste rappeler que le projet de résolution numéro 4 est intitulé « Un cadre renouvelé fournissant une orientation stratégique et des mesures en vue d'un changement évolutif et positif ». Alors, nous allons maintenant passer au vote. Si vous pouvez ouvrir le vote, s'il vous plaît, sur Zoom. Je comprends qu'il n'y a personne sur la ligne, mais si jamais, on demande au modérateur de procéder au vote sur la ligne téléphonique également. Alors, pour les chefs et les mandataires qui sont présents dans l'Assemblée, je vous demande, s'il vous plaît, à ceux qui s'opposent, those who oppose, please, si vous pouvez lever vos cocardes rouges et indiquer si vous souhaitez voter contre, s'il vous plaît. Those of you that wishes to oppose, please raise your red lanyard so the vote counting can be made. And please keep it raised until such time the vote is finished. Not the vote, but the counting. J'attends évidemment le signal de Dennis ici, qui est responsable de l'équipe qui compte les votes. C'est Dennis ici qui vient me dire quand on peut passer au prochain point. Merci. Alors, je viens d'avoir le signal. Vous pouvez baisser vos cocardes, s'il vous plaît. Maintenant, est-ce que certaines personnes souhaitent, chefs et mandataires, souhaitent faire noter leur abstention? Those who abstain to draft resolution number 4, please raise your red lanyards, please. S'il vous plaît, levez vos cocardes rouges si vous souhaitez vous abstenir. Et les gardez levés, s'il vous plaît, jusqu'à temps que le compte soit terminé. Merci de les laisser lever. Vous pouvez maintenant les baisser. You can lower your lanyards. Maintenant, tous ceux en accord avec le projet de résolution numéro 4, those in favor, si vous pouvez lever vos cocardes, s'il vous plaît, pendant que le compte se fait. Merci de les laisser lever jusqu'à temps que je vous dise de les baisser. Thank you for your patience. Merci de votre patience. C'est notre exercice, it's the exercise of the day to keep up in a physical good form and health. Le compte est toujours en train d'être fait. Le compte est terminé. Vous pouvez baisser vos cocardes. Please lower your lanyards. And quand je dis que vous pouvez baisser vos cocardes, et quand je vois des chefs qui ne la baissent pas, je sais qu'ils n'ont pas leur headset. Parce que ça veut dire qu'ils ne m'ont pas compris. Alors, je les encourage à aller chercher les headsets, la traduction simultanée est là pour ça. Merci beaucoup. Il est clair que le projet de résolution numéro 4 a passé à l'unanimité. Merci. Je vais attendre maintenant les résultats finaux pour les annoncer dès que possible. Oui, merci. C'est terminé pour le projet de résolution numéro 4. Alors, vous pouvez fermer le vote aussi sur Zoom et sur le téléphone si c'était requis. Et on attendra les résultats finaux dès que possible. Thank you very much for this. J'ai une dernière annonce avant. Je veux simplement rappeler, pour que ce soit clair pour tout le monde, on m'a demandé de rappeler que le projet de résolution numéro 3 et le projet de résolution numéro 36 sont les seuls qui ont été retirés. C'est tout. J'aimerais maintenant inviter... OK. So I just want to repeat what I just mentioned a bit earlier, that draft resolution number 3 and draft resolution number 36 are the only one that have been withdrawn. So just make sure that this is clear to all. And on that, I want to invite our AFN Elders Council, Yukon representative and former Regional Chief Elder Mary Jane Jim to address the Assembly. Thank you very much. You are more than welcome to come and join me here. Thank you. Merci.
All right. I have with me Elder Judy Jangel and Lorraine Nitro. Judy's from Kwanlindan and Lorraine is from Vantatquichin. As an elder, I'm deeply honored that I have this time and space to speak with you. I witnessed this morning a very, very passionate plea from our youth, and for us to be present for them and for us to uphold them. And so I want to share a teaching with you that I have from my grandmother. Years ago, when we embarked on the land claims process in the Yukon Territory, the federal government had issued a very clear statement that it was a status-only process. And as we debated around the table, leaders, elders, community members some wanted status only, which meant that our children and grandchildren would be left out because their parents, one of their parents was white. And I was at the point in the conversation where my First Nation said to vote for status only. And I cried, but I had to do that because I was outnumbered. And I talked to my grandmother, and she said, "What are you going to do? What am I going to do?" She said, "Half of my grandchildren are white. Their father is white. They're considered that. And the other half are all full status." And it broke my heart. And so with that plea, the elders took control of that situation and said, "No, our children are our children." And here I am, I'm a grandmother, a great-grandmother. My great-great-granddaughter is Jamaican, Irish, Scottish, Diné, Tlingit, Southern Shoshone, and she shows me a different light. What I heard on the floor a few minutes ago from some of our most esteemed leaders and elders is that we act like white people is racist comments, and it doesn't belong here, especially when we stand behind our youth and we say we're going to hold them up. I want to apologize to all of you who are of mixed blood, who are here to represent your children and your grandchildren. I want to apologize on behalf of us that are here for those statements. Gunish cheese, Shoni Thun.
I'd like to take the time and recognize Mary Jane Jim as one of the members of the Elders Council for the Yukon region, and your words to help us with the decorum. We do have rules and procedures in place that are adopted, but one of the things that we have that others don't are the strength of our elders to support us and to be there with us. So I raise you up and I recognize the wisdom that you can share with us. As we're waiting for the translation of ER1, which should be ready shortly, and if not, we'll have to proceed differently. We do have different members to talk to us about the AFN Mushum class action case on First Nations Child and Family Services, as well as Jordan's principal compensation, as a plenary session that was on the agenda. Before we start this, however, I'd like to invite Acting Grand Chief Cornell McLean to the stage, as well as look at Larry to prepare our delegation. So Acting Grand Chief Cornell McLean will have a few minutes to address the Assembly. He wanted to open this plenary session with his words.
Bonjour, Hanin. First off, I'd like to thank the drum group this morning, the elder, for opening prayer. I also want to recognize our regional chief from Manitoba. You know, there's been a lot of thought and work put into the $40 billion that's been allocated for our kids, our children, and our youth. And, you know, I want to especially thank the Youth Council for that very touching speech. Like, you know, it made me open my eyes, and she's right. I used that same statement when I ran for chief 8 years ago, that I was going to protect our youth in our community. You know, I also want to recognize the young chief that was up here and spoke about suicide. I lost my son 2 years ago to suicide, and so I know what it is. I know what it feels like. You know, my heart breaks every day when I think about him. And I think that that community needs to be supported by us. And, you know, I'm going to go and I'm going to meet Wally Burns' pledge there of $300. I just need to get to a bank machine. But, yeah, I want to recognize him. So, you know, but I also want to thank the Assembly of First Nations and, you know, the regional chief, the national chief, and all of her colleagues here for helping us get this money. You know, it's very important for us. Poverty is very strong in our First Nations communities, and we need to do something to change that. So, you know, I want to say, well, you know, the monies that are going to be allocated for each community, for each child and family services organization, for our youth that need those monies that were taken from their families and you know, and raised in different environments, right? You know, because I know I'm a product of that myself. I have a young girl, she was 10 months old. I got her from a CFS agency. She's 28 years old now, and she carries my last name. She's treaty from my community, and that's my daughter. I raised her as that. So, you know, I just want to mention that, you know, I know all of our hearts are big, and they go out to each and every one of these kids in care, and, you know, especially our youth. And I think, you know, the offer that's being made should be made for any child that was in care, whether it's on reserve or off reserve. That needs to be looked at. You know, everybody should be entitled to that. We were taken from somewhere, right? You know, so I think that's important. So, you know, I also wanted to mention that, you know, I'm the acting Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, but I'm here today as the Chief of Lake Manitoba representing my community. So, you know, I know, you know, a lot of us, we carried a lot of different titles in our home fires, but at the end of the day, we're only one leader in our nation. So with that, we want to honor Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse for all of her hard work that she's done on this file, and all the other files and all the other regional chiefs. But today we want to honor our regional chief. Miigwech.
You ready? Yep. So I'd now like to invite Regional Chief Woodhouse to address the Assembly and provide also her portfolio update.
Oh, I'm usually pretty scripted, and I'm a little bit lost for words right now, and I thank my chiefs for always supporting me, you know, and when I got elected a year ago, and you know, and I've always been around politics because my dad's been a chief for many, many years, and watching all these other chiefs and just older chiefs that I worked for, like the late Francis Flett, and coming from a small little First Nation community that all of a sudden one day are in a room full of, you know, hundreds of lawyers and hundreds of people and government, and you know, you're discussing one of the biggest deals in Canadian history, and there's not enough money on the table, and you call that out, and I thank my chiefs, because without those relationships that these chiefs and that my dad made me build from when I was 17 years old. And you know, you can, like, people get mad at me sometimes because I was a young liberal when I was a little girl, but so was like people like Jeff Copenas and all that. And when we join all these, you meet Canadians from all over the country. And so having those relationships is so important. All our kids need to be so involved in the political processes of this country, no matter what color it is, no matter what place it is, because we need to make sure that we have influence and that we have open doors for us. And when we work together, these are the things that happen. And all the people from before, like when Phil Fontaine started this, and that it took so long to get to this point. But when we work together, we have to keep pushing sometimes, and then we get results. And I'm just so honored, and I want to thank you, Chiefs, for helping me. And I want to dedicate this moment to Kyler and Colt, because Kyler and Colt and Jade, my three children, that didn't have a mom October, November, December, January, and still today is very busy. But thank you. Miigwech.
So for our next steps, and I'd like to thank Regional Chief Woodhouse for that, I'd like to invite our elders and participants from this delegation to come join us on stage as Regional Chief Woodhouse will give her presentation. So I'd like to invite Elder Terry Fiddler. I'd like to invite Diane Corbière, Managing Partner from Newagabo Corbière, Karen Ossischoff, Melissa Watterson, Ashley Bach, Noah Buffalo Jackson, Carolyn Buffalo, and Richard Jackson, who are all representative plaintiffs from Alberta. So as our representatives arrive, I would like to give the stage once back to Regional Chief Woodhouse.
Good morning. I'm just so happy to be here this morning, and to be with each and every one of you after such a long pandemic, and being in the community and being locked in to make sure that we were safe, and so it's so refreshing to be in the presence of each and every one of you this morning, and I want to thank the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish nations that welcomed us yesterday with such kind words and asking us, to be respectful and to be kind in their space. I really appreciate that, because that's the way we are back home. That's the way that I was raised in my community and with my people, that, we be kind to each other. I've been the lead portfolio holder. My name, for those of you that don't know me, Ginuikwe Dijnikaz, and so I'm from a place called Panemuteng First Nation, Anin, and I'm thankful to be here today. My parents are here with me, and my family's here with me, and I'm thankful for that. I've been the lead portfolio holder for the Assembly of First Nations for the past, since September. And so I'm honored to share this stage today with the Assembly of First Nations representative plaintiffs that are here in this precedent-setting human rights case. So I want everybody to give them a clap. You've all done so well for our people. They have courageously shared their stories in this action so that we can better understand the impacts of the traumatizing racial discrimination that's been imposed on them by government making decisions. Their courage gives us hope and strength to continue our collective struggle against injustice and discrimination. We have been privileged to walk with them on the path to a just resolution of this legal action with compensation for the harms inflicted on so many First Nations children and families. I thank them sincerely for their leadership. We're pleased to be here today to discuss the final settlement agreement on compensation for the discrimination that First Nations children and families suffered as a result of federal underfunding of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and its narrow implementation of Jordan's Principle. We started this long road towards compensation at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal 15 years ago. Now, after much hard work done by so many, we have negotiated a $20 billion final settlement agreement. This settlement is the result of the agreement in principle signed in December of 2021 after the AFN Executive Committee passed the motion to accept the agreement in principle. And I want to thank my executive, the executive that are here, my colleagues, all of you, even National Chief, all of us that work together. And I know that I'd call them all the time. I'm like, we have to, you need an update. And negotiating in that, of course, but they would take our calls really quick, and I always appreciate them, and I uphold all of you for that. After the AFN Executive Committee passed the motion to accept the agreement in principle, I was tasked with the mandate to lead negotiations for a final settlement agreement and to ensure that this agreement is First Nations led. The settlement was negotiated over the past several months. I want to share with First Nations that I advocated very hard to address the concerns I heard from many of you on the risks and trauma and further harm that compensation could possibly bring. We very clearly heard about the experiences First Nations had with other compensation processes, such as the residential institution system and day scholars, including insufficiency of support, the intrusive and insensitive questions asked, and the inaccessibility of the claims process, among many other things. I believe you will see the efforts made to avoid the mistakes of previous compensation processes reflected in the final settlement agreement. Like for example, we pushed for a trauma-informed claims process that reduces the need for invasive and triggering questions and will not require any claimant to testify in court. We negotiated for the claims process to be paralleled with a comprehensive cultural and spiritual support framework for the entire life of the claims process. The Assembly of First Nations emphasized the needs for a claims deadline that extends to 3 years after the claimant becomes an adult, and further extensions for those unable to apply because of personal circumstances, such as illness, homelessness, and incarceration. I also want to point out that funding for these services and supports, including legal supports for claimants, lawyers' fees, and administration of the compensation process, is going to be over and above the $20 billion that's been earmarked for compensation and represents an approximately 20-year commitment from the Government of Canada. One aspect of this settlement I think is particularly significant is the $50 million earmarked for the creation of a foundation that will offer supports to claimants who do not receive direct compensation. The notion of a foundation is based on the recommendations of First Nations young people with lived experience in First Nations Child and Family Services and is designed to be led by First Nations youth. The supports offered through the foundation will help connect First Nations people to culture and community-based healing programs, services and activities such as, and I will note this in the short list, family and community reunification and connection building by helping youth identify family members and their First Nations, as well as reducing costs associated with travel, accommodations for meeting people and visiting their families and visiting their First Nation. Facilitating and financially supporting access to cultural programs and activities such as youth groups, ceremony, or language classes, meeting elders, or taking part in land-based activities and cultural-based arts and recreation. Supporting First Nations youth to access post-majority care services such as life skills programs for those not eligible under the reformed First Nations Child and Family Services program. Facilitating access to a scholarship designed to offset the negative impacts of having been subjected to discrimination by encountering a delay or denial or service gap under Jordan's principle. The foundation will also support the development of a formal network of First Nations youth in or from care to share experiences and best practices, provide each with with updates, share advocacy efforts, and to make recommendations to policymakers based on their lived experience. The foundation is one component of the final settlement agreement that is built around the holistic wellness of class members. The financial compensation, of course, is important and for many, life-changing. However, what First Nations have said to me is that they want to see a process that prioritizes First Nations youth and young people's holistic views and wellness. We have worked hard to ensure that your love and consideration for our youth and young people and their well-being is reflected in every paragraph of this settlement. We have said over and over that compensation will not remove the painful experience of First Nations resulting from this discrimination. However, the compensation team firmly believes that this agreement is in the best interest of First Nations children and their families. We could not have done it without our First Nations partners, the courage of these representative plaintiffs, the behind-the-scenes work of people like Stephanie Wellman, our Director of Social Development at the Assembly of First Nations, and her team. My number one elder here, Ernie. Yep, every day he came with me, traveled with me, and thank you. The dedicated staff and hard work of people like Stuart Watke, our in-house legal counsel. Stuart, where are you? I don't know where Stuart is, but I love Stuart. You know, he works for the Assembly of First Nations, and he could have been off doing all these big agreements, and he stayed loyal to us, and I love you, Stuart, for that. Miigwech. Also to our external legal counsel, Diane Corbier. And so, you know, just like in closing, and I know I also want to eventually, we're going to do something, and then I also want to have the NARC have a few minutes. The NARC is you know, the remote communities, that we didn't forget the remote communities, that there's space there for them, and that they're not left behind, and that we took into account the cost of doing child welfare in northern and remote communities. So I want to thank Chief David Pratt and Chief Bobby Narcisse for your commitment on that and for working with us. Shimigwech. This child welfare settlement is the culmination of the work of First Nations leaders and the AFN staff for over 20 years at least. Thank you also to our AFN CEO, Janice Ciavaglia, I don't know if she's here, and all the AFN staff and our legal team for working together to make this happen. Thank you to our Youth Council for their total commitment for a better future for all children and youth and telling us what they need to hear, what they told us today. This shows what we can do when we're united. And this is the kind work that I'm going to continue to do for all of us. I'm pleased now I'm going to turn the stage over to the representative plaintiffs in this historic legal action before we will hear about the settlement from the Class Action Council. Thank you. Miigwech.
I'm looking for my PowerPoint presentation. I'm told I could read it from here. Stephanie? Okay.
Our technical team can set up the PowerPoint for Diane Corbier, please.
Should have it memorized. I'm just going to go from Mike. That?
Mics are not on.
Are the mics on? Okay, thank you. Ani bojo wajgesh nidokwe dijnakajen makwado dem chiging tonjaba. I think this might be the first time that two people from Chiging were on the front stage. Anyway, very happy to be here with you today. Sorry my PowerPoint is not there, but I have it on my laptop. So as Regional Chief Woodhouse said, the AFN Mushoom class action, we call them Mushoom, and Mushoom is from one of your First Nation communities as well, and Canada have been negotiating the settlement of a class action and the CHRT decisions since October 2020. The parties reached a final settlement agreement, and it's done on compensation on June 30th, 2022. The final settlement agreement is based upon the agreement in principle reached in December 2021, settles the issues of the individual compensation for the removed child class and their families, as well as the Jordan's principal, trout classes and their families. The total compensation, as you heard, is valued at $20 billion, which will be distributed among the 6 classes. The amount of compensation individuals will be entitled to and the eligibility criteria will be finalized in December 2022. And thank you all for inviting us to all your regions. In some places, we've been there 2 or 3 times explaining this deal. And we got a lot of feedback from the chiefs and the leaders across the country to get this deal done. And if we meet all of the remaining timelines set by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and the federal court, claims can be submitted in early 2023. We want to focus on what does this agreement really summarize. What can be summarized is in the preambular clause, T. And in drafting the agreement, the parties intend a fair, comprehensive, and lasting settlement of all claims raised or capable of being raised in the consolidated action, the TROD action, and the CHRT proceeding, including that. Canada knowingly underfunded child and family services for First Nations children living on reserve and in the Yukon. Canada's failure to comply with Jordan's Principle, a legal requirement designed to safeguard First Nations children existing substantive equality rights guaranteed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and Canada's failure to provide First Nations children with essential services available to non-First Nation children, or which would have been required to ensure substantive equality under the Charter. I can say, and some people in this room know me and know my firm, we've been working with the Assembly of First Nations at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal since the beginning. We've been co-counsel with Stuart Watke of AFN and his team, so we are seeing this case to the end. We intend, as Regional Chief Woodhouse said that claims process be administered in an expeditious, cost-effective, user-friendly, culturally sensitive, and trauma-informed manner. We desire to safeguard the best interests of the class members who are minors and persons under disability, and minimize the administrative burden on class members, and ensure culturally informed and trauma-informed mental health and cultural support services, as well as navigational assistance. This settlement agreement is designed such that some class members or subsets of class members receive direct compensation, while some others indirectly benefit from the settlement agreement without receiving direct benefits. All $20 billion will go directly to compensate the classes and the individuals, directly and indirectly through a CPRE fund that Regional Chief Woodhouse explained to you. And Canada will pay for all the costs of the administration of the final settlement agreement, including the legal fees separate from the $20 billion. The class action only applies to individuals who were discriminated by the federal government. It does not include children who were apprehended by agencies, funded by a province or territory, or a delayed denial service from provincial, territorial, or municipal governments. But I assure you, just 2 weeks ago, This class action you were talking about for child welfare services for your off-reserve members has been certified at the Federal Court of Canada. So there's a new class action coming, so those people ought not be left behind. So as one of the key components of this agreement, as Regional Chief Woodhouse said, are the supports for the survivors. And the guiding principles are holistic, culturally specific, trauma-informed child and youth-focused supports. They're community-based, flexible and sustainable services aligned with First Nations mental health wellness continuum framework. There's a wraparound long-term wellness supports for class members throughout the compensation process. They'll get direct supports. Example, there's a telephone line, mental health counseling, and we will be bolstering existing supports. Also, all claimants will have the option to not receive all of their compensation in one lump sum, or will be encouraged to continue to invest their compensation longer. Financial literacy supports will be offered to each claimant, but will not be obligatory. Some of these templates already exist across the country. We are continuing to seek advice of First Nations and Banking and Trust Institute who provide annual dividends or annuity payments to their young adult citizens. We will get that best practices advice and continue to get it from First Nation leadership. And we will develop these supports based on the advice and direction of the Assembly of First Nations. What's different about this agreement is that the AFN, the Assembly of First Nations, has a lead role throughout the implementation of this 20-plus year agreement. And so the current next steps that you need to know about is, yes, the first step is we have signed a final settlement on June 30th, 2022. The next step is we have to go to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and make submissions that its compensation order has been satisfied with this settlement. And we'll be going to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in late July or early August. Materials are being finalized as we speak, and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal knows our timetable, and they want to make their decision, if they can, prior to our obligatory appearance before the federal court in September of 2022. And then in December 2022, we will go to the federal court for one final order, and that's the distribution protocol, and that's the most important piece. It will set out all the forms, all the processes, so that the people who are entitled to the compensation will be able to see themselves and see how that they can engage in this process. And only then will the claimants have a very specific ability to know how they will qualify for the class action and submit their claims. AFN is working to ensure, and now that it's no longer settlement privilege, we can publicly talk about this and communicate this to the First Nations so that they're ready and that they could let us know if there are improvements. So the communication strategy is being implemented at all stages now. There's website information, updates and supports will continue to be overseen by the Assembly of First Nations throughout, and materials will be provided in French and English. We will also ensure notices are provided in Anishinaabe, Cree, Dene, and other Indigenous languages. So it's important to write down this website because it's also court approved that we will get all the information from that website. And it's also important, since this is a public presentation, being the lawyer on this file for a long time and working with individuals to support them, it does cause trauma. They don't know why. You know, we just talk about the case and it can cause trauma. So for those that are listening, the support from the Hope for Wellness helpline is there for you. And it's 1-855-242-3310, and it's available now. This is a final settlement between the parties, but ultimately we must convince the tribunal and the federal court that our final settlement agreement is in the best interest of your First Nation citizens covered by this class action settlement. We will be continuing our work with the Assembly of First Nations, and I want to thank this executive, like Regional Chief Woodhouse has been. She texts us at 3 in the morning. She really is working around the clock, and she's had the benefit of the support from all of the executive committee up here, as well as a big shout out to Stuart Watke, your in-house counsel. He's not on the class action, but we couldn't have come to this deal without the work of him and his team. And Director Stephanie Wellman. And I know people like to make fun of civil servants, but that woman, you know, I text her at 4 a.m. and she's responding at 4:05. She's been working around the clock to support the conclusion of this deal. And most importantly, I want to talk about the representative plaintiffs. I had a hard time finding people that were willing to be representative plaintiffs. People wanted to do it, but they were traumatized. Just talking and thinking about the weight and the responsibility to be representative plaintiffs for the AFN. Some people quit within days. They said they'd do it and then they couldn't. So I had to, I called upon my friend Carolyn Buffalo, who I've known as a lawyer for a long time. And because she's a lawyer, but she's also, you know, a Jordan's Principal surviving family, she's been absolutely instrumental in supporting this case, and her family, Richard and Noah. And then, I don't know if you know Ashley Bach, you know, she's a real force to be reckoned with, a real advocate for, you know, children in care. She's been very helpful always. Last night she texted me and said, talk about the helpline. It's so important. People are being triggered by this. And then we have Karen Osachoff. She's a survivor of the child welfare system, but she's also a lawyer. And we asked her to help out because we couldn't get another person, and she was absolutely willing to help out. And after she became a representative plaintiff, then she joined our firm, and so she's also a lawyer. And so she brings that perspective that none of us have, is that she's also a survivor, but she's a lawyer. So we can't do this without you, and you're going to hear from them next, and they're the reason we're doing this case. Miigwech? Oh, Melissa. sorry, folks. Karen's sister, who she just found through this process, Melissa Walterson. And she is also, I don't know, you know, even, okay, I'm supposed to say they're both from Saskatchewan, but you might, you know, she didn't grow up, you know, with Nietzsche people or our people, but, you know, I've been watching her here, and I think she knows half of this delegation, so it's very impressive how she's re-engaged with the First Nation community. So anyway, I couldn't have done this without you, and we just really love and respect you. Thank you all.
Yeah, so this is Karen, and so it's her time to speak.
Great, okay. Oh my God, I'm so excited to be here. I went to UBC Law and I lived here for 12 years. I left about, I think it was 11 years ago, became a lawyer, and now I'm back. So, that's my best friend, Stuart, over there. So Anin Tanseh Buzu. My English name is actually Karen Elizabeth Osachoff Denham. My birth name, I'll start with that. My birth name is Erin Faye Canapace. I am from the Pasqua First Nation in Treaty 4 territory in Saskatchewan. My father is Lionel Obi, who is from Paipot First Nation in Treaty 4 territory. So I just want to acknowledge the territory that we're in, the Coast Salish territory, the home of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. So I introduced myself. Okay, so my life's purpose was this case. Full disclosure, I am also a 60 Scoop survivor. So I think the biggest strength that I had was that I went through that process. I started that class action applying for it in 2017. Well, no, actually it was 2018, but I heard about it in 2017. And I'd like to say that that was probably the hardest time of my life. And I'm going to go off script here because I think it's important to share what happened to me. So I became a lawyer. I've worked with Diane for 11 years. I wanted a change, and I got invited to work at a First Nations CAS agency. And for some reason, I jumped in. Part of my story is I always jump in places where I probably don't belong, but I go anyways just because, you know, if I'm asked to do something, I feel like I'm being led there by the Creator. Anyways, the point of the story about the 60 Scoop was that I was a CAS lawyer working at an agency. I don't like CAS, and it's a very strange place to be. But the reason I went was because I wanted to get this agency off the ground. And I also wanted that agency to focus on prevention instead of protection. The first year or so, I didn't have to go to court. I basically had to go and tell other CAS agencies to follow the law, not only the provincial law, but our First Nations law. You know, I would go into court and I would stop Crown warships from going ahead because the First Nations voice wasn't in there. I actually went into court one day and I said, no, this Crown warship is not going ahead. I said I have a letter from the First Nation, and I acted as a friend of the court, and I stopped it. So the point of the story, though, is that once I applied for the 60 Scoop, I was so traumatized, and the only thing that I can say is that my brainstem started shaking. As soon as I went in to fill out that application, my brainstem was shaking. And I was just shaking. And you know, for me, I'm pretty assertive, I'm confident, but I just walked into that room and I crumbled. I just crumbled. And talking about it is pretty difficult. And so there was no supports there. There was no smudging ceremony. There was no elders. There was no lawyers there. I was pissed. So I was traumatized and I was pissed. So I left there, and I think it's also important to share that when I left, I called my dad. My dad is a spiritual person from Saskatchewan, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs. And I said, the only thing I could say was, my name isn't Karen, it's Aaron. I just kept saying that, and that is my inner child speaking out, and that's what I couldn't say my entire life. People would call me this weird name, and I'd be like, my name is not Karen, it's Aaron. And I knew, my spirit knew who I was. And it was just, I have to share that with people because this class action is about our children, our families, and our communities. This is what we're dealing with. This is the deep-rooted, seated trauma that we go through, and I can still feel it, although I feel stronger now, right? Because I've been through that process, and that was the point of my story, is that when I got asked to be part of this class action, of course I'm going to step up. I'm going to stand here for our people, and I want my experience in child welfare to count for something. You know, I am willing to stand here and take whatever I need to take for our people. I love our people so much, and I love who I am.
We love you.
Thank you.
We love you.
Okay, and so with that, I'd also like to just say my spiritual name. As the National Chief said, I don't usually share this in public, but I think it's very important. My name is Musquesko. It's Bear Woman. I've been told that I'm related to all the bears, and I feel it. I've always known, my spirit has always known about my people and about our culture and about our communities. Yeah, so anyways, I always do this. I run off. I don't even read my speech. But I just think that I'm really excited for our people, but I also know that our children our youth and our families are going to go through this feeling. This is what we're experiencing. This is what the compensation is going to do to some of us, if not all of us. And you know, we've worked very hard on this case. As Diane said, I've also worked on this case as a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for 11 years. I worked as external class counsel for AFN, as well as being a representative plaintiff for the removed child class. So we've done our best, and I really hope that you see that in this final settlement agreement. And just the last thing I want to say is the message that I have for our claimants. We are here for you. We fought for you, and we will be here to support you. We love you, and you're loved. You are important, and your story is important. Miigwech.
Well, next up, we're going to hear this story. We're going to hear from the plaintiffs, we're going to hear from each of them today for 5 minutes each. And so next up will be Melissa Walterson, and I'd like to, my dearest friend, Melissa.
I feel like I'm too tall. First, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Coast Salish, home of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nation. Sorry if I butchered that. Told myself I wasn't going to cry today, but my sister. My name is Melissa Walterson. My spirit name is Leading Golden Eagle Woman, and I represent the family class for this lawsuit. I have resided in Treaty 1 territory for the last 25 years. I'm a member of Nissachawasy Cree Nation in northern Manitoba. I began my journey in 1978 when I was adopted at birth, and I was raised in the Manitoba's Interlake. The reason this case is so important to me is because what I experienced growing up in a white family, in a white community, going to a school where I was the only visible minority. And I kind of learned my so-called place in this world at a very early age. And I experienced my fair share of lateral violence. And now I'm trying to unlearn what I thought about myself. From my life, my experience, I think our children need to be with our people. Our children need to be protected from the hardships that I experienced. And as you know, my sister Karen, I only met her 2.5 years ago, and I have brothers and sisters that I found out that I've never met before and have passed away. So it's kind of hard for me to deal with. In December 2019, I went to the Special Assembly in Ottawa with Nathan Valentine. And the only thing I knew about my father at that time was that he was from Pasqua First Nation in Saskatchewan, and that his name was Anthony Canapace. And while I was there, I ran into the chief of Pasqua, Chief Pegan, and I was walking out of the restaurant with my colleague, and I was looking at everybody's name badge because I'm so nosy. And I saw that he was from Pasqua First Nation, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited to meet you. I think you may know my father. My father is Anthony Canapace, and he was like so pleased to meet me, and he said, oh yeah, I know Anthony, that's crazy man. And anyway, I just asked him about like who I am and who my family is, and he said it was a pretty sad story. I lost most of my siblings. But he says, you know what, you have 2 sisters, Kendra and Karen, and I'll give you Karen's number and you can reach out to her. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear from you. And I took her number and I called her immediately, and she answered the phone, and it was just like a breath of fresh air, because I felt like I belonged. Anyway, I agreed to be a plaintiff for a couple of reasons. My sister Karen and the family class, because I want to fight for the parents and the grandparents who missed out on their grandchildren's lives because they were removed, and because I was adopted, I know how it affected my biological family. And I'm going to continue on this case because I agreed to do it, and I will follow through to the end, and I will be there to support the families and to support the children. And that's about it. I just want to actually give thanks to Cindy Woodhouse. I met her actually a year ago, and I reached out to her on LinkedIn, and I was like, "Hey, Cindy, my name is Melissa. I'd like to go for lunch with you. I'm a representative plaintiff on the class action lawsuit against for child welfare." And she didn't even hesitate. She had no idea who I was. She met me at Bailey's downtown, and she made me cry. But we held hands, and it was like she's like a sister I never had. It's a really, really great relationship. And when I need somebody to talk to, her house is always open to me. So I wanted to thank you for all your support. And that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Melissa and I traveled one day to Toronto, and I didn't realize it would be the first time that her and her sister, isn't Creator funny how we're all here right now, because we just met, a year ago, and then I met Karen, and then I was to meet Karen, and she says, "Come and meet my sister." And what a moment, and look at this, now we're here together, and we were brought together, not even through this, just as through friends and love. And I'm so happy to see you as sisters, united and talking all the time, and trying to help each other to understand where you come from. And remember when I told you guys that I didn't mean to make you cry that time, and I said I wish you had what all of us have in the reserve when we have our parents and our grandparents and our families to fight with. And I'm sorry that you never had that. But we have to keep fighting and working together. Yeah, next up, we're going to call Ashley. Yeah. Ashley's a strong, strong woman.
I'm glad I can see you over this podium, because last one I presented at, I couldn't, so it's okay. Bonjour, Ashley Indigenicas, Bemea Wagwasichiman Indigenicas, Migazi Indodem, Mishkigogamang and Donji. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations for welcoming us here. I'd also like to acknowledge the elders' prayers and ceremonies that have gone into this event, the drum, the flags, eagle staff, and other sacred items in the room, all the chiefs and proxies that are here, and of course, last but not least, the women's, youths, elders, Two-Spirit, veterans councils. And I really want to remember the important words from the AFN youth councils today, that we need our chiefs, our technicians, and truly all our community members present here right now to support our children and youth who were stolen from our communities. My name is Ashley Bach, and I'm one of the representative plaintiffs for the removed child class. My actual last name is Wesley Wong, like with a hyphen, but that was changed for me as a result of being in the system. My home community is Mishkigogamang, which is the place where Treaty 9 was first signed, and I wasn't given the opportunity to grow up there. I was actually born here in Vancouver and apprehended directly from the hospital from my mom, and was placed with a white foster family out in Langley, which is like an hour and a half east of here near Kwantlen First Nation res, and I ended up being the one that stayed out there too. So my foster family adopted me, hence the last name change, and then kept fostering over 40 other Native kids. So I know some of my foster siblings and my foster friends are watching right now on the live stream, so shout out to them. I know this class action has been really important for all my friends and family who've been in the system, and is going to have a big impact in their lives. My original motivations for joining the class action were simple: to hold the federal government accountable for the racism, discrimination, and colonization it continues to put our people through, and also to do good for all First Nations youth in and from care, whether they are on or off res. I never want to see another First Nations child needlessly removed from their family and placed into a colonial child welfare system again. And I never want the parents, communities, chiefs, and councils to have to go through the painful process of having their babies repeatedly stolen. Reading the letters that I got in Freedom of Information request from my own First Nation chief and council, I can see the heartbreak that went into every word, as they all had to write a letter and sign away their right to take care of me because of the discriminatory underfunding on reserve, especially in northern and remote communities. Compensation for what amounts to the continued genocide of our people is the absolute bare minimum that Canada can provide. I know this is in line with the AFN's goals too, which were going above and beyond the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Order number 39, which provided the original ruling of $40,000 in compensation to certain children, youth, and families that were impacted by Canada's discriminatory underfunding of child and family services. And in some ways, those goals were achieved. This isn't going to be true justice by any means, but I'm so happy for the six-figure number of removed child class members who are eligible for that minimum $40,000. And in many cases too, and I don't know if Diane went into this in her presentation, but in many cases, these class members will receive more than that based on adjustments to the baseline compensation, which was recommended by the representative plaintiffs as well as experts involved. I don't have time to go into all of the adjustments, but there were a couple that were really important to me that I wanted to share with you all. I'm really thrilled to be able to share that eligible youth who aged out of care will be able to get over $40,000 through an adjustment to the baseline compensation, which I believe will help them to secure a financial future that our parent, the government, never provided. As well, youth from northern and remote First Nations are expected to receive an adjustment, which I hope will help offset the elevated costs of visiting or moving back to their home communities. Another highlight of the settlement agreement for me is the CPRE fund, which will provide several other types of supports to the class. This sort of a fund was actually recommended by First Nations youth who attended the Youth in Care Canada gathering of First Nations Youth in Care advisors back in 2019 before the pandemic. So I know the fund's going to do a lot of good for these youth in care who are reconnecting to their communities and cultures, as well as for youth who need transitional supports for when they're leaving the system. And while this is time to celebrate, I also want to acknowledge all those that are left behind. The class action started out with a really strong goal, but due to Canada's insistence on a capped settlement amount and restrictive eligibility criteria, our lawyers' ability to go above and beyond CHRT Order number 39 was limited. There's several shortcomings in the class action. In particular, this was sort of already talked about earlier today by the elders and women who were on stage, but leaving out non-status First Nations youth in care and those in a lot of the provincially funded systems. They're still our family, and some of them are even my own siblings, and they deserve our love and support too. So these shortcomings have really, really eaten away at me for the past year and a half since they were realized, and I want to be clear that the pursuit of justice, compensation, and other remedies isn't over yet. In particular, I want to ask the Chiefs in Assembly, as well as members of the AFN's Committee on Child Welfare and Jordan's Principle, to encourage the AFN to monitor and intervene when appropriate in the numerous new class actions that have popped up pursuing compensation for non-status and off-res youth in care. These new class actions are by non-Native law firms and not led by accountable First Nations bodies, so it's really important for the Chiefs and AFN to intervene and make sure that all the youth covered by those new class actions will get a comparable amount to this settlement. Further, I hope all First Nations here will continue to do their best to reclaim and welcome back all their removed children. I know a lot of you have been doing this for so long, and this work continues on. At the recent National Assembly of Remote Communities, one attendee pointed out that youth always try to return to what she called their home fire. That's so hard to do, though, when you're starting with little to no connections. That's a journey that's been going on for me for many years now, and it's been nearly impossible to do. The CPRE fund can only go so far to provide supports, and youth need to know that that love and support is there for them in their own communities too. In conclusion, I'd like to thank everyone who's made this settlement a reality. It wouldn't have been possible without the AFN, Regional Chief Woodhouse, the National Chief and Executive, and staff like Stephanie and John and Stuart, who are so dedicated to this work and making the world a better place for First Nations youth. I also would like to thank the lawyers from Newigabo, Corbier, and Faskin, who have put in countless hours of work into negotiations and drafting, and they still have a lot of work ahead of them too, as this goes before the CHRT and the court for approval. And finally, I want to recognize all the other representative plaintiffs for being so brave to share all their experiences and advocate for others. It hasn't been easy, and I know all of us have spent the last 2.5 years working through a lot of heavy feelings, trauma, and experiences, things that we weren't sure were going to happen, things that we didn't know were going to come up inside of us. It's been a long journey. And finally, I want to leave a message for all the youth in care who are watching today. You are loved, you are valuable, and you belong. Miigwech to everyone who's been listening here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the assembly.
Well, if we can invite our last speaker, and then we're going to do honoring for our dear friends here, the Buffalo Jackson family. If you can please come forward and introduce yourselves, and Noah, my dear friend Noah.
Kake utam skatna no temtek, askigayat isigasoyan. My name is Carolyn Buffalo. I'm from Musquecheese in Treaty 6 territory, in Treaty 6 unceded territory. In none of our treaties did we ever give up our land, so all of our territories are unceded. I just want to echo all of the acknowledgements that have already been made. I won't repeat them. And all the people who have been thanked already.
I'll let you do yours thing. I'm going to have it on the mic.
Okay. So our story is a long one. I'm kind of nervous. I'm a recovering politician, but, and I've addressed this floor many times, but this is the first time I've ever been here. But our story is a long one. As Diane said, I'm a lawyer. I was on the legal team for the Victor Buffalo versus Her Majesty the Queen case that was brought by Samson Cree Nation against the government for breach of treaty, trust, fiduciary, and other duties. And I was pregnant at the time, and then I went into early labor. I was supposed to be second chair in interviewing our witnesses when I went into early labor. And Noah came. He was born 10 weeks early, and he had his own schedule. And he wasn't going to go by what the doctors told me was my due date. But because he was preemie, he was in neonatal ICU for a month before we could bring him home. And then as he grew, we knew something was wrong with him. And we figured out early on, doing our own research, that he had cerebral palsy. So that, once we were aware of that, that began our journey and our fight, because everything had to be a fight. We had to fight for every little thing from both the federal and provincial governments. I'll never forget the first time we went to see our caseworker in Wetaskiwin, at the Child and Family Services office. And for most everything, the answer for us was no, you can't have it because you live on a reserve. And our caseworker actually told us, we're told by the federal government, First Nations kids hands off, those are our kids. You guys don't do anything with those kids because those are our kids. I was shocked. And I asked our caseworker for that in writing, and she got yanked from our file. We never saw her again. But that was their policy at the time. So then I'll give another example of our struggles. There's many. And I talked about this in the dialogue session the other day, but we had Noah's doctor said that Noah should have Botox injections in his legs so that we wouldn't have to do surgery on his legs because they weren't growing properly. And without his legs being straightened, he may never learn to walk. So we did everything in advance. We called the pharmacy, asked for the injections to be ready. We had the doctor's appointment at the hospital. We had everything all set up. And then when we went to the pharmacy, they said, we're so sorry, but we can't, the Botox injections aren't covered. And we asked why. And they said, because it's a cosmetic surgery. It's a cosmetic procedure, sorry. And I was shocked because I'm like, he's a 9-year-old boy in a wheelchair. How could they say that? So we had to pay for the injections ourselves. There were 4 injections, as I recall, and they were about $260 each, which we had to pay for. So I was livid. And at the time, I was chief of my First Nation, and we had the injections done, and our doctor was shocked. He said, what about Jordan's principle? And I said, yeah, the federal government is not honoring it, even though it was the federal government who passed Jordan's principle in the House of Commons by motion, by unanimous motion. I mean, I was chief at the time. I was in the House of Commons when every single MP stood up and voted in favor of Jordan's principle. And so I happened to have the phone number of the Regional Director General, my phone. I called him up and I said, Herman, we are coming to see you. I am bringing Noah to see you, and you are going to tell us why you denied him his medication that his doctor says he needs. So he saw us. He had to cancel whatever he had going on, and he had his staff in. They saw us, the 3 of us, and they had a bunch of excuses as to why this happened, and we got reimbursed. But I should not have to be a chief. I shouldn't have had to be a lawyer in order to get our situation addressed, because we know there's so many other families out there that don't have the advocacy skills and who don't know how to take no for an answer. Because when it came to Noah, we just decided, like, we're not going to take no for an answer, but we had to fight for everything. And so when we were asked if we would be willing to be representative plaintiffs, we talked about it as a family. We asked Noah what he wanted, and he said that he wanted to be part of this because he believes that this is his role, this is his job in this life, is to fight for other kids. So when we asked him, Noah, do you want to be a representative plaintiff in this lawsuit? He said, Skoden. Because we always explain to him what we're doing, and we always get his permission first. So Noah is, we're so blessed to have him. We feel so privileged to be his parents. He's truly a gift to us. He makes us happy. But through all this, I wonder how many other parents don't get to do right by their children. because they have had to give up their children to put them in care, because they have had to move off the reserve. All the parents whose kids were taken from them in the child welfare system. You know, we're taught that our children are on loan to us, and we are responsible for bringing them up, and we have to answer to the Creator for the job we did. But how many of our parents never got to do right by their children because of the government systems and because our children are taken away? And I also want to remind you, some of you might remember, but when I was chief, I would always speak up and I would say, it's up to you. It's your job as chiefs to speak for these children because they can't speak for themselves. And I'm so grateful that this class action lawsuit happened, because I see that as you doing your jobs to take care of our children and our families. And I really want to thank you for that and honor you for that. Another story I will share really quickly is Noah never got to ride the bus to go to school. He needed a wheelchair bus. He never got one. We had to fight for that. I was chief at the time, and I was in a position to ask federal and provincial officials where the money was. And the money that was allocated for busing special needs kids was exactly the same as for non-special needs kids for our reserve. So I had to file a human rights complaint with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And this went back and forth for many years. And during that time, the Louisville First Nation, they were in charge of providing busing services for our community. And Louisville didn't get extra funding for special needs kids. But what they did is they, on their own, and they went into a deficit to do this, but they incurred costs, but they wanted to do right by our kids, and they provided busing for Noah for a couple of years. And I don't know if the Louisville chief is in the room. Chief, are you here? But anyone from Louisville, are you here? Could you please stand up?
Good afternoon. We'll continue on the agenda in a few minutes. So I invite you to come and be seated, because we are going to deal with the first item on the agenda this afternoon is emergency resolution number 1, and then we'll deal with emergency resolution number 2. So these are the first businesses that we are dealing this afternoon, right after we start in a few minutes. So thank you, to be seated whenever you can, but as soon as possible. Thank you.
So if we could have chiefs start coming into the room slowly, taking your seats. We're going to start off the afternoon with emergency resolution 1. So we need quorum to do that. So thank you. So thank you for your patience, everyone. So good afternoon to all of you, and welcome back after your lunch. We know it was a late lunch, but hopefully it just made it better since you were hungry. We have a few announcements before we start with our next processes. The first one is that our elder, Gwen Point, requested that a message be read for today about the cedar tree. The message says, "The cedar tree is sacred. There was once a generous man that looked after his people throughout his life. When that man died, the Creator said, 'Where he is buried will grow a cedar tree. The wood will be for your longhouses and canoes. The roots will be for your baskets, the bark will be for your clothing, and the cedar boughs for spiritual cleansing. And this is a story from the solo. So today, as part of one of the local traditions, requested by our knowledge keeper, Gwendolyn Point, there will be cedar boughs placed over the main doors to our side and in back of you. The cedar boughs will naturally take away the negative energy and allow for positive conversation and continued decorum as we have. So I would like to recognize and thank Dr. Gwendolyn Point, our knowledge keeper, for her message and for this gesture of purification. After this, we were informed a few moments ago that Emergency Resolution 2 has been officially withdrawn by the mover and seconder. So I repeat, Emergency Resolution number 2 has officially been withdrawn by the mover and seconder. To speak about the process for the rest of the afternoon, we will be looking towards Emergency Resolution 1. We have the revised version, which was distributed to you before lunch, as well as we now have the translated version in French, which is available at the distribution table. There are copies for our French-speaking chiefs. As well as to that, since Emergency Resolution 2 was withdrawn, we do not need to go over that matter. We will then follow on to the policing plenary with Regional Chief Ghislain Picard. We will then go on to the different draft resolutions that we have on our agenda and follow up with plenary on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We'll see where we can get with that during the day as we evolve, seeing how long the discussions take and how much time we give to each. And as well as you guys know as the regular process, the Resolutions Committee is looking towards possibly creating omnibus bills based on, or omnibus packages, I should say, based on the different subjects. That is a process being taken care of by the Resolutions Committee. So for our sake, we will wait for further clarification from their team. Quick comment too, also someone brought glasses earlier to the front stage. Just to tell you that there is a lost and found in room 105. So if ever you do lose your glasses, your coat, your bag, or whatever, room 105 is where you can go. Okay. To try and ensure that our finish time also is before the gala. The gala is at 6 p.m. at the Marriott Hotel. So our host nation here and our host region has organized this gala for us. So we will work to ensure that the schedule, again, reflects this in respect of our hosts. We will again see with the Resolutions Committee. I'll look towards distribution. If the team at distribution, Dennis? Salut, moi. Dennis. For those of you who are slowly coming in too, with our chiefs and our proxies here, registered representatives, just to inform you that Emergency Resolution number 2 has officially been withdrawn. So we will be proceeding with Emergency Resolution 1 with the revised version and then going on towards different plenaries and resolutions. I'll be waiting for an update from my co-chair. So we can slowly get started. And I just want to inform the members that are on Zoom with us that you have been shared the resolution versions in French and in English within the chat box. So the staff is confirming that, as well as revised resolution, which was given to you, which is our next item on the agenda. So for revised emergency draft resolution number 1, 2022, titled Investigation and Audit of the AFN's Financial and Management Practices, moved by Chief Wendy Jocko. I see Chief Jocko in the room, and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman, who I see beside Chief Jocko. Thank you for putting them up on the screen. We will be going through the entire whereas and therefore be it resolved, seeing as how this is an emergency resolution. We just want to read them into the record. So whereas A, the Assembly of First Nations National Chief Roseanne Archibald was duly elected on July 8, 2021 by the Chiefs in Assembly, in parentheses 205 to 144, close parentheses, after the remaining candidates conceded defeat. B, on that day, the National Chief Roseanne Archibald made history as the first female National Chief since the creation of the AFN National Indian Brotherhood. C, a major plank in the election campaign of the National Chief was to eradicate all forms of corruption, cronyism, and the toxic working environment that plagued the AFN then, and apparently continues to negatively affect the AFN now, through accountability and transparency measures. D, not sure why they're marked out. D, the AFN Executive Committee does not have the jurisdiction under the AFN Charter to suspend the National Chief. E, this recent draconian action by the AFN executive is not being perceived at all well outside the organization, in fact being characterized in the press as a banana republic, political move, and has caused irreparable reputational harm to the AFN both publicly and within the member communities. And the final whereas, F, it is obvious, no matter which side of the issue one happens to be on, that there is a serious problem that exists within the AFN that is causing serious reputational harm to the organization created to reflect the voices of the Chiefs in Assembly. Moving on to the therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, and this is the revised version, 1, that there should be an immediate end to this unsubstantiated and unlawful suspension of Roseanne Archibald, and that her Assembly of First Nations email, phone, and other benefits be reactivated immediately. 2, direct that the AFN National Chief and the Executive Committee come together and begin a process of reconciliation between these offices, guided by our traditional customary ways to heal the relationships and ensure the process is informed by the AFN councils. 3, direct that the National Chief and the Executive Committee actively participate in the human resources investigation to respond to the staff complaints in good faith. The seconder that the version that was given to us might not be the most up-to-date, so I'd look towards my resolution committee to see if there is a more up-to-date version. We'll have to go through the process again, seeing as how. So for draft resolution, emergency draft resolution, the revised edition 01-2022, investigation and audit of the AFN's financial management practices, moved by Chief Wendy Jocko and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman, who are both present. Whereas A, Assembly of First Nations National Chief Roseanne Archibald was duly elected on July 8, 2021 by the Chiefs in Assembly, in parentheses 205 to 144, close parentheses, after the remaining candidates conceded defeat. B, on that day, the National Chief Roseanne Archibald made history as the first female National Chief since the creation of the AFN National Indian Brotherhood, in parentheses NIB. C, a major plank in the election campaign of the National Chief was to eradicate all forms of corruption, cronyism, and the toxic working environment that plagued the AFN then and apparently continues to negatively affect the AFN now through accountability and transparency measures. D, the AFN Executive Committee suspended the National Chief on June 17, 2022. E, Chiefs in Assembly affirmed on July 5, 2022, that National Chief Roseanne Archibald is no longer suspended from her role and that her AFN email, phone, and other benefits be reactivated immediately. F, the Chiefs in Assembly seek to establish a path forward built on reconciliation, accountability, and mutual respect. G, there is a serious problem that exists within the AFN that is causing serious reputational harm to the organization created to reflect the voices of the Chiefs in Assembly. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the National Chief and the Executive Committee to come together and begin a process of reconciliation guided by our traditional customary ways and informed by the National Assembly of First Nations, AFN, in parentheses, councils, to heal these relationships. 2, direct the National Chief and the Executive Committee to actively participate in the ongoing human resources investigation being led by the independent investigator, to respond to and resolve the staff complaints in good faith, and to refrain from making any public comments in the media in the interim until the investigation has been completed and reported on to the Chiefs in Assembly. 3, direct the AFN to schedule a special assembly for Chiefs in Assembly to receive the report from the HR investigator. 4, direct the AFN Executive and the Secretariat to identify and dedicate resources to fully implement Afn Resolution 13/2020, becoming a role model in ending sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination within the Assembly of First Nations, in conjunction with an independent third-party investigation into the climate of toxicity, bullying, lateral violence, and financial practices at the AFN. 5, direct the AFN Executive and Secretariat to hire an independent auditor to A, conduct an independent third-party forensic audit into the previous 8 years of financial activity of the AFN, with particular attention to recent AFN salary payouts and contracts, and B, conduct a digital investigation into alleged breaches of communication at the AFN Secretariat. 6, direct that investigations be overseen by a Chiefs Oversight Panel comprised of 5 chiefs chosen by the Chiefs in Assembly, each of whom are not subject to any of the accusations, have not participated in the recent draconian suspension activities, and are in good standing in their communities. And the final, therefore, be it resolved, 7, direct that the independent panel return to the Chiefs in Assembly with updates and a final report by end of fiscal year 2022. We have the good version now, mover and seconder. So it is now time to open the period of discussion. We'll be opening the period of discussion now, and as process dictates, our mover will have 5 minutes, our seconder will have 3 minutes, and any subsequent chief will have 3 minutes too. So, if I could have microphone 2 opened. Chief Wendy Jocko, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Miigwech, Wendy Jocko, Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, Ontario. I confirm that I am the mover for this resolution. So, every organization has problems and disagreements. The test of its integrity comes in how well the problems are handled, how fair and transparent the processes are, find the truth, make fair decisions based on previously decided procedures, and learn from it, and make it known what has been done. Follow due process. Again, learn from it. There have been several friendly amendments, as you can see, that I don't believe that they are complete either, so I'm going to afford Chief Lance Heyman my time allocation, so if he can have my 4 minutes, I would certainly appreciate that. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Jocko. So, for Chief Jocko's final 4 minutes, go to our seconder, Lance Heyman, and then you will have your 3 minutes as seconder. If we could have microphone 2 opened.
Good afternoon. Kwe, hello, bonjour. Chief Lance Heyman, Anishinaabe, Algonquin Community of Quebec, Quebec region. I want to recognize the host drum, the prayer by the Knowledge Keepers, and want to thank the 3 host nations for welcoming us and letting us conduct our business on their territory. You know, it's been a long couple of days, and you know, we've waited patiently for an opportunity to bring forward this resolution. You know, and we've heard a lot of discussion around the allegations, but we're all sitting here acting like the allegations made by the National Chief about the financial irregularities is something new, and we've been told it is in retaliation for the complaints lodged against her. I tend to disagree, and I'll tell you why. I remember the National Chief raising this issue 15 months ago prior to the start of the election for National Chief, when she was still the Regional Chief of Ontario. You know, as chiefs, we have all heard the rumors of contracts being awarded to those who shouldn't have been contracted because of potential or real conflicts of interest. Nothing was done about it then because the election process for the National Chief started, but it didn't go unforgotten after Roseanne was elected as our first woman National Chief in July. The rumors persisted about potential improprieties with the previous administration, so much so that in our Chiefs Assembly, we adopted a resolution, which I'm guessing many of the chiefs here in this room have forgotten. Not surprising, given we adopt 40-plus resolutions every assembly. It was Resolution 11-2021, improving Assembly of First Nations financial procedures to reinforce transparency and accountability to and advance First Nations jurisdiction, priorities, and interests. The mover was Chief Roberta Joseph from the Yukon. The seconder was Cassellium from BC. I want to read out the resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the AFN Executive Committee to provide the Chiefs in Assembly each year and prior to the commencement of a new fiscal period, budget projections for those funding proposals that have been submitted for the upcoming fiscal year. This projection will outline the proposed annual operating budget and spending priorities of the AFN in order that the First Nation members can provide recommendations to inform the resulting AFN annual operational and spending priorities. 2, direct the AFN Executive Committee as part of their responsibility to monitor and control the financial resources of AFN and in accordance with the principles of accountability and transparency to review the financial reports monthly or quarterly with a purpose to ensure regional parity in the distribution of AFN resources to financially support the regional and national implementation of the AFN mandates and in compliance with AFN financial policies, procedures, and conflict of interest requirements. Direct the AFN Executive Committee to strike an external review committee comprised of one chief or expert from each respective region to conduct a review of AFN financial policies and practices and provide a report with recommendations to the AFN Executive Committee with the intent of implementing those recommendations in the 2022-23 fiscal year. This review will have at a minimum the following scope. A, identify how the current practices and process of awarding contracts is exercised. B, review any concerns past or present with conflicts of interest with respect to AFN Executive Committee members and AFN management. Make recommendations to strengthen financial policies and procedures with respect to conflict of interest. D, review policies and processes with respect to transparency, accountability, and reporting to the AFN Executive Committee on contracts awarded, regardless of value. And E, make recommendations on potential amendments to the financial policies and procedures on how to ensure greater transparency and accountability and consistency with the other governance tools and processes. As I stand here today, nothing has been done to action this resolution. Nothing. This work was and is crucial, and as a result of the inaction by the Executive and the Secretariat, here we find ourselves in this predicament, and thus the need for the resolution which Chief Jocko and I have brought forward. What is the Executive and the Secretariat, I guess for me, is trying to hide, and why wasn't this work started? It was so important, and it would have addressed and confirmed, what some of the allegations that the National Chief has been saying all along. We have important work to do here on behalf of the people and nations we represent. So let's get this resolution behind us so we can get started on that work. We've been waiting since yesterday, to get this resolution on the floor. My final point is that I wish we would expend as much time, effort, and energy fighting provincial and federal governments and defending our rights and title as we do amongst ourselves. I do want to make an additional amendment while
You have about 1 minute.
while I'm up at the floor,
Yep.
and it's under E. Chiefs in Assembly affirmed on July 5th, 22, that the National Chief, Roseanne Archibald, is no longer suspended for a role, and that her AFN email, phone, and other benefits be reactivated immediately. I would add further that it be retroactive to June 17, 2022. It's when the regional chiefs and the executive suspended her. And so it should not reflect that that decision was made yesterday, but it should reflect that the suspension was illegal and that it should be retroactive back to June 17th, the date of which the executive suspended her. And I know that my fellow chiefs from Yukon and BC have really helped in terms of providing friendly amendments, and I suspect that those standing behind me will be offering more. So again, we're open to strengthening this resolution because it provides a path and a clear direction going forward. And it's really important that we get this passed. Thank you.
Well, and Chief Heyman. So I will confirm that your amendment is on point E in the whereas. At the end of the sentence, we add further that it be retroactive back to June 17th, 2022. Correct? We're good? Resolutions Committee says we're good, so I will look towards our mover. Do you approve the friendly amendment to add further that it be retroactive back to June 17th, 2022? We have approval from the mover. Perfect. So now we had our mover and seconder both address the floor. So we will start with microphone 1, microphone 2, and go see if we have people on Zoom. And I'll look towards my team to confirm if anyone is on the phone lines, please. So if we could open microphone number 1.
Hi, good afternoon. Doreen Cardinal Summers, proxy chief for Chief Keeter Corson, Chapel Cree First Nation. I want to thank Chiefs Jocko and Heyman for their hard work on this resolution and just ask for a friendly amendment that the audit extend to the regional offices if there's any issues identified. I also wanted to ask that it would be the Confederacy of Nations be mandated to do this work. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So we have a proposed amendment. I believe that will be in. Is there a TBIR specifically that you wish to include that in?
I would like to answer that, but we only have it flashed up on the screen for a few seconds and we didn't get the paper copy.
We'll work with distribution to make sure that it's handed out. Thank you for that. So we have in therefore be it resolved 5, direct the AFN executive and secretariat to hire an independent auditor to A, conduct an independent third-party forensic audit into the previous 8 years of financial activity of the AFN, with particular attention to recent AFN salary payouts and contracts. And then we have to point B, conduct a digital investigation into alleged breaches of communication at the AFN Secretariat. So the most appropriate place for the proposed friendly amendment would be in point A, where we add, do you have specific language that you would so desire or propose to the? Could I have microphone 1 open, please?
So in 5A, at the end, if we include, and this be extended to regional offices if issues have been identified.
This be extended to regional offices. And this be extended to regional offices if issues have been identified. in 5A. Perfect. Thank you for your proposed amendment. I will look towards our mover and seconder. So the proposed amendment is in, therefore be it resolved 5, subpoint A, at the end of the sentence add, and this be extended to regional offices if issues have been identified. If we could have microphone 2 open, please.
Yes, we're good with that amendment.
I see a thumbs up from the seconder, so I will look towards our resolution committee. Thank you for that proposed amendment. If we can go to microphone 2.
Anin kinawea, zongawi dijnikaz, bizing dunjaba, shaga dodem. Good afternoon, everybody. Chief McLeod, Nipissing First Nation from Ontario. I guess first I want to start by apologizing to our youth. I have heard you, and I'm humbled by your words. I also want to apologize to the family of the missing young boy, as well as the elders, and as well as our people who are back home suffering from trauma, addictions, our children in care, our homeless brothers and sisters that are out on the street right here. I want to apologize to them. I want to apologize to them for us sitting here for 1.5 days arguing about millions of dollars while we sleep in $400 room hotels and we eat buffets and we get nothing done. I want to apologize to them for that. I want to apologize lastly for our dysfunctional leadership that we're all providing to them. What I want to say right now is that I'm looking for a point of order. Ontario caucus spent about an hour during lunch reviewing the resolution, only to come here and see it put up on the screen, and it didn't look anything like what we were reviewing. And before I could even get to the mic, the mover and seconder were making friendly amendments to their own resolution that we hadn't seen yet, and we still don't have a hard copy for. I'm asking for this resolution to be tabled so we have proper time to review it. And make our suggestions. We're running in all this stuff way too fast. We are acting in a knee-jerk reaction to everything that's happening, and we're digging ourselves into a deeper hole every minute of every day that we've been here so far. I think we need to put the brakes on this and look at it and really understand what the issues are and make some good leadership decisions. I want this resolution tabled, please.
So, a point of order has been raised by Chief Scott McLeod of Nipissing. So we will take a few moments to consult with my co-chair here and come back with a decision on the point of order. Thank you for your patience. So the the chairs are in agreement that this motion should be tabled for the moment as distribution hands out paper copies so that chiefs may have it in front of them. We will also be looking with the team so that the updated versions, making sure that those are the ones that are sent within the Zoom chat. And we'll table it for now. And go towards So we will table. So that we will now, in response to the point of order, table this discussion for emergency draft resolution number 1 for 10 minutes. We will come back at 3:05 to further the discussion. We have microphone number 1.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise a question about process. My understanding from the rule book or the procedures that amendments need to be submitted in writing to the resolutions committee so that the amendments can actually be displayed on screen when they are brought forward as well. I believe that's my understanding of the process around amendments. So I know that there's going to be lots of questions and there was comments around amendments, so I just wanted to seek clarification on what the rules state around the process for amendments to resolutions once they're live on the floor. But you can come back in 10 minutes and answer that if you want.
We'll take our 10-minute recess and come back. Thank you. So welcome back. Assembly, it's 3:05 as indicated with our tabling to address the point of order. It's been brought to our attention too, and we see that the paper copies are being distributed at this moment. So it was requested that the plenary be suspended for 45 minutes so that regions would have the opportunity to go back into caucus and address the situation. This is a proposition brought forward by the chairs so that all chiefs would have the adequate opportunity to consult each other, discuss on the revised edition of ER 01. I'm looking to the floor to see if I have any opposition, if ever.
And on the line, on the Zoom, there's no discussion on that. Usually.
Seeing none, we have microphone 1, please. We wish to hear from the Assembly before continuing on with our decision. So,
Complete opposition to suspending for 45 minutes. I think we spent enough time on this. We had a vote yesterday to reinstate the national chief. Let's deal with the audit issue and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does microphone 2 want to speak on the proposition of the chairs?
I was going to speak on the motion. Is that...
We'll come back to that then.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see we have Grand Chief Mandy Galmasti's hand raised in the Zoom chat. Is this to address the proposition by the chairs?
I had an amendment for the resolution.
Okay. So we will come back to that, Grand Chief Master. Thank you. Is microphone number 1 for process?
And to speak to the proposition by the co-chairs.
Please. Microphone.
On the proposition by the co-chairs, I don't support delaying for 45 minutes on, what are we on? Resolution 3 of this whole thing? 1 out of 100. We have some other resolutions that we need to get to. And I know for all of us, and I'm going to segue into process on my question that I asked a few minutes ago. Just for all the delegates here, things are going to get very frustrating and very difficult because we all want to see the resolution go in different directions at times, and that's the conflict. We have different visions of what words should be in there, not in there, and that kind of stuff. The problem is, if we don't do amendments in a very commonly understood way, everybody's going to get frustrated about whether an amendment is accepted or not accepted. I think the easiest thing we can do is let's take whatever version of the resolution that we all have the same eyes on, and it looks like one was just distributed. And I really think we just need to move forward on a vote on that resolution. And if I need to call questions so we could shut down debate and just force ourselves to make a decision and we can ask ourselves, can we live with what's in there? Or do we have to spend an hour going back and forth on every little word and detail? And the question is, can I live with what's there? Every resolution that comes up, I don't love every resolution that comes up, but I ask myself, can I live with it? And most of the time I say yes, and sometimes I say no and I vote no. But I think we just need to accept that we can't let perfect get in the way of good. We need to be able to move forward. So I don't know what resolution is out there because I've seen a few. But whatever resolution we can vote on, I just want to move forward and vote on it. I think I'll probably vote yes, I think, from what I've seen so far. I might not, depending on what's changed. And I'll vote no. And if the resolution dies, that's on the people who crafted the resolution to come back with a better one after consulting more people. But I think we need to call for some votes on some resolutions sometime today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kilsalem. Thank you, Chairperson Kilsalem. We have the microphone 2, please.
See, I don't even have the amended one. I'm just getting it now. I agree, that we do need to move on, but I'm not about to chop my nose off to spite my face. I need time to look at the resolution. This was totally changed from the time I spent looking at it and reviewing it to the time I saw it, and it's probably still changing as we speak. So we've already wasted almost 10 minutes now of the 45-minute break. We need some time to look at it. What is the problem with chiefs being allowed time to actually review it properly?
So as chair, the final decision comes to us, but again, this is your assembly and I really want chiefs. So what I could propose as a solution is asking for those who want a 40-minute break just to raise your hands. We'll get an idea of the feeling of elected representatives that are here, and then I will be able to make my final decision based on your suggestions. So those who are for a 40-minute suspension, so that we can go to a 40-minute suspension so that chiefs have the opportunity to revise the proposed and revised agenda. Are there those who are for? If you can please raise your lanyards.
Please raise your lanyards if you want to suspend for 45 minutes.
If you wish to suspend for 45 minutes in order to allow the review. Keep them raised as our distribution team verifies. So those who want to suspend the assembly in order to have an additional 45 minutes to discuss the revised edition of Emergency Draft Resolution Number 1, Investigation and Audit of the AFN's Financial and Management Practices, those who desire 45 additional minutes. We also have a poll that has been raised for our people. So the question now is, you can lower your lanyards, thank you. The distribution team has counted those who are for. And now if I could have those who are against taking a 45 minutes break to examine draft resolution, emergency draft resolution number 1 as it has been revised. Those who are against and do not wish to have a 45-minute break. And those who wish to proceed with the resolutions process. Thank you, thank you. Distribution team will look towards the final vote for a motion to take a 45-minute break so that you can evaluate emergency draft resolution number 1, investigation and audit of AFN's financial and management practices. Until we get that number, we're going to wait for the results of the vote. Proxy Kelly. So. Look towards our distribution for the final count. Okay. We are still addressing the point of order that was raised, so we'll be looking towards distribution with the results. So the Assembly has spoken. We have for the motion to suspend for 45 minutes, 93 votes for and 95 votes against. So we will proceed with the Assembly as so chosen by the Assembly in resolution number 1, draft emergency resolution number 1, investigation and audit of AFN's financial and management practices. I'd have to look towards the Assembly, make sure that you guys have the copy, the most updated copy that was distributed. I'll go towards microphone number 2.
I think to consider, I understand that the Nipissing chief wanting to get back together with his chiefs and his caucus to review. I agree with that, and what I'm concerned about is that I'm here for a limited time. We all are. That we take the time to table that resolution, and then we have all these other resolutions. I mean, we didn't even get an opportunity. We had a panel. The most important ruling right now, we had the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We talked about the $20 billion compensation. The $40 billion AIP. We haven't even had a conversation about that, and that's the most important thing that we need to talk about right now, not even on the agenda other than the panel. So I want to just provide a reasonable solution so that the chiefs can caucus and discuss this resolution in the evening and table it for tomorrow. I think that makes perfect sense. And let's move on with the other resolutions.
Thank you. Thank you for that proposition. So as chair and seeing the situation as it is right now, I do agree We will table this motion, ensure that our AFN staff offers the appropriate and revised version to all chiefs, and we will put this back on the agenda for tomorrow morning. First thing, we'll look at the agenda and confirm tomorrow. Draft Emergency Resolution 1 has been tabled until tomorrow. Microphone 2, please.
You can tell I don't need the thunder stick. People tell me this is fat. It's not fat, it's a windbag. If I want the room to hear me, I just take a deep breath. If I want to go for 5 minutes, I take a short breath. If I want to go for an hour, I take a deep breath. Now, the BC AFN staff should be asked to work with the Yukon and others. I'm sorry. I'm serious about that breakdown. It's a huge breakdown. And so there's a trust issue there. So I suggest that we call upon Regional Chief Terry and Regional Chief Kluani to put a little team together to be responsible for the amendments, because that table's dropped the ball at least 4 times now. I'm done with that table.
Sorry.
Please, please, executive, agree that Kluani and Terry can ask their staff to support.
2, please? Thank you. This is not the way we conduct an assembly. Please, you need to be recognized by the chair first. We're chairing. Please respect our work. We respect all of you, but not only one person, all of you. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Merci. First. Second, we tabled draft resolution, emergency resolution number 1 until tomorrow because we think we heard you. You didn't have time and you didn't receive the right version. So we heard you. We agree with you and you all decided to table it from what we heard. Thank you. So for this, we're changing topic. We lost enough time on that. And now, please welcome me to by inviting Chief here that I want to address you in regards to an important matter. And I want to ask the technician, please, in the back, to please put this on the screen, the PowerPoint you put before with the youth. Frank. With Frank, please. It would be really appreciated. Thank you to give time to Chief Marcel Head. Thank you, Chief Head, to you. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take a few moments to thank each and every one of you for donating yesterday to the cause of Little Frank that you have on the screen up there. You raised over $13,000 to the donation of finding Little Frank. Give yourselves a round of applause. We still have our family representative who at the corner over there, Teresa Waitcap. And I understand some of you are still wanting to make a generous donation to the cause of finding Frank. So this is the donation, that you can send to find help find Little Frank, and it's that email address right there, charlenehead@redearthcreation.com. That's where all the funds are going to go and to help find Frank. But those of you that have been asking, that's just write it down and go back to your caucus if you want to make any more donations. That's where it'll go. And the donations will go, as I said yesterday, is to the full operation of the things like ATVs, our Argos, that are going into the swamp to find Frank. So that's where, and these machines are breaking down on us, and we need to pay for the repairs. So that's where the money is going. And again, on behalf of the family, the Laughlin, Young, and the Mackay family, we certainly appreciate, all your help. And also to the youth that addressed us this morning, I appreciate, the comments that were raised by your youth, and as well as the chief that made the apology this afternoon. We do have a heavy schedule, as chiefs, and we do understand that. But when something like this, is a matter of importance, we like to at least, have your presence when we do things like this. So, again, thank you to all the assembly registered, and we certainly appreciate you on behalf of the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Merci. This is a really important matter also, so thank you. Merci. Hope for Frank. Okay, so as we continue on our important day with important matters, the next item on the agenda is a plenary session on policing. So I will now introduce the First Nations policing as an essential service legislation, and Regional Chief Ghislain Picard from Quebec Labrador region will introduce this panel, but while he'll come to join me on the assembly microphone here on the podium, I will ask that if you are in the room, because I don't have that specific, so if you're in the room or if you're online, I want to make sure that Chris Moran is there, ADM for Public Safety Canada. I'm inviting the panelists now. So Chris Moran, Chief Gerald Swamp, President of First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, Chief Keith Blake, Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service, and Chief Dwayne Zachary, Ganawage Peacekeepers. I'm inviting you to come and join us on the stage, please. If you're here, but if you're here, I will also ask, maybe we can make room for you just there. I see Dwayne, I'm happy to see you, it's been a long time. Yes. Hi, Dwayne. How are you doing? Good. Yeah. Just say when I start again. So first, I'm gonna invite Regional Chief Picard first, and then we'll organize with the other panelists. Thank you, Regional Chief.
Merci beaucoup, Winard. Good afternoon, and very important issue regarding policing, and we'll try to provide you an update on where the issue is at today, and try to provide you with an update on the need for policing reform, and with the goal of having the proper authorities recognize policing as an essential service. This issue has been on our agenda for quite some time, going back at least to 2016. The federal minister at the time was Ralph Goodale, and he certainly was in agreement that First Nation policing had to be legislated. So my name is Ghislain Picard. I'm the Regional Chief for Quebec and Labrador, and has been for quite some time also a member of the executive. So I'm certainly happy to welcome all of you to this Annual General Assembly. We have, as executive members, different portfolios, and I certainly, wanting to speak on behalf of my colleagues, I think are deeply committed to the responsibilities that we hold as an executive, as executive members, and so I'm certainly happy to be representing this portfolio on behalf of my colleagues and tag teaming with my friend and colleague, Regional Chief TG, because justice and public safety are two portfolios that are combined. And certainly happy as well to be supporting my colleague, Regional Chief Kloani Adamek on the Youth Council portfolio. I would like to extend my gratitude to elders for the opening prayer and starting us off in a good way today. And I certainly would like to acknowledge the hosting nations, the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Throughout my time as regional chief, I have advocated for the need for policing reform for our communities, and specifically the need for reform to the First Nation policing program. And as we all know, that program has been funding our policing services for the last 30 years. Now, more than ever, First Nations want control over their own policing services. I believe the right way forward is the recognition of First Nation policing as an essential service. The Assembly of First Nations will continue to support our regional partners in a collaborative way to carry out an engagement process to jointly create real changes for First Nation police services. In early 2020, the federal government announced it would create new First Nation policing legislation. Since the announcement, the Assembly of First Nations has been working closely with First Nation leaders and chiefs of police to develop policy options for a legislative framework. This framework would replace the current First Nation policing program, FNPP, which for the last 30 years has been chronically underfunded, leading to inequitable standards and resources for First Nation policing services. As per our mandate, Resolution 34-2021, support for regionally developed First Nation policing services, our goal at the AFN is to ensure that First Nation police get the funding, resources, infrastructure, and personnel they have not been able to access under the FNPP. One way we have been working to meet our mandate is supporting the AFN regions to carry out engagement processes so First Nations can give direct input into the new policing legislative framework. In fact, each AFN region was funded $250,000 to carry out engagement sessions with interested parties and key stakeholders. Ensuring that First Nations lead the development of legislation is a keystone to not only addressing systemic racism against First Nations, but to enable our right to self-determination as outlined in our customary laws, historic treaty processes, and in the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Another way we have been working to meet this mandate is through the AFN First Nation Policing Task Force. This committee is made up of regional representatives, technical experts, and executive members of the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association who meet regularly to provide support and guidance for the development of a new First Nation policing legislative framework. In March 2021, the Assembly of First Nations held the first National Forum on First Nation Policing and Justice. The forum was the start of the discussion around how to co-develop essential services legislation for First Nation policing. We understand that furthering discussion and dialogue are important aspects to ensuring that First Nations voices are heard, especially in the context of developing the First Nation policing legislative framework. That is why the AFN held a second National Forum on First Nation Policing and Restorative Justice this year, in which participants expressed their visions for police and justice reforms, as well as what First Nation policing legislation could look like. On April 6, 2022, the AFN held a second National Forum on First Nation Policing. The second forum brought together First Nation panelists and participants to discuss First Nation policing as an essential service and to provide an opportunity for First Nation leaders, First Nation police officers, and policing experts, among others, to consider options in the development of a legislative framework for First Nation policing as an essential service. There were several moderated discussion groups to ensure participants felt they had adequate opportunities to provide their input. The dialogue sessions with participants were more focused on and aimed to gathering input from First Nations on what they want to see included in the legislation. We understand there's a lot of work to do to address systemic racism in this country and to overcome the distrust that First Nations feel towards Canadian police. That is why we are working to fulfill the mandates that would place the control of First Nation policing services back into the hands of First Nations. There needs to be strong leadership at all levels to implement the kind of fundamental changes needed to overhaul policing. Greater civilian oversight that is inclusive of First Nations peoples and communities is needed. Zero tolerance of excessive use of force, higher recruitment standards which identify racial biases and mental health training are needed. We want to see changes to policing that demonstrate a holistic approach to the social, economic, and political well-being of our communities, and policing reform is a key element to that approach. Building upon the countless recommendations for policing reform we have heard from both forums, we have a real opportunity to discuss how we can reform policing services to meet the unique needs of First Nations across the nation. The recognition of First Nation policing as an essential service represents a real opportunity to remedy a long-standing discriminatory program that has negatively impacted First Nations for decades. Our First Nations policing services are subject to predetermined funding amounts which do not reflect the needs of our communities. The FNPP is discriminatory. This is not a statement that is based upon my own assessment or that of First Nations. The inadequacy and funding inequities of the First Nations policing program have been long documented of the past 30-plus years. They have led to tragedies in our communities, and they are a source of constant stress and frustration. It is time that First Nations are funded at the same levels of non-First Nations, and that our police are recognized and treated as the essential service that they are. Developing this legislative framework requires input from First Nations from across the country, and in the coming months, regional engagement will be carried out to ensure that the framework is inclusive and flexible to meet the needs of First Nations and First Nation policing services across the country. Sorry. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in Call for Justice 5.4 called upon, and I quote, all governments to immediately and dramatically transform Indigenous policing from its current state as a mere delegation to an exercise in self-governance and self-determination over policing, End of quote. We want equitable resources for First Nation policing and to respect First Nation jurisdiction over First Nation policing. Excuse me. First Nation policing needs support and resources to succeed. As well, our First Nations police officers deserve the same recognition and resources as mainstream policing services. It is our hope that together we can make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your update, Regional Chief Picard. I now inviting to take the microphone. We have a portable microphone here on the stage, so I now invite for an update on engagement and co-development process, Chris Moran, ADM for Public Safety Canada, to address the Assembly. Thank you to you. As you want. Okay, merci.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Madame. I am honored to be here today, and I appreciate the invitation. So thank you, National Chief and Regional Chiefs and delegates, and all of the elders for this invitation to provide an update here on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh nations. I want to honor these nations' history of inviting people to this beautiful territory, and thank you for the opportunity. So, as mentioned, my name is Chris Moran, or Christine Moran, and I am the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Indigenous Secretariat at Public Safety. I actually joined Public Safety in December. My background is not in policing, and so I've been on, as many in the room know, a very steep learning curve, but I appreciate the conversations that I've had to date, and I certainly rely on the knowledge of people who have shared it with me to date. My role is to lead the task force at Public Safety that has been working with the Assembly of First Nations to co-develop the police services legislation. And I'd like to provide you today with an update on the engagement that we've had thus far and next steps for us. We know that First Nations in Canada and the FNCPA, I'm joined by members of the First Nations Chiefs of Police Association, have long called for reform to how First Nations police services are funded and have advocated for federal legislation that recognizes First Nations policing as an essential service. Our work stems from the June 2017 MOU between the Prime Minister and the then National Chief, which stated that the first joint priority was policing and community safety issues affecting First Nations. In addition, those calls for reform were heightened with the release, as Chief Picard says, with the final report of the National Inquiry into the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. The provision of police services, which are professional, effective, culturally appropriate, and accountable, is critical to build safe and healthy communities. And the ultimate goal of the legislation is to recognize police services as an essential service. It's our aim that this legislation will better support First Nations police services to do just that. And we know that the First Nations police services, the officers and the staff, have a positive impact on the communities that you serve in spite of limited resources. We know this because our data bears it out. I can speak to a very key point which was identified by the First Nations Council on Information Governance, which says that a full 1/3 of respondents from communities with a self-administered service see policing as a strength compared to less than 10% of communities that don't have that. We also have seen a decrease in crime in those communities. So, as Chief Picard and I have noted, we're working on co-development, and we also know that this is done through establishing trust, respect, and understanding. Engagement and collaboration are central to co-development of the legislation, and our engagement approach provided 3 key avenues for discussing this issue, including virtual engagement sessions, an online engagement platform, and an email where we could receive direct feedback. We do remain flexible, though. This is a conversation, it's a discussion that we see, and we will continue to meet with First Nations to discuss your policing and your community safety priorities via bilateral dialogues. So there's a small team at Public Safety. We want to meet with you. We want to hear from you. The Government of Canada and the Assembly of First Nations are undertaking separate engagement processes. What is heard in both of those processes will be used to support the co-development of the legislation. But I also want to underscore the role of key partners. So we're committed to working collaboratively with key partners through bilateral discussions. Provinces and territories, for example, have legislative responsibility for the administration of justice, including policing. For this reason, the Government of Canada is committed to working in collaboration with these to ensure that the federal legislation complements the provincial and territorial policing legislation, regulations, and frameworks already in place. And recognizing that Canada has a unique relationship with First Nations, which have signed modern treaty and self-government agreements, we also know it's necessary to directly engage these on their priorities. And of course, we know that the legislation couldn't be developed without drawing on the technical expertise of the First Nations Chiefs of Police Association and the First Nations Police Governance Council. So we are very grateful to them for their advice. Again, I want to underscore the flexibility and our intent to maintain a collaborative approach. Through our virtual engagement sessions, including the session that we had with the Quebec region, and in dialogue conversations I've had with First Nations, we've asked participants to reflect on policing priorities on 3 themes: police service as an essential service, the roles of First Nations, provinces, territories, and the federal government in supporting First Nations police services, and funding. Participants have offered a very wide range of ideas for how the legislation could meet their policing and community safety priorities, and I want to briefly touch on some of what we've heard. Overall, I don't think it will come as any surprise, participants were unanimous that the First Nations and Inuit policing program is inadequate to fulfill the vision of First Nations police services. That is very clear. Participants highlighted limited funding, the restrictive terms and conditions, and a lack of local influence over funding decision-making processes. While some participants have expressed concern with the length of time that it's taken to make progress on this legislation, others had concerns with proceeding at an ambitious pace, with a concern that we needed to ensure that all First Nations are appropriately engaged and that we're hearing from everyone on the policy options as they're developed. We are aware of that, and again, we're striving to ensure that the discussion is open and that people have an opportunity to provide us with their viewpoints. In analyzing all of the input that we've received so far, and I want to stress that we had 13 virtual engagement sessions and many, many conversations bilaterally, and those continue. But we're starting to see 5 themes emerging, and these will inform the co-development process. First of all, recognizing police services as an essential service in that they should not be funded through a program. Number 2, establishing funding that's adequate, stable, predictable, equitable, flexible, and responsive to First Nations police services needs. Number 3, recognizing First Nations' direct role in policing and community safety priorities. Supporting relationship building to provide holistic and community-driven community safety interventions, and articulating federal, provincial, and First Nations roles and ensuring compatibility with provincial legislation. I'll touch on each of these in a little more detail. So what we've heard is that with an essential service, it really is clear that we need to, first of all, recognize this in a fundamental way. So philosophically and actually. It means guaranteed access by all. It means that they are substantially equivalent to non-Indigenous police services, and that it has to evolve from a real relationship and a contractual and programmatic approach that recognizes this. And number 3, it must be respectful and culturally responsive. With respect to funding, and this was certainly an issue of critical importance, we know that there are serious concerns about the way and the level of funding that is being provided. To describe the funding, participants were using words like stable, adequate, predictable, equitable, flexible, and in fact, we have kept a very long list of the words that we were hearing, but those were the ones that kept coming up over and over. We know and we have heard that the funding must not be dependent on a discretionary program, but must be based on strategic and long-term planning that is responsive to the police services operational requirements and to the community policing priorities. It needs to provide competitive compensation and benefits packages to recruit and retain, and we recognize that that ability to recruit and retain is really important for community safety and not just for equity and parity. Maintaining adequate equipment and materiel and safe police facilities was another thing that was raised. Specialized services, again, one of the restrictions is that there's a limited ability to provide specialized services, and there was a request that we need to address that. And then the need for more training on cultural competency and the enforcement of First Nations laws and bylaws. Many in our engagement sessions were looking not only at the self-administered police services, but the way policing is provided generally, and this issue came up over and over. Participants also expressed that they see having a First Nations police service and having influence over policing priorities as an expression of self-determination and self-governance. Participants emphasized that this requires building healthy relationships and clearly defining roles with the federal and provincial government levels as well. And they raised the point that they expect the legislation would respect First Nations rights to self-determination and self-government, govern Canada's conduct with respect to supporting First Nations policing, and respect provincial and territorial roles. This was an important point for many to ensure that there is equity and parity between the police services that are operated and self-administered by First Nations and with municipal forces. First Nations also noted that they expect to be involved in decision-making. I think that's self-explanatory. We know that this legislation is an opportunity to further support and really push forward on building those healthier and more respectful and collaborative relationships. And we also recognize that some of the issues that were raised could be used to inform improvements in the program. So we are also looking at how we could make some headway on that. Are there changes to the program in the immediate term that we could effect incrementally, that we could just adopt to improve things in the interim? In terms of next steps, we're working on releasing publicly a What We Heard report. We expect that that will be released in the next few weeks, and it would be posted on the Public Safety Canada website. Of course, we will ensure that our partners at the AFN have a copy of that as well to share on their website. We'll continue to collaborate with the Assembly of First Nations, with the First Nations Chiefs of Police Association, the Police Governance Council, and provinces and territories to further analyze the issues that were heard during the engagement process, to understand and inform the co-development of legislation that recognizes these police services as essential. We'll continue collaborative discussions as well into the fall, and we want to ensure that that dialogue is continuing. We're working also towards an expert symposium or possibly symposia, as well as some technical working groups, because we realize there are certain issues that require a very deep dive, with a small group of First Nations Police Services experts to further inform critical technical issues. And then, informed by all of the perspectives heard through the engagement and the collaborative processes, Government of Canada intends to co-develop elements to inform legislation with the Assembly of First Nations. And as this process unfolds, we remain committed to open engagement and to checking in with our collaboration partners as required. I want to just touch very briefly on some additional investments that we've made in the program. So the program, the First Nations and Inuit Policing Program, did receive an infusion and an investment of funding in Budget 2021, and we continue to roll that money out. You can see there that there are a number of areas where we're putting some investments, stabilization and expansion of the program to strengthen existing self-administered forces and to ensure that communities that do not yet have access to the program are able to get access. And we are also looking at investments in policing facilities. We know that policing is not the only way to achieve community safety, so we're also looking at crime prevention and community safety investments. And we are working closely with our colleagues at ISK on the New Pathways to Safe Indigenous Communities initiative. I want to note that although the funding, I think, brought some relief, the renewal of the police services agreements and of the framework agreements did certainly bring to light gaps that still need to be addressed in order to push forward on this issue. I think that it's important to also note that the investments here represent a step forward, and we are committed to ensuring that we have a holistic approach where community safety is concerned. I want to emphasize as well that we are available for discussion. Many of you have had bilateral discussions with me or with the team that's working on this, and we would definitely encourage you to continue to reach out. We want to hear from you, and we're happy to have that discussion. So once again, thank you so much for making time for me on the agenda. I appreciate it, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much for your presentation on an update on engagement and co-developing process. I noticed that there are people, our chiefs, at the microphone assembly or the assembly microphone, but we're not dealing with questions. We will continue. I'm sorry. I've been told that we don't take questions for this presentation. We cannot. We don't have enough time. And on Monday, on dialogue sessions, there were a session on First Nations policing, and that was the moment that questions have been dealt with. And if we would have at least 4 hours more today, I would give you all the time you would need, and I'm really sorry for that, but it's not in my capacity. So for the two last speakers on this panel, we'll hear a First Nation Chiefs of Police Association's position on essential services legislation, and I don't know who first will start, but okay, so I will announce Chief Dwayne Zachary Ganawage Peacekeepers to please address the Assembly. Thank you, Dwayne.
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
And if they can put the PowerPoint.
Is it? Okay. Yep, there it is, perfect, yep. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased. Thank you for the opportunity to address the AFN. Thank you for inviting me here on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, nations. I'd like to recognize the national chief and the regional chiefs as well. I know my grand chief is out there somewhere as well too, so thank you for attending. The FNCPA, the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, put together an essential service position paper. And what we wanted that to do was we wanted to evoke some thought on where First Nation policing should be going and what direction it's going. Myself, Dwayne Zachary, the Chief Peacekeeper of the Ganawage Peacekeepers, and Keith Blake, the Chief of Police for Tsuut'ina Nation, will be discussing that. I'm going to do a portion of our presentation as well. He will. The president of the FNCPA, Gerald Swamp, he was unable to attend, so I'm attending in his place and helping out with this. One of the awesome. no worries. All right. So I'm going to start with a history of the FNCPA. And what you need to know is that the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association began in 1993. It received recognition from the AFN as well as the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. And these are all notable organizations because they're national organizations and they have a lot of clout and weight in this community, in this country as well. First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, the purpose of our existence was we felt the need to have a place where First Nation police directors and First Nation police services communities could go and ask about maybe best practices, about accountability, about how to do certain things. Because as you know, and as the Assistant Deputy Minister mentioned, like there are some huge gaps with the First Nation policing program, now known as the First Nation Inuit policing program. And with those gaps, there are always people out there who are very innovative, and they're creative about the way they do things and about how services can be provided to First Nation communities. So having said that, we have this recognition from these other bodies, and we find it sometimes very difficult to move forward because we want people to be on the same page. And I don't know if you know, but across this country, there are 36 First Nation self-administered departments. There is 1 in British Columbia, there are 3 in Alberta, 1 in Saskatchewan, 1 in Manitoba, 9 in Ontario, and 22 in Quebec. So when you look at it, there aren't very many First Nation police services, but we are out there and we do exist. And by and large, for the most part, we are considered very successful at what we do. We've heard this from our counterparts, some of the other services that are out there. They've come to us and asked us about our model, about how it can maybe be employed or emulated for other services like the RCMP, the OPP, and the Sûreté de Québec, some of the biggest services in this country. The FNCPA, and I'll move on here. So the recognition part is important for us because it's given us an opportunity to work with the AFN, Public Safety Canada, to have a say in the steering of what this legislation might look like going forward. And my portion of the presentation is more about where we are now, and Chief Blake will talk about what the position paper says itself. So right now, the FNPP, the First Nation FNIPP now, it's been in place since 1991. In 1991, there were approximately 58 First Nation communities that had a First Nation police service on their community. If you move forward about 20 years, there are only 36. So even though the program itself says that it was designed to help First Nation communities develop and create safer communities, you see that by virtue of the way it's going, it looks fairly bleak. Now, having said that, I'd also like to point out that even though there has been a reduction in First Nation policing services in the country, the 36 that remain are extremely successful at what they do. So even though we've been struggling through this program designation, we still find innovative and creative ways to continue to provide services to our community, which to us is paramount. Like, that's the most important thing, providing the services that are commensurate with the needs of our community. And each First Nation service provides a unique service to its community because no two First Nation communities are the same, as you know. I wouldn't say that I could bring the Kahnawake peacekeepers and put them into another community and say it would be successful off the bat. We'd have to figure out a way of creating a relationship with that community and finding ways of developing and shaping our service for the needs of each of those communities, that type of thing. And I think that's where First Nation policing differs from the other models that are out there across Canada, municipal police services, national police services, because they have a product and they say, this is what you get. Our perspective is we want to work with our community and we want to develop something that works for everyone. The funding models are such that the federal government provides 52% of the funds, and within the provinces, they provide the other 48. So it's a 52-48 split. They are tripartite agreements. We have 3 separate streams, as you can see on the PowerPoint. One of them is the arrangement between the community, the province, and the feds. The other one is a contribution agreement similar to, but it could be something like one of the examples, I think, is, if anyone knows, it's St. Mary's out in New Brunswick. They have a quadpartite agreement. It's with the municipality, the community, the federal government, and the province itself. And the third stream is something more like community safety officers. Community safety officers are very useful, and that's a different type of program. They don't have the law enforcement capabilities, but some communities are going that route, and those are the 3 types of streams that come from the First Nation Inuit policing program. Some of the additional limiting factors of the First Nation policing program are it doesn't allow us to do certain things. It almost puts us in a position where we feel like First Nation policing, and I've said this numerous times, it makes First Nation policing feel like it's a second-class citizen. You know, and it puts First Nation communities in a difficult position because that means that maybe your service isn't able to provide services that you may need in your community. Is that fair? No, absolutely not. Is that the way it should be done? No, absolutely not. Why is that? It's because the program limits us. And with all of these limitations, it creates gaps, and these gaps create safety issues. And for us, the main goal is safety and security and prosperity to our communities. So how do we get past this? And one of the big things that we felt was necessary was for First Nation police services to be designated as an essential service. So some of the areas where we're limited is we can't develop specialized programs, either forensics or specialized emergency response teams, all of those types of things. At the same time, many First Nation communities struggle with this program because there are long delays in getting the agreement signed by the feds, by the provinces, and then finally having the payments make it to their community. So sometimes, even though the fiscal year starts April 1st, you know, some communities are waiting and the payments are lagging behind for months and months and months. And for some communities, like, they're in dire straits. They need to have these finances right away. They have these services. They have these people who are relying on receiving these monies for doing their job, and there aren't any available. So what happens is some of these First Nation communities have to go out and they have to get a loan or a line of credit, and you know how the banks are. They require you to pay that money back, and there's always these percentage points, right? Interest, amortization, all of that stuff. It impacts the community because at the end of the day, what happens? Like, they've got to pay these additional charges back, and those are not allowable under the agreements. They call, so every year or however long your policing agreement is with your community, and it could be 1 year, it could be 5 years. Recently, there are some agreements that have gone longer for up to 10 years, but whenever we have these discussions, and we had discussions out there, and we were waiting to do this presentation for the entire day, so we had a long time to talk about how it would kind of unfold, and we came up with a lot of examples of how the First Nation policing program does affect us and how it does impact us. So every time your policing agreement comes up, they call it a negotiation, but it's not really. It's basically, here's your money, take it or leave it, because it's always there isn't enough money. The program only has a certain envelope of funds. The funds are only available for 5 years or what have you. And at the end of that 5 years, what do we do, right? Essentially, there's no job security. Many of our First Nation police officers they don't see a future in it, and what do? They go and they find work elsewhere, you know, with some of these other services, where at least they know, you know, their budgets are set for 30 years or so. They know what's happening year to year to year. They can plan strategically. They can do a number of things that for us, it's very difficult to do, because sometimes from a year to year basis, we don't know if we're still going to exist, right? That's one of the pitfalls of being a program. Sometimes at the end of the program or the end of the funding envelope, sometimes those programs don't get renewed. And yes, we've been, I would say, extremely successful. First Nation policing has. We've lasted for a long time. The 36 self-administered departments that exist today, I feel will continue to exist. They have some great people working with them and for them. The teams are excellent. They work very hard at providing good services to your communities, which is excellent. And I think that the government is starting to realize that. So I don't think the program will end, but something definitely needs to change. And that's why at the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, we had discussions about what is it that we're going to do? How are we going to get people to change? How are we going to get this program to change? How are we going to get, you know, safety and security to our First Nation communities? Because that's important to us. Becoming an essential service means a number of things for us. That means we're recognized. That means that there'll be a steady stream of the resources that are required for First Nation policing. You know, all of the things that were mentioned in the presentation just before I got up here, and that's valuable to us. And as the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, we want to be included, because in terms of First Nation policing, we are the experts. We've been doing this for a long time. We understand the situation. We have lots of communities who don't have their own service coming to us and asking us, how do we get this done? How do we do this? How do we move forward? You know, and we can talk to them about all of the pitfalls of this program. We can talk to them about the history of First Nation policing and how it's kind of changed. And I know the words that I'm saying, some people might feel like, oh, it sounds pretty bleak. It has been at times, and it's been very difficult. And being in the position that I'm in, it's not always easy. You know, it's kind of a thankless position, but that's not why I do it, and I know that's definitely not why my counterparts in other communities do it. It's because we believe in something, and we believe that the safety and security of our communities is paramount. And I've said this in a number of different venues, whether it's here or before the government. Without First Nation policing, Canada has no national security. So it's time, it's paramount that First Nation police services are recognized as an essential service. You know, that puts us in a much better position. And one of the things that's happened recently, or not so recently now, I mean, the pandemic has stalled many things. In December of 2020, the Prime Minister came out and said, he announced that there was going to be a proposal of legislation, as it says on this slide, that he's going to recognize essential services as, or First Nation policing as an essential service, sorry. So here we are in 2022, you know, and we're halfway through this year, and we still don't know where we're going. We've had talks, there's been lots of discussions. It feels like we're dancing around the topic, and we really need to get moving on things, because First Nation communities deserve it. It's important, and without safety and security, how can we have all of the other things that are so important to us? Now,
thank you very much, Dwayne. Very passionate, as usual, like it. Okay, so our final panelist, because I've been told that Chief Keith Blaine from the Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service is not with us today, sadly, but we're happy to announce our last panelist. Oh, no, sorry, you're Chief Blake. You're Chief Blake. I'm sorry. So Chief Swamp, from the president of the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, is not with us, but we're happy to have with us Chief Keith Blake from the Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service. The floor is now yours. Thank you.
I was looking for my chief to wonder if I still have a job, but apparently I do. So, Darana Stara, Siza Keith Blakata, Guyamaha Tuskana. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Blake, as was said. I am the Chief of Police of the Tsuut'ina Nation Police Service, or as they call us, Tuskana, the Black soldiers, the protectors of the tribe. I'm also proud to represent 36 self-administered First Nation police services across this country. And when you're looking at First Nation policing, you really have to recognize it's only because of the passion of people like Chief Zachary and the people that work for us that we are still in existence, because quite frankly, there's inequities, discriminatory practices that are unfair and unjust. But when we're looking at the engagement sessions that we've been recently involved in, and I want to thank our regional chiefs, TG and Picard, for your leadership in this movement forward with legislation. I also want to thank the leaders in this room supporting First Nation policing, and specifically the leaders in my community. Thank you so much for the efforts you put towards public safety in our communities. The engagement sessions really sparked the understanding as an association we needed to put forward a position paper to give clear indication what was needed in our community and moving forward. And we did that in partnership with the Indigenous Police of Chiefs in Ontario, as well as Quebec, and of course our association. And we also went to our communities. We thought it was important to receive that input as well. And what we wanted to do was put forward a position paper that spoke to the designation of essential services in First Nation policing. This co-development project is so important to our communities and so important to our officers and staff. You can read this paper. It's just newly minted. It's been out for just over a week now. It's available on our FNCPA website, and we've also provided copies to the AFN. Within the position paper, we chose to look at specific areas that we felt needed to be reviewed. First, the definition, supporting what definition essential services means. And of course, everyone has an opinion on what that means, but it was important to distill it into the important aspects of that. Reforming the First Nation policing program by ensuring that we are no longer part of a program, the grants and contributions program, and that instead we're entrenched in a secure place of essential services. And quite frankly, that's something our communities have known for years. One of the things that was spoken to by Regional Chief Picard, as well as our ADM Moran, was about predictable, sustainable, long-term, equitable funding. That's key to being an essential service. Stressing that our services also required equal treatment in legislation, that we weren't treated differently than other mainstream police services across this country. We are not satisfied with anything less. This is all we're asking for, is equality. And as Dwayne had said, our communities deserve this. Our officers and staff deserve this. The final aspect that we also wanted to speak to was the fact, as Dwayne had said, we are subject matter experts when it comes to First Nation policing, and we want to support other communities have an interest in establishing their own self-administered services or regionalization models with existing self-administered. We want to support communities and show them the path. Another area that's been spoken to many, many times is looking at equity in employment practices and employment standards for our staff. We want to see our staff and officers treated in the same way and protected in the same way as other police officers across this country. When we're looking at our commissions and our boards, we want to ensure that our services aren't restricted in how we spend our money. Our oversight understands truly, as does our leadership within our communities, what we need to protect our borders, what we need to ensure public safety. And any restrictions that said otherwise must be eliminated. We felt another imperative structure towards this legislation was providing our communities with a voice and input. And it's truly important that that is done within each of our communities. And it's also important any new communities wanting into the self-administered policing program are provided that same opportunity. When we're looking at the policy that's in existence today, that needs to be revisited. It's a well over 30-year-old document, and although it prescribes equity, it prescribes comparable funding and specific and important aspects and adaptation to the communities we serve. In actuality, what we have is the terms and conditions of 2017, which imposes discriminatory restrictions on our services and therefore into our communities. As an essential service, it is imperative and absolutely required that these restrictive and discriminatory failings are eliminated. One of the key factors, and what I don't need to tell anyone in this room, is there have been countless commissions, inquiries, studies, and research which clearly outlines the path to change systemic issues and discriminatory practices that our communities and our First Nations have experienced. And in all those documents, there has always been clearly defined practices that need to change. The great news is they've actually provided a roadmap on how to change and deal with that. And the solutions are there. They're provided within the inquiries and in the reports. And it's also important to highlight that the federal government, in most instances, have agreed with those calls to action, those calls to justice. And we want to ensure that this co-developed legislation includes those action points that are so needed and necessary. In our position paper, we've highlighted and requested our funding partners support our community and our services by acknowledging and moving towards this action. What we've done within the paper, and I hope you do have a chance to read it, is when you're looking at all of the information that's available and has been for a number of years, we've done that by looking at the commitments that are required, the calls to actions and calls to justice. We've highlighted the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples of 1996, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in 2007, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of 2015, and of course the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry of 2019. And I think it was Regional Chief Picard that stated the 5.4 recommendation, call to justice, and how this needs to change immediately, and it calls on all governments to do that in this co-development. And we, again, fully support that call for justice. In closing, our membership of the FNCPA are encouraged with the co-development and the support we've received from our federal government funding partners and the AFN in moving forward. And we also believe that the FNCPA should be included in all and any discussions related to essential services and moving this legislation forward. We recognize the urgency and the importance of moving this legislation forward in a respectful way, but it's time for us to change. Again, I want to thank everyone, all the delegates here today, and appreciate the opportunity to talk about this important topic. See you, Gus.
Thank you very much, Keith. Excellent presentation, panelists. Thank you so much. And I'm looking at Regional Chief Picard if he has final words very quickly, and this will close this plenary session. So to you, Regional Chief Picard.
Merci beaucoup, Amira. Thank you very much, Chair. First off, I would like to thank National Chief and my colleagues from the Executive for the ongoing support, and especially Regional Chief TG for believing in this very important file. I want to thank as well on your behalf Keith Blake and Dwayne Zachary for their input and their expertise and knowledge. Chris Moran as well for the ongoing relationship with Public Safety Canada. And I think the issue here is really if our own policing services are being called to apply the same laws and provide the same safety and security to our peoples, why should they provide it at a lower cost? And I think it's very key here that we make that case before Canada. And I had a very brief chat with Minister Mendicino going back a couple of weeks, and the minister has committed to meeting with our task force team, which includes, as I said earlier, chiefs from across the country, our own experts, and our own policing services and expertise. So I think that meeting is very key in making that demonstration. And of course, as we have heard from Dwayne Zachary earlier, I think we have to, at some point, deliver sooner than later. And I think that's going to be the challenge. And that message has been conveyed to the minister loud and clear. And I think the minister is really committed. It's a matter of time. And, you know, when can we do this? When can we make this happen? So I think, again, the support from the Assembly will be key. I think, and there's no doubt in my mind that the support is there. I think we all have the same, certainly, conviction that this needs to happen for the benefit and well-being and security of our peoples. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Chimigwich. Thank you. Okay, so now I just want to address something first. Thank you so much for your understanding. I'm mostly talking to the chiefs that wanted to go to the microphone to address and ask questions. I thank you so much for your comprehension, because I know that this time would have been appreciated, but I'm sure that if you have questions for the panelists or Regional Chief Picard, they're here. So I'm sure they will be more than happy to talk with you. So they're there. Up to you. This said, I want to address another thing. We noticed, co-chairs, that there is something maybe that can be confusing on the online agenda version. So we just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, because draft resolution number 4 and draft resolution number 5, the numbers have been reversed. This doesn't affect at all our process, and we dealt with the draft resolution number 4, the real one, and we'll deal with draft resolution number 5 right after. But I just wanted you to know that draft resolution title is about AFN governance gaps. Okay, and we already approve or pass draft resolution number 4. It is okay. There is maybe a typo in regards to numbers on the online version, but so that maybe explain your confusion if you had one. So thank you once again for your comprehension on that too. And just want to make sure that we're also all on the same page for what we have before us until the end of the day, which is pretty soon. We'll deal with the draft resolution number 5 with Cedric right after, and then we'll have, depending on the time, but we'll have another plenary session, and you maybe heard that as a UN plenary session, but the title is AFN British Columbia, AFN British Columbia Regional Chief Terry TG update, and it's on the UN Declaration Action Plan. So we will need people, panelists on that, ready to go after we deal with the draft resolution number 5. And if we have time, we'll deal with other matters, but I think we'll just keep it short here. And on that, Please welcome my co-chair, Cedric. Thank you so much for still being here. I know it's a long day.
So now we move on to draft resolution number 5. So if I could have that posted onto the screens, please. The draft resolution is in your package and is named Addressing AFN Governance Gaps, moved by Chairperson Kilsalem, who I see we have here at the microphone, and seconded by Chief Bruce Archibald from Taigwa Tagamu Nation. Is Chief Bruce Archibald in the room? Looking to see if Bruce Archibald, Chief of Taigwa Tagamu First Nation, is here. Okay. If we do not have Chief Bruce Archibald in the room, then we can open up to the floor to see if another chief or proxy would like to move the resolution. I see. If you can please open microphone 2 so that the chief may identify himself. Could we open microphone 2, please?
Chief Andrew Victor, Chan First Nation.
Andrew?
Victor.
Victor. Thank you, Chief Andrew Victor, for seconding the motion, or the resolution, draft resolution number 5, addressing AFN governance gaps. We will read the therefore be it resolved into the record, and then we will give 5 minutes to our mover and 3 minutes to our seconder. So, for draft resolution number 5, addressing AFN governance gaps, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1. Direct the Assembly of First Nations, in parentheses AFN, and the AFN Executive Committee to take all steps necessary and implement effective immediately the following definition of quorum for all current and future Chiefs committees, which can be amended from time to time in a policy or resolution passed by the Chiefs in Assembly. A. 50% plus 1 of the total number of members officially appointed to a Chiefs Committee. 2. Direct the AFN's Chief Committee on Charter Renewal to lead a governance review of the AFN. 3. Direct the AFN to provide technical support and seek funding to support the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal in undertaking the governance review. 4. Define the following for the governance review. A. Purpose. Seek input and feedback on the effectiveness and performance of the AFN's governance structures in achieving the purpose of the AFN. B. Objectives. Subpoint 1. Seek input and feedback from the AFN Executive Committee members, AFN staff, AFN's Chiefs Committee's member, Advisory Council members, and any First Nations interested in providing feedback. Subpoint II. Collect feedback on what is working well and what is not working well in AFN governance structures to achieve the AFN's purpose. Subpoint III. Report on findings of the feedback and recommend potential charter, bylaw, or policy changes needed to address the governance review findings. Subpoint IV. Process. The process will, I imagine that's supposed to be used, we'll use digital and paper surveys, a series of focus group meetings to collect feedback, a final written report, and a verbal report to the First Nations in Assembly. V. Report and planning. Charter Renewal Chiefs Committee will collect data, analyze the results, and provide a detailed report for the First Nations members of the AFN, and provide a verbal report at an assembly within 180 calendar days of the passing of this resolution. The committee will prepare recommendations for the Chiefs in Assembly on the next steps for addressing feedback in the governance review report. And that is all of the therefore be it resolved. So I will open discussion and offer first opportunity to our mover, Kilsalem. Please open microphone 1.
And if it's possible to put the first line of the resolution from the be it resolved on some of the screens, just so that I can reference it. If
we can have the TBIRs posted onto the screens, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This is a resolution that I'm bringing forward as the chairperson for the Squamish Nation, but also in the context of a really important challenge that we have at the AFN. I am a member of the Charter Renewal Chiefs Committee. I'm a representative for BC, also working with Chief Harvey McLeod, who's the alternate for BC on this important work. Over the last year and a half, I've been to, and I had to go back and double check, I think it could be 4, but I know it was definitely 3 meetings where we sat there for about 30 minutes and then 40 minutes and then 45 minutes because we couldn't get quorum to actually have the Chiefs Committee meeting. And everybody was trying to text members of the committee, trying to get to see where they were. There was emails asking if people could meet, but we couldn't even establish quorum. And so the staff, I want to thank the staff, acknowledge the staff who have been helping this committee because they were doing the best that they can with what they had from the AFN. But we weren't able to meet. And there's a number of issues that the Charter Renewal Committee has been asked to look at, including things like the Confederacy, a number of other issues with regard to the executive, even our processes here in the Assembly to strengthen them, make them stronger, make them more effective. But for the last year and a bit, we haven't actually been able to even meet to discuss and come up with recommendations, and it's been incredibly challenging. So I went to my technical advisors from the BCFN, who I want to acknowledge and thank, and learned that this is a systemic problem across many Chiefs committees about being unable to meet quorum. And the reason that it's a problem is, and I don't even know how many Chiefs committees there are, because I think there's quite a few, is across the board, there's different definitions of quorum. Some committees say this, some committees say that. I also, in talking to chiefs from other regions, learned that it's really challenging for some regions to appoint people because there's so many chiefs committees. And there's a chiefs committee for so many topics that some regions don't feel the need to appoint anybody because those topics aren't issues in those regions. So if you're from a province and fisheries might not be the same level of priority or concern as it might be in other regions, you might not be able to appoint anybody. And then I'm going to use Yukon as an example just because it's a bit different than BC. If there's over 40 chiefs committees, but your region only has a couple dozen First Nations, you can't even appoint, you don't have enough chiefs or councillors to appoint to all the various chiefs committees. So there's serious challenges there. My hope is, with this resolution passing, to create clear, consistent, fair policy in the interim until we can really get to some of the more important work like a policy handbook or a governance policy or whatever else that the chiefs can approve or consider down the road. But right now, in order to clear this logjam, the chiefs committees need to be able to meet and to be able to do its work. And the number one on there proposes a standard definition across the board that I think would open and enable the work to proceed, which is right now the definition for a number of committees is 50% plus one of the total positions available. That means one position for each region. But the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal only, as far as I understand right now, only has 7 appointees, or maybe 6, 7, thank you. That means that quorum is 6 people and we have 7 people appointed to the committee. So everybody needs to be there. So this is the challenge. So the change, 50% plus one of the total members officially appointed to a Chiefs Committee. So if there's 7 appointed, quorum is 4. If there's 10 appointed, quorum is 6. If there's 3 appointed, it's 2. But it's up to the regions to appoint, but we can't be held back when some regions aren't able to appoint people to Chiefs Committees. We need to be able to move forward. I have 45 seconds to talk about the rest of the resolution. All I'll say is we spent a long time yesterday, and I spoke quite forcefully and passionately about the need to fix the AFN. And there's a lot of really good work that was happening at the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, and we were really working towards coming forward in a good way with all the options to consider and really let the chiefs decide and discuss and deliberate. And so number 2, 3, and 4, it just furthers that work. It gives a little clarity to the ability for the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to just review, just to check in with First Nations. And the resolution's written in a way to be very simple so that it can be effective. What's working? what's not working, and then allow the committee to come forward with recommendations, and they're just recommendations for the First Nations and Assembly to consider, and maybe we can find a way to address some of the long-standing problems that we have been facing in this organization from probably before I was born, unfortunately. But it really just comes down to, I want the Assembly of First Nations to be the most effective advocacy organization in the world. And I believe we can be. I want the leaders in Ottawa to be afraid of us.
Please finish up.
Thank you. And to work with us as effective as we can. And I think that this work can happen, and let's do the work. Let's get together, let's put our best minds forward. And I think that this resolution, if it has the support of the Assembly, will open up the opportunity for us to do that work. And I really humbly ask that we consider supporting this to be really effective.
Thank you, Chairperson Kilsalem. I will now move towards our seconder, Chief Andrew Victor. If you have opening comments to make, you have 3 minutes. Chief Victor is signaling that he doesn't. So I will open the discussion to the floor, as well as to our Zoom participants, see if anyone has any points to make. I will do a second call if anyone has comments. We have a member on microphone 1. Please open microphone 1.
Good afternoon, Chief Randy Erminskin Cree Nation. We've been talking about trying to get the rights holders, maybe just a suggestion to the mover and seconder to not just a quorum of chiefs, but I think include treaties 1 to 11, so you have at least the rights holders present when you're in this decision making.
Thank you for that comment. I imagine that's a statement that you wanted to be put on the record for review. I see you nodding. Thank you for that. Look towards microphone 2, and we can return to microphone 1.
Miigwech, good afternoon, Assembly, and Miigwech, Chairperson Kilsalem, and I am the Ontario rep on the Charter Renewal Committee, and it's been an honor to be there, but like Chairperson was mentioning, it is a challenge to maintain quorum and be productive and meet some of the expectation of the Assembly. I'm really looking forward to the work that's on the horizon in this committee, but in particular, I do want to make mention that, as was evident in the last while, we do need to provide some thought in regards to the Confederacy as well. So I think this is probably the forum that would be best suited for that, to provide some of that thought. So I just wanted to concur and support the resolution.
For the record, can you state your name and community?
Chief Dean Sayers, Batchewana First Nation.
Thank you, Chief Sayers. I will look towards the Assembly, see if anyone else would wish to address. There's a call for question, and seeing no one at the microphones, we will now go towards the vote. At first, I will look to see if we have consensus and ask, does anyone oppose Resolution DR5, addressing AFN governance gaps? I am looking to see if anyone opposes or if we have consensus. Regina? If we could open microphone 2.
Chief Erminskin raised the issue if it could include treaties 1 to 11, because many of those resolutions impact our inherent in our treaty rights, and nobody answered. So is it going to be in there?
Thank you, Chief Crowchild. The way that Chief Erminskin, I looked at him, he said it was a suggestion to the different work that would be done and not an amendment as specified. So we had opened the vote, and we're looking towards to see if we have consensus with regards. Is anyone opposed to draft resolution number 5? Chief Crowchild, number 2.
If we're not included, then, what good is it? We're not going to be included. So again, the Assembly will be dealing, or the committee will be dealing with things that impact our inherent rights. So it doesn't make sense. So if it's not included, I can't vote for it.
So you are opposed?
I oppose.
Perfect. So we do not have consensus. We will now be going on to a vote. So I would ask that the vote be opened on the Zoom. Those who are in opposition, please raise your lanyards. I'll look towards distribution. You can lower your lanyards. I will now look to see if anyone wishes to abstain from the vote on Draft Resolution 5 addressing AFN governance gaps. Please raise your lanyards. Seeing none, I will now ask for chiefs who are for the adoption of Draft Resolution number 5 addressing AFN governance gaps to raise their lanyards. We will give the time to our distribution team, and for those on Zoom, just to remember, you have to choose for, against, abstain, and click the submit button for your answer to be registered. After we finish the vote. So we will get the official numbers to you, but as is clearly evident, this resolution is adopted. Draft Resolution number 5 addressing AFN governance gaps is adopted.
Okay, thank you. And for this important comment that we heard related to treaties, National Chief Archibald will address that particular issue. So please welcome National Chief to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Weena. There are many things that we must do at the AFN to make right the situation we find ourselves in. And the structure of the AFN also must recognize the strong treaty contingent who wish to move forward based upon their treaties. And I wanted to assure you, Regina, as well as other nations, particularly in Alberta. I know I'll be meeting with Treaty 6 at some point. But I want you to know that there is a path forward toward this evolutionary change that is needed in this organization. And I want to assure you that our moment has arrived. The moment for change has arrived. And this meeting was that moment. And, you know, one of my other favorite quotes, I always have favorite quotes, is one by Victor Hugo, who said, "Nothing, no force on the planet can stop an idea whose time has come. Not all the armies on the planet can stop an idea whose time has come." And this change that we need at the AFN is an idea whose time has come. And a year ago, when I was elected, that was the first action that this organization and the chiefs took to say the idea has come for women to assume leadership roles at every level, including the AFN. And so as we move forward, the other ideas of change, evolutionary, positive transformation have started. And they began here yesterday. And they began with an idea that has been at the heart of the AFN, but somehow not ever exercised. And that is you, chiefs, that you are going to assert yourselves in this organization. You are going to drive the agenda. You have asked for change, and you will get it. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief, for these comments and precisions. Always important to know the details sometimes. Thank you. Okay, so here we are at our UN session, United Nations session, and we will firstly hear Regional Chief TG for approximately approx 10 minutes, and then we'll have Caleb Ben, AFN Director's Rights. He will give a 10 minutes presentation on the National Technical Summary, and Caleb will be online, so on Zoom. So first, please welcome Regional Chief TG for his update and review of UN plan. Okay, thank you. To you.
Merci. Denisa, Tsekuza, Skyza. I just want to acknowledge the territory, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and they gave me 10 minutes, and I'm starting my timer right now, and I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can. I do hold the portfolios of I previously held the portfolio of economic development. National Chief has that portfolio now. I was switched over to the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples portfolio, Indigenous Skills and Employment and Training, and along with Jocelyn Picard, who gave a report out, I don't have to report on that one, is Justice and Policing, as well as Fisheries, along with Regional Chief Bedard, and also on cannabis. And I used to hold a portfolio on gaming, and now that is Regional Chief Bobby Cameron. First, I'll start off with ISETs, the Indigenous Skills and Employment and Training Strategy. Certainly, COVID-19 had a detrimental effect on employment, skills, and training. We appreciate the increase in funding from the federal government as we come out of the pandemic. There was more funding for ISETs, and certainly that helps the current situation. However, it still seems to be a problem in terms of the long-term funding that can continue to increase as our populations increase and as the cost of living increase. I certainly know at training societies and many Indigenous training institutes or what have you that seeks training for our people, the cost for training and learning and education has increased, so certainly that is much appreciated. Chiefs Committee on Human Resource Development continues to be guided by Resolution 25, 2018, next steps on a distinct First Nations labor market strategy is mandated to provide to leadership on human resource development matters. These are ongoing priorities on the Chiefs Committee on Human Resource Development, including determining the impact of increase of cost of living, which I mentioned, on inflation, COVID-19 pandemic, education attendance and graduation rates, costs of conducting business in a changing economy, and the cost of training delivery. In early 2022, a sub-technical working group on human resource development worked on providing input and employment social development Canada's performance measurement strategy. Key areas of concern include service delivery to urban populations. Much of Indigenous populations live in urban centers, approximately 75 to 80%. So that certainly is a priority. Justice and policing, my colleague Jocelyn talked to you about the changing policy to essential services, going from program funding to essential services. In terms of restorative justice, we do have a resolution coming up, Resolution 17-2022, establishing a Chiefs Committee on Justice. So since I took this portfolio, myself and Jesselyn have been advocating a Chiefs Committee on Justice. Funny enough, we're just talking about committees. So I think it's really important on this matter because quite simply there's an opportunity right now with Minister Lametti's office. Matter of fact, by lobbying these many years, we actually do have funding and resources to establish a Chiefs Committee on Justice. So certainly we know the high rates of our people are in jail. We're overrepresented once again. And certainly we need to do something about that. And this is really related to many of our youth and many of our youth in care. That is direct connection to the jails in this country, certainly overpopulated. In accordance with Resolution 06-2020, support and advocacy on systemic racism in Canada, AFN has been advocating for a First Nations component to the federal government's Indigenous Justice Strategy. So part of the Chiefs Committee's job is to create an Indigenous Justice Strategy, and that's what we need. And quite simply, once we get this going, we need to populate this committee and start working on Indigenous Justice Strategy because it's an opportunity. We've done some of that work here in British Columbia as a BC First Nations Justice Strategy that was endorsed by the First Nations Leadership Council, the BCFN, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and First Nations Summit, who have been working with the BC First Nations Justice Council. We do have a strategy here in British Columbia, and that is really related to the work that needs to happen nationally. So I'll leave that there. Fisheries, West Coast, and certainly we did have a plenary session, dialogue session with fisheries. There's going to be more discussion on fisheries, but certainly here in British Columbia, there has been some funding put towards habitat restoration, and certainly some of those projects need to be resourced. Far too often, the government eats up a lot of that money within their own department. So here in British Columbia, we need more of those resources to reestablish the habitat and reinvigorate those populations of fish here in British Columbia. More importantly, work that we're doing in policy-wise that affects fisheries here in the West Coast as well as on the East Coast. Much of that work continues on. Cannabis. On the cannabis file, we have seen a great deal of progress here in British Columbia. We have many different arrangements, but certainly many different arrangements in cannabis throughout the country, whether you do it on your own, create your own laws, start establishing your own rules, or you could go through with the provincial government because there are 10 different types of laws that affect cannabis in your respective province. Here in British Columbia, you have Section 119 agreements. And really, it's those agreements that allow us to be a part of the cannabis economy, whether it be for recreational use, and there are other arrangements for medicinal uses. So certainly, I think it's important to understand that I think it's one of those evolving things here in terms of what kind of arrangement you want in terms of cannabis. So. Nevertheless, I think the priority areas includes advancing the recognition of First Nations inherent jurisdiction over cannabis, advancing First Nations taxation and revenue sharing jurisdiction, supporting First Nations cannabis businesses and entrepreneurs through economic development and advocacy work, prioritizing community safety, a real health and safety issue, advancing the development of infrastructure, institutions, and other resources here in British Columbia First Nations that need to succeed in cannabis market provincially, nationally, and internationally. I do have, in terms of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, I did give an update in our dialogue sessions of what we're doing here in British Columbia as we implement Bill C-41, the provincial legislation Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We've been working for that 2 years, 5 months. And Right now, we just finished off an action plan that was endorsed by the First Nations and the provincial government at the beginning of April. 89 commitments, 5 years, very similar to what we're going to start doing here, as I am the portfolio holder for UNDRIP on this ad hoc committee that doesn't require chiefs. I certainly hope that there's more interest, and I know there's 5 appointments out of the 11 regions that have been appointed to this ad hoc committee. I have my 2 appointments, Cheryl Casimir, it could be Judy Wilson, and also some technical help from Merle Alexander, and certainly that's going to expand. Here in British Columbia, we also, in terms of implementing C41, there's a commitment to a secretariat to make sure that all these laws here in British Columbia are followed. We're really taking on some of the initiative here and the lessons learned. A report came out just last month about the current state of affairs on the 1-year anniversary on UNDRIP here in Canada, very similar to what we've seen in British Columbia. A thin document, not much substance, but yet the work needs to carry on. I got 22 seconds. I do have Caleb here online to help and support me in this work. Much of the portfolios I do hold, I'm excited to continue on the work that needs to be done. If you do have any questions, I'll be here tomorrow, and you'll get a hold of me if you have questions, and also Caleb, and I'm done. I just got it.
Thank you.
Whoa. Yeah. Just go.
Sorry, thank you. I saw Caleb, and so he's muted, I think. So thank you, Regional Chief. And please, if you can put Caleb Ben on the screen and unmute him. We see him in double screen. We still can't hear you. Hello, hello, no?
Justice Chief Kane is saying that I can be heard online.
You're here now, Caleb. So the floor is now yours. You have approx 10 minutes to go, I think, I've been told. Thank you. You can go. Thank you.
So I can't tell if the PowerPoint's up, but actually, we just go back for a second. I just want to say something very briefly. The top 7% of the lawyers in British Columbia and most jurisdictions are designated as Queen's Counsel. And the reason Merle isn't here today, Merle Alexander, is that he receives his Queen's Counsel designation today, in the next couple hours, actually. So I just wanted maybe if those in attendance could join me in congratulating him, even though he's not here. He was supposed to do a bunch of this legal work, but he is being recognized for his work for our people as one of the top lawyers in the province and the country. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And with that, I will pivot to the presentation. Right, so well. All right. So my name is Caleb Bain. I'm Metrodane Daneza. I'm coming to you from the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory, Musqueam, Salem for the welcome. And I can't see if the cousins from Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh are here, but thank you for hosting us. Musqueam, the Regional Chief TG, my portfolio holder, for the welcome as well. I'm from the western edge of Treaty 8, and I am now entering day 6 in this hotel room, not 2 blocks away from you. But c'est la vie. This is a bioethical responsibility. I'm the Director of Rights at the AFN. This sector leads AFN work related to the UN Declaration implementation. I was formerly Legal Policy Advisor to former National Chief Bellegarde. I was a participant in the process that led to Bill C-15, and before that I was a Special Advisor on Water to the Assembly of First Nation. Had the honor of working with now National Chief Archibald when she was the lead on water. So I've had very privileged experiences at the AFN. If you go to the next slide, please. I'll begin with the National Action Plan. My purpose is twofold. One, to give you an update on the current state of play on the UNDA, which is a shorthand I'll use. and the National Action Plan in particular, and also update the chiefs, First Nations and Assembly on recent developments that we're seeing since the royal assent of last year. So with that, next slide, please. What you see before you is Canada's timeline, and you'll note that we have, oh, the slides are not online. Chief Rob McGinnis from Rainy River.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
That's very haunting. Okay. Chief Rainey, can you see? I can't tell, sorry, I'll leave that to go. Anyways, in the interest of time, okay, I'm seeing that he can't see. I'll continue and try to do my best to summarize vertically. In essence, we have less than 1 year before Section 6. There's 3 operative sections in this law. Section 5 is consistency of Canada's laws with the UN Declaration. Section 6 is the National Action Plan, which has to be finalized by June 21st, 2023. And Section 7 is the annual report, the first of which was just delivered a couple of weeks ago, as Regional Chief TG mentioned. At this point, the first progress report indicated to us fairly severe process issues. I would encourage the chiefs to, if you're interested, to ask Minister Lametti about those issues tomorrow. These issues also, I think, were part of what spawned the 3 resolutions on the UN Declaration Act that are going to go before the floor, I'd rather tomorrow. The core point here is that the window of advocacy and opportunity for the leadership, for the rights holders to participate will rapidly close. And the implication deriving therefrom, and this is what myself and Regional Chief TG as well in the dialogue session said, in light of a very tight timeline, chances are we're going to have to focus on implementation activities, accountability activities, and those sorts of things as you look into phase 2, the second annual report, and finally in June 2023, the tabling of this National Action Plan. We have less than a year to do the National Action Plan, and that means significant implications and consequences therefrom. Next slide, please. So what this describes is sort of the resources that went out in the phase 1 processes. Our understanding is that 23.6 from budget 2021 went out to First Nations. Apparently they added a bit more money to that. It would have been around 30 million total that DOJ and the Government of Canada contributed to First Nations. The thing is that program, one, it was massively oversubscribed. There was over 200 applications, and the requests for the resources, because it was a relatively small pot, was at least 4 to 5 times what was required. So it's useful that the monies went out, but we have some significant challenges and lessons learned. First of all, it clearly articulates there's an unmet need. The only verifiable number we have to indicate how much this work is going to cost is the experience of the BC First Nations, but the challenge is that the BC First Nations process, specific as it is to the province, is distinct from what has to happen for all the nations across the country, all 634, plus the representative organizations, plus other entities. So if you do the numbers, there was over 200 applications totaling approximately $98 million. That indicates to us that something like $500,000 per nation across this country would be a baseline need. And that will be something we have to consider. Next slide, please. Budget 2022, as you'll see bolded and amplified there on the screen, includes more resources. Although one thing to note is that budget 2021 was 2 years of funding over 2 years. This is over 5. So whilst it looks like a larger pot, it's actually divided out longer. 68.5 is for UN implementation. There's 11 ongoing to justice, which indicates that the government is going to fund the structure inside the DOJ, which created one new secretariat and modified a second secretariat inside the Department of Justice to interface with the leadership, with the nations as they come back and say, this is what the National Action Plan has to have. This is what we think the priorities should be. This is the kind of priorities. So for example, policing as an essential service. There has to be a structure inside DOJ to hear that and include that and write that into Canada's plan. And I should emphasize, and this came out in the dialogue session previously, this is Canada's National Action Plan. This is not our plan. It's a plan for them, made by them in their house. And that's good, but there are other plans that should be considered. Another interesting point, there's 9.5 to the Department of National Defense for reconciliation and UN declaration-related activities, which we're still researching. That's a very peculiar ask. Next slide, please. So what you see now is prioritization of Indigenous voices and the tabling of the annual report. And we'll just go to the next slide really quickly, because in that annual report, next slide, please. Hello.
Next slide, please. Okay.
Voila. Okay, well, this is fine. I'll go with the key developments, but just to wrap up that last bullet, what we're seeing, if you guys look at the annual report, and I encourage you all the materials, all the documents from the dialogue session are on, I think, USB keys, and they're also accessible online. And that includes a copy of that annual report. And what we saw in the annual report was a structure that prioritized Indigenous voices to participate in the National Action Plan, but there's reference to the provinces and territories having a role. There's references to industry having a role, and there's references to civil society organizations having a role in the development of the National Action Plan. And as Regional Chief TG has said very prominently, and many others, nothing about us without us. You know, whilst this is Canada's National Action Plan and they can choose to talk to whom they want, obviously this should be First Nations led across the board. This should be led by us, for us. And so the presence of those discussions with the provinces and territories, for example, brings to the fore some very difficult questions, because not all jurisdictions have legislation like British Columbia, for example. So we have to consider the next issues. What I'll do from here forward is articulate 3 key developments that we've seen in the last year, but a couple general points. First of all 3 examples illustrate that these are longstanding pre-existing issues are now kind of getting addressed in the contemporary period. Secondly, there's a tension because even if the issues are longstanding and the outcome is generally favorable and in the interests of First Nations, the process to get to that outcome also has to be consistent with the UN declaration, right? Things have changed. As National Chief mentioned in her comments yesterday and today, I think Chief Kelly mentioned them as well. Could be Casimir mentioned it, like things have changed. And so even if the government is taking steps in a positive way to address longstanding problems, if they do so in a manner inconsistent with the UN declaration, that right there, prima facie, is a problem. The game has changed, and it's not a game, actually, to be quite frank. And the final issue is that, and if you do the next slide, I'll just describe it, that part of the things that we're dealing with are time delineated. The National Action Plan has to be done. It's legislatively defined. But the other 2, which are the alignment of Canada's laws with the UN Declaration and the annual reporting process, those are perpetual processes. And so the first, and this is sort of the first key development, the feds are looking to create a universal non-derogation clause relative to First Nations. There's, as you see here, at least 24 federal laws have NDCs, a bunch of different agreements, particularly the modern treaties have these. And so there's a potential amendment to the Federal Interpretation Act to add this clause. The issue here, and this is National Chief Archibald indicated this to Minister Lametti back in February of this year, so some time ago, that whatever that process is, and to be clear, there are nations on both sides of this issue. There are some nations that are very much in favor of a universal non-derogation clause, and some nations that take a very different position, both on the basis of the clause themselves and also on the basis of just process. They don't want unilateral imposition, whether or not it's well-intentioned. And National Chief Archibald pointed out very clearly to Minister Lametti that whatever process this is, it has to be bound in FPIC, it has to be well-resourced, and it has to be done pursuant to the duty to consult and accommodate. So you'll see a dialogue session handout reference at the bottom of this slide. There's an AFN discussion paper on this issue for your review and consideration. And as well, this was only published about 2 weeks ago, but the DOJ published a What We Heard report related to their quote unquote engagements. And just to be clear, we expect this modification, the first application of Section 5 of the UNDA, to occur sometime probably in October of the coming year.
Hello, Caleb, sorry,
Yep.
your time is up, but if you can please just conclude,
Yeah, I'll just wrap
maybe?
up real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 2 more bullets. So next slide, please. Secondly, the DOJ has created interim guidance which is meant to guide the federal family while they apply this law and consider the laws. If you look at the bottom slide, this interim guidance, once it's complete, should be read parallel to the other principles the feds have developed. They're very useful advocacy documents, and this will be shared with the leadership as soon as they're complete. We don't have the copies yet, but once DOJ is done developing it, we'll look at it. The key point here is that this is interim guidance. This is not guidance created by us, for us. So I encourage nations to think about how they want Canada's laws and policies to be considered relative to the UN Declaration. Next slide, please, to wrap up. And this is the most interesting one. ISC is modifying the Indian Act. This came out ostensibly because of COVID, but there's indications that it has an earlier history. They're modifying the Indian referendum regulations and the First Nations election regulations. I won't go into all the issues except to say that we've been advised that this is not occurring under Section 5 of the UN Declaration Act, which is quite surprising. Of all the laws in Canada that should attract the scrutiny of the UN Declaration, one would think the Indian Act in particular would have to be considered, but apparently this is happening under a different process. So again, there's dialogue session handouts. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Articulating like where this process is, you'll see we're kind of at bullet 3, so early to mid 2022. There's going to be more engagement on this. So with the next slide, I will say apologies for holding you away from the gala. I'm sure it'll be lovely. Thank you for taking the time. Please contact me and my team if there's anything at all that we can do to clarify further, if we can support you in any of the work that you do. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Caleb. And now I know that I didn't mention his presence because I didn't know, but at first Merle Alexander, lawyer for BC AFN, was supposed to be with us, but he's not, he had to left. But we are so lucky to have the presence of someone else, so he's here, and we'll invite him for a 10 minutes approx presentation for a legal summary. So please join me inviting Derek Odgers. Thank you, lawyer Derek Odgers, to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here today to discuss the potential for the United Nations Declaration Act National Action Plan. So my name is Derek Odgers. I'm a lawyer. I'm external legal counsel to the BC Assembly of First Nations. And I'm honored to be joining you here today from the unceded traditional and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. And I'd like to just thank the presenters before me, Regional Chief Terry Tiji and Caleb, for the important overview that they provided. So as you know, the Declaration Act was implemented in BC in 2019. So the Declaration Act and the Alignment of Laws process has provided an important opportunity to have shared decision-making powers reflected in provincial legislation and has strengthened government-to-government relationships as a result. So as the United Nations Declaration Act action plans being created, there are some lessons that can be learned from the process of the Declaration Act action plan. So some wisdoms to be gained, and also acknowledging that there were some growing pains in that process. I'm relatively new to the work, but I've had some experience behind the scenes. So this is a new process, and with the Declaration Act and its action plan being the first piece of law of its kind in the country. So with the Declaration Act and the UN Declaration Act, there are provisions within both that sort of mirror each other. So both acts require that the minister implement an action plan, and there are other requirements like reporting on the development of the alignment of laws process. So with the Declaration Act action plan and the development of it, It was important that the provincial government captured in that initial document priorities as identified by First Nations. But there were some primary problems with it initially that are important to observe. There was a lack of, in some instances, there was a lack of concrete actions that were identified, and timelines within the document were a bit vague as well, leaving people concerned. However, the addition of the 5-year timeline was important as a goal to measure goals against actions. So just noting that vague language committed to reconciliation isn't enough, and to many it feels like lip service. So people want to see what priority actions the federal government will be taking on each of the points that are put into the action plan. And we have heard the need for reconciliation rather than reconciliation more than once. So, as identified with the UN Declaration Action Plan, it's going to be important that rights holders and IGBs are able to identify priority areas for change within that action plan. And as region-specific interests will vary, it's going to be important that each region is going to be able to have their priorities included in that national action plan, and these region-specific interests can be identified based on engagements, which will hopefully be undergone soon. So engagement also needs to be undergone considering the immense pressures that First Nations communities are under currently and recently. So throughout the adoption of the Declaration Act and its action plan, First Nations communities in BC have resiliently faced a global pandemic, climate-caused emergencies, and the tragic discoveries of the 215 children. So through these tragic and historic occurrences, engagement work is still being undergone on the implementation of the provincial action plan, which is stretching capacity and resources of communities to the maximum extent possible. So an addition in BC and the addition of the national engagement process will create new capacity and resource strains that need to be accounted for by the federal government. This is necessary to ensure that First Nations participation in the creation and implementation of the UN Declaration Action Plan are considered. So as mentioned, the FNLC in BC is currently engaged in the alignment of laws process and are working with the provincial government on this. We're involved at a number of legislative alignment tables working on legislation from areas including emergency management to children and families and forestry, just to name a few. The FNLC has also been involved in the development of initiatives that will help reform litigation practices in BC, noting the release of BC's civil litigation directives as some of the work that we've done. So the work on the alignment of laws process is brand new. And it's a process that the province, I think, and First Nations organizations are learning from daily. It's not expected to be perfect, and sometimes that means stepping away from the table and coming back with a refreshed mindset. That said, it's fair to say that some of the frustrations that have been experienced on the BC side will probably be experienced at the federal level as well. So these lessons learned can be useful. There can be useful collaboration and cooperation between us. Noting there have been instances where it does not appear that ministries are all on the same page in regards to the UN Declaration. So while change is happening, and you can't expect that all ministries, I guess, will have adapted to understanding the UN Declaration at the same pace, they need to. And First Nations engaging with the federal government will likely face early and hopefully not ongoing frustrations in their collaborations with federal partners. The smoothest work that can happen is an aligned approach across ministries, creating a predictable ministerial approach. So if the ministry is going to go through the legislative alignment process, they should develop a comprehensive analysis of how the UN Declaration is going to apply to their statutes. This will allow First Nations who are participating in engagement to note where gaps in legislation currently are, and helps identify areas where shared decision-making with rights holders could take place. And in addition, if there are any other documents that could be relevant or might be necessary to aid in these processes, the federal government and their ministries should pay attention to those documents, because First Nations that they're engaging with will be asking about them. And they should ensure that they're undergoing evaluations of their legislation to note alignment with these documents. So I'd also like to note there have been some really positive developments. So BC has implemented the new Declaration Act Secretariat, as has been mentioned throughout this meeting, I'm sure, and staffed by ADM Jessica Wood. So the Secretariat helps advise ministries on ensuring that the alignment of laws processes are cohesive with the UN Declaration, and that their engagement work is not confusing and ineffective. Noted as well that the federal government has said that they've also created a UN Declaration Act Secretariat. So the experiences of the Declaration Act Secretariat will definitely lend to that, experiences at that level as well. So it's necessary to ensure that that UN Declaration Act Secretariat is well staffed, because they're going to be undergoing a pretty huge process engaging with First Nations across the country. So they have to ensure that any concerns about capacity don't prevent a stumbling block to discussions and negotiations. So as Caleb had mentioned, there are some early priorities with the UN Declaration Act Action Plan implementation. So it was mentioned in the annual report that the federal government had published that they had been conducting some work on a non-derogation clause in the Federal Interpretation Act. As Caleb had said, this will need to be reviewed by First Nations, Indigenous governing bodies, and representative organizations to ensure that the work is being conducted adequately. As well, that same report did mention that the federal government has been devising internal policies to advise ministries about the UN Declaration. It's important that these documents are shared when they're completed to ensure that First Nations are aware of internal policies that are guiding early decision-making. And where possible, this early guidance should be co-developed by Indigenous partners to ensure that these internal policies are appropriate to the work that needs to be done, and will not that these internal policies won't represent a stumbling block between the parties. So this work is exciting, and there are many critical pieces of legislation that can be transformed using the UN Declaration at a federal level. The creation of the National Action Plan will be challenging given constraints that some communities are facing right now, and the compressed timelines offer an additional challenge. So we're hoping that we can carry forward a lot of the work that we've done at the BC level and take these lessons learned through our Declaration Act Action Plan implementation and legislative alignment process, and take that to the national level to great effect. So thank you for your time, and yeah, I appreciate the time to speak. Thanks.
Well, and to Derek Ogers for your message. So now we will be going towards closing comments. Before I do, I just want to put for the record the official results of draft resolution number 5, addressing AFN governance gaps. So I will remind you that quorum was 106, and that you need 60% of people who voted to vote for a resolution for it to pass. The numbers that we have are 131 for, 5 opposed, and 2 abstentions, meaning we had a 96% of people who voted for, so the resolution is officially adopted. It is now time to close day 2 of the Assembly. You do have the gala happening tonight, hosted by the BC AFN and the host committee. That is taking place at the JW Marriott Park, which according to Regional Chief Terry Tiji is near the casino. It is there from 6 to 9, so you have a half hour to get pretty, and see you there. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you, and have a great night, everyone.